It's a massive welcome here to Swartkops for the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. And man, I am looking forward to this. It is so good to see what you can see on screen right now. And that's not the little kivits in the bottom left-hand side. No. It's the crowds and the fans that are back here at Swartkops to celebrate and enjoy the 21st edition here of the Passion for Speed Festival. Can you believe it? It is already 21 years that we've been doing this for. Originally known, of course, as the David Piper Series, as the Springbok Series even before that. And now coming into its 21st year and having the crowds back in it. And looking at the people on the back wall there, I know a lot of them stayed overnight and they must have had a tough time of it because we had a torrential Gauteng high-felt thunderstorm here late afternoon and into the evening. So hats off to those guys and girls. can see the Bry's already going. I think there's a bit of a Poikie going there as well, ready to rock and roll for later on. And I'm sure that the race action and all of the entertainment we're going to bring you today is exactly what you're expecting from Swartkop's International Raceway for the 21st edition here of the Passion for Speed Festival. We kick things off with the Historic Pursuit Series. That's at about 5 minutes time. I'll be making them out to the circuit, and of course that is a handicapped race version, so you'll be looking forward to seeing how that goes. And looking out for historic single-seaters, the Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66 and 68 Little Giants, the HRSA Racing Series. Marlboro Crane Hire join us once again for the Pre-66 Legends of the 9-hour production cars, including the under 2 litre class. A nice big field of cars to be played with there. We've got Midval Historics and the Greats of the Past combining. The BMW M Performance Parts Series is in the house as well, and there you can see just some of the magnificent machinery we're going to be seeing all day long. Peter Bailey's Bailey Cars stable, a brand new GT40 type car there that Bailey will be running. He's also running a 917 Porsche, and of course he's got a couple of clients either side of him there as well, which he's looking after for the day. Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes and the Trans Am category are combined for today as well. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, a big battle expected there, and that will be, of course, to kick off their championship today and incredibly wrap up their championship next week from 2021 at the 9-hour at Kyalami. Always nice to see the MSA and South African flag being put up, and of course Don and Hanley, our medical team, hopefully will not be brought into duty too soon or even at all during the day. That's a good day's racing if that's how it goes. We then have a Racing Through the 20th Century speed demonstration, and that's in front of everybody. We'll get to show you all about that. A whole bunch of cars going out there, some magnificent machinery to have a look at. That's part of our demonstrations today as opposed to the actual racing. G&H Transport Extreme Supercars kick their season off for 2022. We've got Lotus Challenge, and then of course we do it all again from the Historic Pursuit Series all the way down to all the categories I've mentioned. The big one, of course, is the Castrol Pre-66 and 68 Le Mans Sports and GT's South African TT. The TT is up for grabs again, and that trophy is certainly going to be fought hard for today. And we're going to see some big action there amongst 6 or 7 cars that in qualifying have all looked to get into about 1.5 seconds of each other. So really, really tight field for the SATT later. James Temple, of course, the man who is the current leader and, of course, the winner of last year's event. But he's got Warren Lombard, who's put his V8 in the V8 Supercars onto pole position. He'll be in a Cobra. And then, of course, the two Dutoy brothers will be going at it as well for that, along with a couple of other contenders in the SATT. And a massive happy birthday to Mark Dutoy. It is his birthday today, and he, of course, will be starting things out here with... not this class, but of course getting into all the race action for the day as we kick things off here for the 21st Passion for Speed Festival. Just running through all the messages that have flown through the phones back and forth all day long. It's fantastic to see such a big field of cars coming to play. And of course there is lots to see and do here at the circuit if you're actually at the circuit. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with all of these guys and girls who are racing today, and the various forms of machinery that are on display today, not only in the race format, but of course down in pit lane too. So if you are here and you're watching us, that's what we're doing here. We're part of the live stream. It's not only entertaining the world and showing people what we've got here at Swartkop's with the Passion for Speed, but if you're here at the circuit, you've also got the ability, of course, to listen to either Leon Odendaal on the live PA, or if you want to, jump on in here and watch the live stream on your smart devices around the circuit and pick up on some of the action that's going to be happening here today for this Passion for Speed. On track at the moment is the Historic Pursuit Series, and of course Rian Roux was the quickest yesterday. He's in the Volkswagen Sirocco, so he will be starting at the back of this field, and we'll be looking to see Rob Clark in that Citroen G1200 Clubman starting things out here for them. They go back into pit lane. As you can see, there is Rob Clark. He'll be making his way back into the pit lane and starting things out for the Historic Pursuit Series. Hedley Whitehead is just behind him in that Mini 1000. And then you've got Werner Hartzenberg and the Nissan Exa. Looking forward to them as well. All right, so big welcome to everybody for the Passion for Speed Festival. Let's kick things off officially now with our first bumper of the day for the Historic Pursuit Series. As they make their way in, they've got Michelle Smith in that Nissan Skyline 1987 machine. Stuart McClarty with a brand new car under his belt this season. It's great to see a Ford XR3 Escort on track again. But there you can see some of the quicker cars at the back end. Mike O'Sullivan in the Honda Ballard. Carl Stoltz is in that BP Nissan Sentra. Very similar, or could even be possibly the real deal in terms of the standard Group N colours that the Nissan dealer team used to run. 91 is Andre Hutting. He was second quickest. And of course, just behind him there is Rian Roux in the green and white Volkswagen Sirocco. 1979 model there. The Adfin car will be looking forward to a big battle. Now, remember what happens with this series is, as I said, it's a handicapped version of racing. So your quicker cars have to start at the back of the field. And 9 times out of 10, Rob Clark, who will set the pace initially, will, of course, start things for this race out of pit lane. He normally gets about a lap and a half in before they even get any of these quicker cars onto the circuit at all. So it makes it very difficult. There's only 8 laps to do some damage and some battles in. And it means that you've got to go and have a look and see what's happening around the circuit and hopefully get through the field without any issues whatsoever. The idea with this handicap version, of course, is that you have to try and go out there and get all the passes done on time and when you can. If you miss a pass or you miss an opportunity to pass, it could be costly. We've already seen Rob Clark make his way onto the circuit. Second car on the road is Headley Whitehead. Mini 1000, mini performance, of course, on that car. Good to see that little Cooper going at it. As he heads down into turn 2, you already see Rob Clark making his way up through turn 4. That's such an 1200, or 1220, I should say. Clubman makes its way up to the top of the track and towards the ZOC Club for the first time. Past Universal Motorsport and up towards ZOC and the AMG Driving Academy. Cooper is into turn 3 as he heads onto the back straight away. And there you can see the back of the field. That is the man that's got to catch them all. Rian Roux's got to take that little Volkswagen Sirocco along with Andre Hutting in the 190E Mercedes-Benz and Mike O'Sullivan in the Honda Ballard just behind them. Starting almost identically there is Rob Van Aal. He's in the Ford Escort. Just behind him is that Nissan Exa. That's Althea Pretorius. And they've changed things up there ever so slightly in terms of how they qualified. So a couple of changes there. I'm sure that the Van Aals are going to send me some information in terms of the breakout times that have been allocated for these cars. Because what they do is they'll qualify on their lap times. So let's give you the fastest man. He did a 1 minute 17.3, did Rian Roux. So he will then allocate what he thinks his fastest would be during the race. I would probably go for probably a 1 minute 18 as his quickest lap. And he will then have to stay within that. If he does go over it or quicker than it, that unfortunately disqualifies him from this race, and he will lose the opportunity of being in the top 3 if he gets there. Good start coming out of the Ford Capri there of Mike Thompson. Thompson on the back end of another Escort. I think that might be Greg White, the number 124 car. As they make their way up. Yes, it is White who goes into turn 5 past the AMG Driving Academy. Little gingerly at the moment. You can see there's still a bit of water out on track. Hasn't quite got a dry line just yet. Jack Daniels Racing and Big Boss Racing means McClarty's on track in the XR3 Escort. And he has already got Rob Clark behind him. So he's got to go all the way around the track and get back to Clark and unlap himself before he can get going for a chance of winning this out. Tegan Lation out there as well in the second of the Volkswagen Siroccos. Also looking to get through the field quickly. Henk de Klerk. It's the number 33 car there. It's a Honda Civic 1.6, a 1993 model. So you can see the split to the field there, sort of from the 60s, 69 Ford Escort, right up into the 90s. About a 30-year spread there in this field of cars. What you're going to find now is a bit of chopping and changing, a little bit of shuffling of opportunities for the guys to get on track. All the cars have now left pit lane, so they've all got to try and find a way to catch and pass and unlap themselves, and then still catch and pass him again for a second time. Pop is on the track. That, of course, is the Nissan Exa of Althea Pretorius. The Car Invest Nissan Exa closing up on the back end of Rob Van Aal, Ace Auto Salvage, his sponsor. Henk de Klerk in the Bajera Maintenance Spares Honda as well, doing a super job. That's Michelle Smith, second of our lady drivers out there. JMS Racing Nissan Skyline 1987 model that she pilots. A Marauder there in Team Gunston colours. Great to see the livery of what was colours in the day. And that Marauder Willem van Niekerk is a very good contender in this one. Certainly knows what to do in that car. Stan Stacey as well doing a great job too. He's in the Alpha GTV6, fighting hard there with the Porsche of VF Duplessis, Werner Duplessis Senior. Not a bad effort there from him to start things out, and already being put under pressure from Stacey as he goes into turn 5. Right behind him comes the 944 of Duplessis Senior. As you can see, they're fighting hard, and then of course the other Porsche out there is the 914 of Jen and Tim Abbott. Not quite sure which of them are in this race. Probably going to be Jen first and Tim later, sharing the car for the day. Here comes the BP Nissan Sentra. Mentioned that earlier on, running in Stanek Group N colours there of the old Nissan factory team. Carl Stoltz finding himself in that car. And coming along for the ride right behind him is the Honda Ballard of Mike O'Sullivan. Sounds like we might have a car off track there somewhere. We're going to try and pick up on it as you see a big move there from O'Sullivan. Diving through on that 914. Onto the back end of Stoltz and running with Duplessis Senior as well. Let's see if they work together here to do some tandem or triple action to try and get through on the field. There they're going to unlap themselves, as you can see, getting onto the back. Trying to get through also on Greg White as they get up on the inside of White, around the outside of Duplessis Senior. Oh, it's chopping and changing. This is the way we start the day. Can you imagine the action we're going to have all day long? Also starting to put the pressure on to Stan Stacey as Carl Stoltz as they come down onto the braking point for G&H Transport corner. Final turn here around the outside in the Nissan Sentra. Sure, that was a good bit of driving there from Stoltz. Here comes O'Sullivan, and right on his tail is Duplessis Senior. Can he make a move early on? Sensation not having any answer to the slightly modern version of those two cars, or the more modern version of the cars racing out there. Here comes the 190E. Still haven't seen our scratch man. That of course is Rian Roux, the man who left the pit lane last. It shouldn't be too far away from seeing him in the background. That is the 190E, and as they come through there, he's already unlapped himself on Rob Clark. So that is the leader on track at the moment, Clark, ahead of Headley Whitehead and Rob Van Aal in the Ford Escort Mark 1. That is how it stands, as you can see there on the left-hand side. Althea Pretorius in fourth, ahead of Mike Thompson, Willem van Niekerk, and Michelle Smith. Just watching in the background as there he comes. Right, so that is the fastest car, about to unlap himself from the slowest. Great timing there, Daryl. Good job, bud. Daryl Cookard, of course, on the director's role today. And Paul Bedford helping us out with all of the graphics, etc., and all the other elements of our live stream today. And a massive thanks to Link Online for their assistance today as well, as always with our live stream team. And then of course it's the Two Wheels team out there who are bringing us all the action. So we've got a lot of that coming your way, and I can't wait to tell you how excited I am about this event. It's so good to be back in South African motorsport with huge fans, not only online but here at the circuit as well. Great start from Rian Roux. He's already got through in about 2 or 3 of those slower cars, coming up on the back end of that 914 Porsche. Jen Abbott could be slowly but surely caught and reeled in there. Greg White, first time out for him. That's why you can see that little red and white tape out the back end of the boot of that Ford Escort. Just saying he's a rookie to the series. And the other drivers know that when they come up on him, just to be a little bit more ginger, maybe you look for another option as opposed to diving in on the new man. You can see Rob Clark running Sorrel on the side of that car as well. Sorrel van der Merwe actually drove one of these in his racing career. We'll see him out in action today as well. Good to have Super Van here. It would not be a Passion for Speed festival without the likes of Sorrel van der Merwe. One of SA and the World of Motorsport's iconic names. Big battle here as well. This is fantastic. See Mike O'Sullivan fighting hard there with Stoltz. Almost kind of what used to happen in the old days, 94 and 95, Honda Ballard and Nissan Sentra, standard Group N days. Mercedes-Benz 190E. Because that 190E, of course, in colors that if you ever followed German touring cars and were a Senna fan, you would have seen Ayrton Senna in one of those cars as well. I think his number was 111 when he ran that car in the DTM series, just for a one-off drive when he was still part and parcel of that team. Coming down into turn 2, you can see Tegan Leishman under a bit of pressure now, starting to get through and find ways on the Marauder on Michelle Smith. Stan Stacey doing the same thing to get through there on McClarty. Jack Daniels' Big Boss Auto car coming onto the back straight away now. Henk de Klerk trying to squeeze through here on that Ford Capri of Mike Thompson. Does it easily into turn 4. Stacey on Michelle Smith into turn 4. And just diving through there. Just not quite getting up on the inside though. Anna Hartzenberg starting to make his way through the field too. It's a 916 Porsche. And he's trying to stay in sort of contention for a potential win here. He's certainly one of the guys who could go for the win here if everything goes according to plan. What we're seeing is the laps are ticking down. We've done 5 of 8. About to get 6 of 8, so 2 to go. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting in the Historic Pursuit Series. And you can see why. Faster cars, slower cars, all starting to bunch up and get in each other's throats. Maiko starting to make his way through the field rapidly. So is McClarty, follows him through as he goes on the inside of that Marauder. Just behind it, watch out for Stoltz. Stoltz and Hartzenberg side by side into turn 1. And looking for that green and white Adfin Volkswagen Sirocco to come into picture any second soon. That'll be the scratch car trying to make its way right to the front of the field. And if everything has gone according to plan and the organizers have done their maths right, what we should see is a big fight for all the cars to cross the line almost identically. So you got Rob Van Aal and Althea Pretorius going at it here. Pretorius on the inside in pop, looking for a way up on the inside, and a little bit extra grunt up the hill there from the Exa. Good on the brakes, and Van Aal loses out 1 position there. Pretorius turns in, turn 5. Runs Van Aal a little bit wide. So we got the battle on there for 3rd place between the Exa and the Ford Escort. Just behind that, we're looking out for Henk de Klerk. There is Hedley Whitehead. He's still 2nd. And heading down towards turn 2. Still in with a chance here of finishing things up. He's completed 6 laps, remember, of the allocated 8. Let's see whether or not we're going to see any changes here between Hedley and Rob Clark. Onto the back straight. They're closing on Henk. On Greg White. Greg White heads there. There is the leader and about to be caught and passed. So the Mini has caught Rob Clark. Clark going to try and go defensive, but he's going to realize that that little Cooper's probably got a little bit extra pace. It's only about a second quicker than him. So if he just places the car perfectly, he might be able to keep him out. But remember, he's going to be heading towards that checkered flag, and it's going to be very, very close here between the Mini and the Citroen. As they head up to the top of the hill, the Mini's got a little bit extra squirt up that hill, and he gets onto the inside and finds a way through before he even gets on the brakes. Great driving there from Hedley Whitehead as he gets on the inside of Rob Clark. How close are the other quicker cars behind that? Can't be too far behind. You can see it's going to be a bit of a fight on here between the two of them, but I think Hedley might just have enough to keep him out as he heads down the hill now. Coming up onto the braking point. They've completed 7. The checkered flag will be on standby, so it's absolutely perfectly done there by Hedley Whitehead. There is Henny the flag, and there is the checkered flag. Whitehead takes the victory ahead of Rob Clark. How far back are the rest of that pack? Looks like they might have just got the calculations ever so slightly wrong. It looks like it's going to be Henk de Klerk to come through for 3rd. De Klerk comes through for 3rd, he does. Althea Pretorius just behind him, and she just manages to keep out the hard charge from Tegan Leishman. So Tegan Leishman comes through there for a top 5 finish. And that's how we finish things up there for the first race of the day, our Historic Pursuit Series. I hope you enjoyed all that action, because there's more to come here today from Swartkops and the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Up next, it's historic single-seaters. There's another 8-lap race coming your way. Rest of the field coming through. A couple of guys going to have to maybe look at the way that they've done their allocations of times so they can maybe go a little bit quicker. So Tegan is there and finish up just outside of that top 5. And if we look at the way they crossed the line, just waiting for the timing monitor to refresh there, but it was definitely Hedley Whitehead who took the victory ahead of Rob Clark, and the Mini taking the first victory of the day here at the 21st edition of Passion for Speed Festival. Up next, as I said, it's the historic single-seaters. They'll be making their run to the circuit any second now, and of course looking forward to a big battle there between some of them. There is our official results after, is that after 8 laps completed? Yes, it is. Whitehead ahead of Clark. De Klerk comes through for 3rd place, beating Mike O'Sullivan. Mike O'Sullivan, remember, he started 3rd quickest, which was 3rd last out of the pit lane. Althea Pretorius just kept herself between Tegan Lation and Rob Van Aal. Carl Stortz up to 8th. Garrett Murray up into 9th. Hartzenberg in the 916 Porsche in 10th. And I'm just looking further down there. Looks like a couple of guys that have got to do a little bit of changes in their setup and the way they want to be handling things for the day if they want to be in contention here for a potential race win later on in the second heat of the Historic Pursuit Series. Up next, we'll be heading into, of course, historic single-seaters. We'll be back shortly with commentary. Historic single-seaters making their way onto the circuit now for their first race of the day. Andrew Horn is the man who'll be looking to be caught today. And nice to see some new media team joining us here. Just to have a look and see how it all works in our live stream. But also a massive welcome to everybody joining us from all around the world. I can see guys jumping onto my page specifically. It's Tiny Brand from down in the Mother City. Moira Absol's in the house as well. So is Anna Marie Pinot. Thanks for joining us. Yes, I know we had a little bit of a breakup, and I appreciate that. Thank you. We are working on it. Albert Javert is here. So is Nikki Smith. Thanks, Nix. All the way from New Zealand. Already jumped in, so thanks for that. And Dave Turner's in the house. Eli Vergara from East London. Oh, I like to see you jumping in. Yes, it is a very early start, and you can see that's how early it is when you got the 27 car out of shape. It's a good number, by the way, that number 27, just to let you know. And then, of course, Ronaldo Poulton has joined us too. So has Neil Quantrell. Thanks so much for that, guys. We appreciate your support. And, of course, please, like and share everything that you're seeing here today. And pass it on to all your friends so they can pick up on it too, even if they are here at the circuit. 21 cars about to go to action here for single-seaters. Andrew Horn set the pace yesterday. Horn Dog in the Xena Chemicals. He's in the Royale RP31. Behind him will be Ben van der Westhuizen, also in a Royale. He's in the RP24. 82 and 76, the difference between those two models, though, that are on the front row. There they are. Behind that, it's Alan Koenig and Shannon Winterstein. Mike Ward makes up the 5th car on the grid, ahead of Steve Fenter. Desi's Equipment Van Diemen. But the cool thing about this field is not particularly maybe the drivers that are behind these cars, although there are a couple of famous names in there. But there's some famous marks and makes out on track as well, and that's what the passion for speed is all about here when it comes to this type of racing. We've mentioned 2 Royals. We've got a Tempest Formula Ford Mark II out there, a Titan Mark IV Formula Ford. We've got a Van Diemen RF75, a Dulon LD97, a Ford Merlin Mark 25, a Dulon MP15B, a Ford Tiga, 3 types of Lotus, a 51A, a 23C and a 61. We've got an Alva Porsche, which you can see just on the right-hand side, just to the left of that no 40k an hour zone. Formula V's, Tasman Formula V's, Capital Mark 1s, Lotus and Formula V's, all about to go to race action now as the 5-second board puts the lights on, lights off, and we're racing. Down towards turn 1 go 21 single-seaters into turn 1. What a start. Brilliant stuff. Mike Ward already starting to put the pressure on and getting through there rapidly. He's onto the back end there by the looks of things of Steve Fenter and Paul Richardson. Great start there from the 27. And Ben van der Westhuizen running ever so slightly wide. We saw him get lit up out of turn 5. Oh, and speaking of lit up, that's the Alva Porsche. That Alva Porsche just spun out there. And the Lotus 23 also getting out of shape. So a little bit of chopping and changing to start things out. 28 car there, of course Clive Winterstein just behind that, very lucky to avoid it. But that's how they go, and let's see whether or not we can keep it all together. Keegan Ward in the house as well, running in the Ford. And as he heads up to the top of the hill, let's have a look and see what's going to happen with who's at the front end. Horn Dog is pulling away ever so slightly, so Andrew Horn has got it all sorted out from the start. And you can see, battling out there. Shannon Winterstein gets it out of shape too. Tries to get back around rapidly and back on track. Not a bad recovery there from Winterstein. Under pressure already from Des Hillary. Hillary tries to get up the inside on the recovering car there from Shannon Winterstein, but it got a little bit out of shape. Reason being is it's not quite dry yet, gentlemen. Just to let you all know, there is a little bit of wetness still out on the circuit from last night's rain. There is a dry line starting to form, but if you go off that dry line ever so slightly, particularly on these kind of with these kind of cars and the tires that they run, it can be as slippery as ice out there. It'll be very, very ginger. So Alan Koenig starting to put the pressure now onto Ben van der Westhuizen for 2nd place. As they make their way down to the back straight away for the 2nd time in anger. Trying to close down on Andrew Horn. He's pulled away ever so slightly, as you can see. Behind that looks like it's Mike Ward. Ward in that 1974 Royale R121. His son Keegan just a couple of cars behind. Great to see dad and son still fighting hard here. Mike Ward, a very good golfer as well in his day. And of course, the owner of many super quick tire dealerships around the Randburg and the north of Johannesburg area. So he'll know what tires to run on conditions like that, that's for sure. Oh, big flames and a spinner at the top of the hill. And this one get going again. Let's have a look and see. We pick up on the number there. It is 67. It's Steve Fenter who just got out of shape. I should have picked up on the helmet though. Sorry about that, Stevie. Did recognize that helmet. I was just waiting for confirmation of the number though, because a couple of guys are sharing cars today. So you want to just make sure that you got the right guys in those cars. It is certainly Ben van der Westhuizen at this stage in the 27 with the 151 of Alan Koenig on his tail. Big fight there between the two of them. Tempest Formula Ford Mark II trying to close down on that Royale RP24. And it's Mike Ward all on his own sim. See the gap he's got over the next car down the road, which was Steve Venter. Ooh, 11's off. That's not good. Ryan Budd in the 1956 Lotus 11. Can he get back on track? Yes, he can. And Ryan Budd, of course, the Budd Power Lotus 11. He's headed down into turn 6 as these guys make their way up into. So big action now expected now for the race for second. You can see that Ben van der Westhuizen's feeling the pressure, having to run wide and stay defensive, changing up lines ever so slightly to keep out Alan Koenig. AJ definitely pushing the pressure on him and looking for a chance to maybe get up in a second if he can. He heads down into turn 4. Saw lots of action in turn 4 yesterday, and of course we're expecting lots of action throughout the day as well. Turning into turn 5 now. AMG Driving Academy on the left-hand side. Zoc now on your left-hand side. Lots of fans up at the Zoc Club. I think we're going to see that Kenwood grandstand fill up through the day as well, as they make their way down the hill and into completing another lap in anger here. Three down, and make that 4 down, 4 to go. Keep an eye on the timing monitor. We're just slightly out because of the internet delay. And then, of course, we'll look and see what the timing board says, and if any of the flag is hanging off the wall. All on his own sim out there is Mark Ward. I'm sure he'd be looking forward to more of a battle there between a couple of the cars, considering they were quite close in the qualifying. Second number 4 car out there. Not sure which one that one is. There goes Ryan Budd, recovering after going off. Big move here. Ooh, nice move and a nice look up the inside there from Koenig. AJ looking for a chance now to squeeze through. Coming up in the back markers, that's why he's looking to get through. Wants to maybe use those back markers to his advantage. They're coming up on one of the Formula Vs. And diving through there relatively unscathed. I think that was on Dylan Atchurst. Oh, Hillary spun. Down in turn 2, Des Hillary's out of shape and got it completely the wrong way around. Yeah, Des, you need to try and get that car turned around if you can, but don't go too far off the circuit because you can have some problems with these low-slung cars. Looks like he might have stalled the car as well. So he's got to get the car fired up again before he can get going. And in doing so, he's losing positions rapidly. Looks like he might be stuck there as well. He can't get it going. Good possibilities of double wave yellows down into turn 2 now. And also possibilities of a safety car for the first time today. Further back in the field. Great little fights here. The 29 car there, of course, coming through. It's actually Dylan Atchurst, not the previous car I mentioned. As you can see Steve Venter trying to get up through the inside, but it's he gets to the top of the hill. There's double wave yellows there as well. And that's the reason why. Is that, yes, on the sideline, that's Steve Venter. Steve Venter parked on the sideline again. So we got a car stuck at 5, we got a car stuck down at turn 2, and we got a car in the pit lane. And it looks like we're into the final stages of this one. No, it wasn't Steve Venter, beg your pardon, it's Keegan Ward. The second orange car out there. Keegan Ward is now stalled at the top. And it looks like he's got some problems of his own. Another lap completed, 38 special, making its way down into turn number 1. Michael Koenig. And a bit of pressure there from Tony Beecher. Beecher trying to find a way through. There comes Venter, just behind them. Good move there from the inside of Steve Venter as he gets on the inside of the 38. and 28 special battle. Oh, look at Andrew Horn. Wow. Leader making his way through the field rapidly, and now in amongst some of the back markers. We're going to try and stay out of harm's way. There is the Horn Dog. He comes up on the inside of Michael Koenig. Shouldn't too much of an issue for him to get through on him. Steve Fentel, see him coming, looking in the background. Here's the battle for second. Oh, and it's still raging here for second place. Great driving from Ben van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen keeping it all together now to keep out AJ Koenig. AJ double waved yellows, can't overtake there, so no overtaking allowed because of the stricken car on the left-hand side of Ward. Still in the car there by the looks of things is Keegan Ward, but the battle now on for second place. Possibly a couple of corners and a lap to go, I would say. Have we got a red flag? I was about to say, yeah, red flag has been called. And eventually the COC's made the call to say, listen, those two cars are in harm's way. Red flag means that we will go one lap back for the results if we have to. And that wouldn't change things up too dramatically, though, because there wasn't really any changes in that field over the last lap or so, despite the two cars that are stricken, one at 5 and one at 2. Looks like the marshals were able to get Des Hillary's car out of harm's way. They pulled it just off the circuit. Cars are going to make their way back onto the grid, but I think they may have done enough for them to declare this race complete the race. They need to complete 75% of the race, and I would say 6 of 8 would be enough. And if that's the case, yeah, a couple of cars rolling in the pit lane, they know. Andrew Horn has taken the victory. Ben van der Westhuizen in second and Alan Koenig in third. As you see, Dave Ledbetter making his way across the circuit there to go and get some still shots of all the action out on track. Mike Ward was fourth. Paul Richardson was fifth place ahead of Shannon Winterstein, up in seventh ahead of Lydiard. Alan Grant and Roy Douglas your top 10. Winterstein just outside the top 10 with Richard Baker and Michael Koenig behind him. Next up, it is Marlboro Crane Hire, pre-66 and 68 Little Giants as they make their way out to the circuit. Some of them needing a little bit. Alan Poulter was quickest yesterday. He, of course, is in the Ford Corse Air, part of the Tom Camphor Volvo team. Oh, that little Anglia has got problems. It hasn't actually bump started, and looks like a bit of an issue there. I think that could be 50W. It's Ted Young. Yeah, it is. Ted Young on the inside there, and unfortunately hasn't got going like he should have. 143 Brian Late in the MGB GT at the back. Maybe the last car to start, other than the one who's stricken on the sideline on the Exeter pit lane. 277 Gary Stacey, definitely in with a chance of fighting for honours here with Terence Boertes, Gary Stacey, Carl Brunk, the sideways there from Brunk, Ben van der Westhuizen, who's literally just climbed out of his single-seater and straight into what he'll be piloting in that Lotus Cortina. Mike Ward doing the same thing, climbing into a Morris Minor. Two of our single-seater drivers with back-to-back duties here. And as they come down behind the pace car there, the official pace car, of course, of Swartkops Raceway, coming from Pretoria North Toyota. 86 is going to take them around to get them ready to go for the first heat of the Marlboro Crane Hire Little Giants. 2 laps behind the safety car just to get some heat into the rubber. We've got Poulter and Boertes, the first 2 cars there. Poulter in the Ford Corsair. Out of him it is Terence Boertes, Nicholas Christofides in the Alpha Junior, and Gary Stacey, the second row of the grid. Then it's Carl Brink and Ben van der Westhuizen just behind them. Robin Clark, I should say, and John Tendershate. Number 21 car there, of course, is the Protea. Let's see that car in action again. Behind them, it's Eddie Boertes lining up with the Alpha GTV of Tim Crossland. Behind that, Ishmael Beloy and Brian Fraser, who will be sharing with Chris Williams today, as they always do in the Ford Cortina. Jake Dovey in the Austin Healey Sprite. Andre de Kock in the first of the GSM darts. He is alongside Brian Rowlings in his Ford Anglia. There is de Kock, there's Rowlings. That's Mike Ward in the Morris Minor. That's a nice car to see. First time we've seen that in action. Been working hard on that with the Time Art sponsorship, of course, on his car. And then behind that, it's Noddy. Chad Tendershate in the Noddy Mobile. That's an Austin Metropolitan. Hendrik van Zyl in a Ford Anglia. And, of course, the MGB GT of Brian Late. And they come through now, line astern, side by side, ready to rock and roll for the first heat of the day for Marlboro Crane Hire, pre-66 and 68 Little Giants. Midfield of cars. The spread there is, just running through the dates there, 1960s upwards. In fact, 59. Austin Metropolitan and Morris Minor, the two oldest cars in this field. And they run up to about 1969, 1970 with that GTV of Tim Crossland's. Well, looks like at the back, just getting going again. Here's Ted Young in the Ford Anglia. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to slot into his position in the grid. He might have to start from the back now, having to come through that field. Let's see if he does make his way through, or is he going to just slot in at the back of the field. I think that would probably be the best bet if he does that and stays at the back. As they come down the hill now, you can see the revs starting to pick up ever so slightly. Toyota 86 moves out of harm's way, and the lights are off, which means it's now up to Alan Poulter to dictate the pace off the line. Alongside him, Burtis. Behind him is Christofides and Gary Stacey. And yes, indeed, at the back, Hendrik van Zyl. A couple of other cars just in the background there as well that I don't have on my list of cars entered. So possibly some late entries here for the action that's going to happen for our first race of Little Giants. Lights are on, and we are racing down towards turn one as they go off. It's a good start coming out of Alan Poulter, but an incredible start coming from Terence Burtis. The broad-bent racing colours there on that Mini already under attack from Christofides. And here comes 111. Oh, look how late he is into turn two. Wow, Carl Brink was super late in the British Racing Green Cooper, and he got up the inside on that late braking manoeuvre and was able to make it stick. I don't know how he quite got through there, but he's moved himself up into third place just ahead of Burtis, the man who was ahead of him on the grid. What an amazing start there from Brink. Onto Christofides' tail, and looking to try and get through as quickly as possible and hopefully get away from this pack. Stacey behind that. Then you can see Ben van der Westhuizen. Mid-pack, it's Ishmael Beloy already under pressure from his stablemate there from Trans-Africa Racing. And then the fit racing car there coming through. Didn't quite have a fit start, but Ted Young now getting that car back up to fitness as it heads up towards the top of the hill for the first time in anger. Stacey around the outside. Brink is leading the battle out for the Minis. Oh, and in the background, a little bit of a slide there from the third Mini. Looks like a little bit out of shape there. And it looks like that could have been Eddie Burtis, who had to try and catch that one coming out of turn 5. Down onto the braking point now. Have a look at this as they come down the hill for the first time and onto the brakes. That was Eddie Burtis who was sideways, but he managed just to stay on track. He's ahead now, Brian Fraser and Chris Williams, as there's a move from Stacey. Cortina dives through and finds a way past on the Mini. Meets in the sandwich now between the broad-bent colours of Terence Burtis and the British Racing colours of Carl Brink. British Racing Green, of course, synonymous with that car. 33 also running new colours there for Jake Dovey. Last time we saw Jake Dovey on track, it was an all-blue Austin Healey. This time it's an all-white one, and lighting up and locking up the brakes into turn number 2. Dovey very lucky not to dive onto the inside and hit the Fraser car. Exceptionally lucky there from Jake that he didn't get into the side of that car and actually tag it. He gets going again, but he's lost a couple of positions in his attempt to try and find a way past on that Ford Cortina of Brian Fraser and Chris Williams. 21 is John Tendashate. He's looking to close things down now on Ben van der Westhuizen, just up the road from him. Tendashate and Fraser closing on the back end now of Brink. Carl Brink already lighting up the brakes on that car early on in late braking manoeuvre into turn 2. Now with a bit of pressure coming from the 142 of Ben van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen now looking for an early opportunity to get through there on Brink. Looks like Stacey's looking to do the same thing here to close down on the back end of Burtis. Keep an eye out just in the background as well for Crosland. Tim Crosland slowly but surely making his way behind and making his way to the front end. Robin Clark in the 50 car, that's the MGB. All of a sudden with some work to do now to get onto and to find a way past John Tendashate. So there's your leader disappearing at the front end. Alan Poulter with not really much competition out there with that Ford Corsair. Good battle for second. Burtis hangs on, only just ahead of Christofides. And Alfa Romeo GT Junior going so well And Nicholas Christofides certainly having a good fight and putting on a show here for all the crowd at the circuit, as well as on our live stream. Hope you're enjoying all of it so far. There we go. Stacey now coming into the mix. Can he possibly squeeze out that little mini? He's on the wrong side for turn 8, but if he's good enough, it doesn't have to be good enough. He went around the outside of him just on a little squirt down the hill. Great bit of driving there from Gary Stacey. He's found his way up into third place and ahead now of Lotus. Lotus has also been closed down rapidly. We'll have to keep an eye out on Ben van der Westhuizen, who's found his way past the first of the minis of his intentions, and the second one is now in his sights. He's through on Brink and he looks to find a way past on Lotus. Very, very tight stuff here between two Lotus Cortinas and the two minis. Fantastic race action so far. Leader is disappearing at the front. Poulter doing it all right. And he's got it all sorted out, as you can see, for how things have gone so far. That's Andre de Kock, the man from the Citizen Motoring. He's a long season campaigner in this category, in the Little Giants, particularly in that car of his, out of the Trans-Africa Racing stable, Peter de Toy's own stable. And the GSM Dart there having a bit of a fight with the second of the Alphas on track. Looks like he's having some fun there with Crosland as they come out. Ooh, out of shape there from Van der Westhuizen. Back end of the Cortina just stepped out ever so slightly. That's the gap between first and second. Second place starting to heat up now. Stacey has a look into turn 8. Is he close enough? No, not just yet. Christofides keeps him out. Oh, this is good racing as well as they come down there. Robin Clark onto the back end of Ten de Charte. John Ten de Charte slowly but surely feeling some pressure now from the MGB on his tail. Robin Clark, oh, out of shape. Venter on the sideline. That's a little bit of sideways for the Jetta GLS. It's an original Volkswagen Jetta as opposed to the Volkswagen Fox. It came out later in that model's or that version of Volkswagen's brand. Fight on here, big time. Lotus versus Mini. There's a Ford Cortina, Lotus Ford Cortinas and the Minis just behind that GT Junior Alpha. And Christofides has got huge pressure being applied on him. Two Lotus, or two Loti, and two Mini Coopers on his tail. Van der Westhuizen seems to be arguably the quicker of the three cars there, so I'm keeping an eye on his progress through this pack. He's certainly looking to pounce here and get through on the first of the minis. He has a look into turn number 8, G&H Transport Corner, and can he find a way past and put it Lotus Cortina behind the two? No, he hasn't been able to do it. Close, not quite there just yet. Back in turn 1. Triple 1 is Carl Brink. Interesting little thing about that car is where the wing mirrors are placed on Brink's Cooper. Sort of on that A-pillar of the car, as opposed to sort of where they'd normally be on most cars, and even on most modern day cars as well. Either side of the driver's door and passenger door. There you can see a close-up of it. Thanks for that, Daryl. But have a look at that little green Mini and where the wing mirrors are. Here's a move from Stacey, and he's on the inside of Christofides looking for a way through. Very close, but not just yet, but he's got better drive out of turn 4. Heading to the top of the hill, we may see a change up here for second. Gary Stacey got to be late on the brakes. Is he later than Christofides? He is. Can he make it stick though? He's going to run ever so slightly wide. Oh, Christofides out of shape. Christofides going defensive to keep the Mini out, but that means he lost that position and drops to third. So Alan Poulter is the leader in that Ford Corsair. Tom Camphor Volvo is his sponsor, because Vic Camphor should be out there with him. Unfortunately, the little 1200 Volvo that he normally pilots in Little Giants had a little bit of an issue yesterday. He didn't want to do too much damage to it, so he retired the car, and he'll be in action a bit later on in the other Volvo. But great to see that team in full flight. And usually it would be, of course, Poulter in a Volvo. He's built a new Ford Corsair and looks pretty tasty out there. 49 is Hendrik van Zyl. We saw he had some problems at the start. He had to come right from the back of the field, but he's now seems to be piloting the Harry Potter mobile around here relatively unscathed as he goes to the top of the hill. Back into the thick of it in the mid-pack races that are happening out here. Great to see this. It's always good to see, particularly here, the 21st edition. And Van Zyl, of course, fighting for honours there. This is also a battle of note, as we're seeing now Christofides falling into the clutches and possibly about to be overtaken by Lotus. And he does so. Lotus is good on the brakes. Christofides late on the brakes, runs wide, opens up the door. Oh, here comes Van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen pounces. He gets through and squeezes into what is now 4th place. Christofides losing out 2 positions in the space of 1 corner. 1 to 5 down the hill. 6th place still Carl Brink in the Mini. Christofides across the line. And looks like it's probably going to be about 2 to go. Or possibly last lap. No, last lap. Yeah, last lap. They've just started now. And into that final lap now. Mike Ward. Oh, white flag for Mike Ward in the Morris Minor. Looks like, unfortunately, his debut of this car hasn't quite gone according to plan, but if anybody can get that car sorted out, it'll be Ward. Him and Keegan will be diving onto that car and onto the single-seater to get them ready for race 2 later on, I'm sure. Sure, and there we go, back into the thick of it. Jake Dovey now on the back end of Andre de Kock. Trying to find a way through. Eddie Buertus just up the road from them. Buertus Senior and Buertus Junior fighting hard, of course. Oh, and a couple of back markers getting in the way there as well as they get to the top of the hill. Venta's back on track in the Volkswagen GLS Jetta, but that is Polter. The leader has lapped Venta and heads into Kenwood Corner, out of Kenwood and down the hill towards G&H for the last time. Lapping Mike Ward again. And it's a little bit closer than what he probably would have wanted, but I think he rolled out of it on the last couple of laps. Alan Polter will be your first winner for the Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66 and 68 Little Giants. He wins out over Gary Stacey, and Terence Buertus is hung on by the looks of it for 3rd place ahead of Van der Westhuizen. Fantastic race action there from our Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66, 68 Little Giants. And more battles expected with them later on in the day. Up next, it is the historic Racing Series, HRSA Racing. They'll be out on circuit any minute now for their first 10-lapper of the day. And until then, we're going to give you unofficial results, of course, of how things have wrapped up here after our first heat of Little Giants. Polter from Stacey, Buertus from Van der Westhuizen, Christofides and Carl Brink, your top 6. And then, of course, it was John Tendeshate and Robin Clark who came through for 7 and 8. Buertus and Crosland making up the top 10. That's what these drivers love, waving to a big crowd at motorsport. And there is a big crowd here. It's fantastic to have the crowd back again here at Zwartkops for the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival again here at Zwartkops. So we are up into the 4th race of the day. It's the HRSA Racing Series. We'll be back shortly with commentary. Up next, time to start things out for HRSA Racing. This is a big field. 36 cars about to go to battle. And a couple of cars doing dual duties, as you can see. Andre Van der Merwe is the fastest man out there at the moment. He's in the Porsche RSR. Richard Pott and Rudolf de Vos will be at the front, along with Johan Smith, Stuart Koenig, and Jannie van Rooyen. A lot of Siroccos out there. So it looks like Jannie van Rooyen's garage is empty at home, and there's a couple of Siroccos that are about to go to battle on track. There's about 6 or 7 Volkswagen Siroccos in this field. So forgive me if I get them wrong, but there are a couple that are slightly differently coloured as well. 111 will be easy to spot. That is the lead Sirocco of Jannie van Rooyen. Koenig behind him there in the white, red and black ones, or the white one with red and black stripes. Gavin London. A couple of Dazzle Datsuns out there. Look out for Morrison as well in the Ford Escort Mark II. Jackie Morrison, always a seasoned campaigner, but it's Porsches and rotary and big V8s at the front. Rotary power, of course, Johan Smith in the Mazda Capella, and it's Porsche, Mark 1 1200 GX Datsun 240Z, Mark 1 Escort GX Coupe Porsche, Sirocco. Just going through some of the makes and marks that are out there. We'll get into the names as they come through for their second warm-up lap. Gavin London, of course, a man who's always at the helm of his fight for honours in these classes. There's classes B, C, D, E, F and G fighting here in the historic racing series of South Africa. Pro Auto Rubber also on the side there of Jannie van Rooyen's car this time out. Nice to see them supporting the man who, of course, has given probably all these Siroccos a chance to be out on track. The Liqui Porsche behind him. Looking forward to a big battle there with George Abakamides, I'm sure, is Jannie van Rooyen. SV Tech man there is Tony London in the Datsun 1200 GX Coupe. This is a nice field of cars out there. Pro Auto Rubber, of course, also sponsoring a couple of the cars in this category. If I make my way down there, you'll pick up on Andre Danhauser halfway through the pack. It's F75. There he is. Yellow car, just behind Cola de Klerk's 300 ZX. Outside of them will be 25 Alan Poulter. Oh, problems. The Porsche on the sideline here. That's Tiaan van Rooyen. Actually saw Tiaan van Rooyen get out of shape yesterday in one of the practice sessions. I was on TikTok live and got to see him loop it out at turn 8. Looks like he's got a bit of an issue there on that Porsche. So 36 cars about to go and fight it out. That is down at turn 2. And they may just have to get him out of harm's way, and that's exactly what they're doing. The Shield Ford Escort is George Smallberger. Fighting for Class F. Looks like they've kept the safety car out for one more lap. And that's potentially because that car is stricken in turn 2 and they want to just get it cleared. So they may have to do one more lap under safety car. Van der Merwe is the man to catch at the front end. He qualified on a 1:08.5, about a second quicker than anybody else, or half a second quicker than Richard Pott, who's the second Porsche right on his tail. RSR Porsches 1 and 2. It's the little Chev Can-Am of Rudolf de Vos and the Mazda Capella of Johan Smith that make up the second row. Historic Racing of South Africa. There you can see the logo on the top right hand side of your screens. If you want to get involved with those guys, they've got a website, historicracing.co.za, and you could be part and parcel of this big field of 36 cars if that's where you want to go racing, or you might have a little car in your own stable at home that you'd like to put onto track. We'd love to have it. If you've just joined us for the first time, it's the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival here at Swartkops. A big welcome to Francis Cousins and Tiny. Amanda Kutsia down there doing dual duties, watching us on the live stream, but also doing some duties as one of our MSA stewards today. Good to have her here. Thanks for that, Amanda. And of course, Von Krauser's here as well. Thanks, buddy. How you doing? If you want a nice array of cars, there's not much better than this field. Kind of every single make and mark out there is covered, including Doc Bentassis' 240Z at the back. So behind that Mazda Capella, you've got two very fast Volkswagen Siroccos, another Porsche RSR, and it's kind of Porsches and Siroccos at the front end, other than the two slightly different cars there, of course the Mazda Capella and the Chevy Can-Am. Then we kind of go back into a Escort versus Datsun GX Coupe battle for the mid-pack, but we're under starters orders now. Van der Merwe will set the pace. Pot will come alongside him. They line up now, and as the lights go out, we go under yellows down into turn 1 just because of the size of the field. I want to try and get these cars through without too much damage. Good start there from a Vacamides around the outside in the Liqui Moly Porsche. He's got early intentions there from Andre Tenapel. Tenapel is the white Sirocco with the red and black stripes on it. Koenig and Van Rooyen are side by side in the two yellow ones. London also going side by side there with René van Rensburg. Kevin London, the 1200 GX and the Ford Escort Mark 1. Van Rensburg as they go into turn 4. It's Yanni van Rooyen versus Koenig. Behind them is the 59 Porsche of Hermann Klucher. Slightly different colors on that car this year. As they head to the top of the hill, already pressure being put onto Andre van der Merwe, and it's coming from the little Chev. Rudolf de Vos starting to put the pressure on early on to find a way through there on the Porsche. He's got through on 1, and he wants through on the lead car. Still not quite a full dry line all the way around this track, but de Vos doesn't worry about that. He moves Sylvia up onto the inside and sneaks through to the lead. So after one lap, he's gone from third up to first. De Vos, Pot and Van der Merwe all fighting for Class B. Smith, Koenig and Van Rooyen fighting for Class C. Honours just behind them. Then it's the fight for Class D, which is led out by Vacamides. Not too far behind that is this fight. 241 is Sophus Bentassis. As he heads into turn 2 just ahead of London. 56 on the tail there, pushing hard is Jackie Morrison. Morrison almost ready to have a dive there, but didn't quite make it stick. Ran a little bit wide coming out of turn 2. Now tries to come back and into the slipstream of Gavin London. Looks like Tony London just behind that, so the meat in the sandwich between the two London boys there is that GX Coupe. And you've got Rian Roux. He's fighting his own little fight out here with the fourth of the Siroccos, the Jägermeister coloured man. And if I'm not mistaken, that Jägermeister Sirocco is Dave Layson. So onto the braking point for that 240Z. And running wide is Morrison. Morrison just getting everything out of that car, using every inch of the track he can. Try and get through there on Gavin London. London goes defensive. Top two have gone through. Third place is still the fight on there between Pot and Johan Smith. Yanni van Rooyen ahead of Vacamides. Former Motorsport South Africa chairman there as he heads down onto the braking point into turn 2. Followed closely there by the 111 car. In fact, it's actually Stuart Koenig ahead. I beg your pardon. It is Koenig who's ahead. They're very similarly liveried cars there, the two Volkswagen Siroccos, but it's actually Stuart Koenig who is ahead now there onto the back straight of Vacamides. You know, just, well, one way you can tell the difference between the two of them is Koenig's got black wing mirrors, and it looks like Yanni van Rooyen has got the old silver or chromed out wing mirrors on his car. Big move here from the 53 car to keep out of Vacamides. His intentions are surely set, but he's going to hope for a little bit of help here from Yanni van Rooyen. Keep the intentions and opportunities at bay as he has to watch the rearview mirrors and keep out the teammate as they come down onto the braking point again for G&H Transport Corner. This is a 10-lapper, of course, slightly longer race than what we've seen so far today. And the two Siroccos hounding and hassling that Porsche RSR. Could be 3 if we could just get Tenapel up there. And then 59 is Hermann Klucher in the Brumos Porsche as he heads towards turn 2. He has got, is that, yes. Looks like Rene Janssen van Rensburg has moved up ahead now. Got away from this fight. London late on the brakes. Nearly went up the back end there of Fantastis. Fantastis saw him coming, had to run wide, trying to avoid contact between the two cars. 240Z versus Datsun GX Coupe versus Ford Escort Mark 2, I beg your pardon. They have Jackie Morrison. And that's the GX Coupe of Tony London. And then from the Porsche side of things, coming through is Stefan Pushkevez. Fred Koenig in the Jägermeister. That's the fifth of those Siroccos, and he's there with Rian Roux. 922 going through turn 1, going a little bit further back in the field. That is, of course, Hendrik Norton in his 924 Porsche. He's just been caught and passed by the leaders. So that's how quick they've been able to get through this field. I'm not quite sure how many laps they've completed because the timing monitor has just frozen on me again. I'll just refresh it quickly. I think it's 4 laps, yeah. 4 laps of the 10. And they've caught and passed some of the first back markers. 1, 2, 3, and 4 are through there on that 924. And there's a move. A great move from the 72. And Richard Pott finding a way back ahead now of Smith. Johan Smith with the JMS Racing Mazda Capella. He's chatting to me only a couple of weekends ago about how much work they've done on this car and how much better it's going. And he wants to be in the fight there with the Porsches. He certainly is. Oh, what a move! Diving through and putting the nose in there, forcing Pott wide, and retakes the position he only lost a couple of corners ago. So as I was saying, Smith is certainly fired up with a slightly quicker car underneath him. He's played around with the capabilities of that rotary powered Mazda and is now fighting hard with these all-conquering Porsches, which are normal and the usual contenders at the front end of this field. More back markers being caught. Peter Ross about to be caught and passed here by the leaders. This is George Smallberger fighting with Layson. Tegan and Dave Layson sharing that car as they go through. The Shield Ford Escort Mark 1 is George Smallberger. Coming up onto the back end, if I'm not mistaken, of Willem Fonk in that Mark 2 Escort. And he's fighting with the Alpha GTV. And that would be John Simpson. So we've got an Alpha. Here is a fight on here between Dan Hauser. Dan Hauser in the thick of it there, I think with Stewie Armstrong. So battles raging all the way through here as the leader catches onto these battles. Now they're going to have to be worried about this because this is when things could go a little bit out of shape. Blue flags waving for the slower cars to warn them that the quicker car is coming through. Telling them that there are some fast cars about to come up onto their tail pieces. Looks like Koenig has got through there on Roux. Sirocco battle makes its way to turn 5. These guys coming out of turn 2. Smallberger losing out slightly there to the GTV and losing ground there to Dave and the Sirocco. Second place still Funamava. He was the pole man. So now as he heads onto that back straightaway, oh, good move. Diving through and returning the favour again is Pott on Smith. Smith and Pott fighting hard. Here comes Funamava into back markers. Late on the brakes onto Fonk. Fonk also with some pressure being applied there from the Alpha. 44 of, as they come through there, see just how tight it is, but go back to the front end. And some more back markers to negotiate for the little Chev. Rudolph de Vos controlling things from the front end and actually using the back markers to his advantage. There's Dan Hauser in the Pro Auto Rubber machine. Dan Hauser in that Toyota Coupe. SR5 Coupe. It's a 1975 model. Oh, big touch! Pott and Smith coming together out of turn 2. Not a big touch, that was a huge nudge coming from the Mazda, forcing Pott off the track. Oh, he doesn't look happy. Richard Pott gets going again, but he won't be happy about that. There was definitely some unnecessary contact potentially coming out of Johan Smith and the Mazda Capella. Dan Hauser diving on the inside, looking for a way to maybe change things up here between himself and the 20 car of Stuart Armstrong. Retro Racing Ford Escort and the Toyota 240Z on the inside, diving through. Coming on to the final lap now. They're about to start the final lap, I think, if I'm not mistaken, or possibly 2 to go. As I said, unfortunately, no, it's 2 to go. 2 to go for them still here as they come through. But the Can-Am is doing it all right. He's in the thick of it here, big time. Back markers and traffic is the name of the game from here on out. And for the last 2 laps, it's been DeVos just powering through this traffic, using the additional power of that V8 to get through on the slightly slower cars. Take nothing away from any of those cars. They're all in their own little battles. They're out on track. And HRSA putting on a great show here, that is for sure. That was nice to see. The 240Z being waved through there of Everton Rossatides. New driver out there, that's why he's got the rookie tape on the back of the car. Cola de Klerk about to be caught by him. Oh, nasty maneuver there from Andre van der Merwe, forcing a couple of back markers wide as he has to try and close down on this man. He's got so many cars to negotiate before he can do that. He now comes down onto the brakes, tries to stay out of the battle, but of course the blue flags will be waving, warning those slower cars that he's coming. Here once again is the blue flags telling those guys that he's coming through. The leader is the little Chev of Rudolf DeVos, and he is on his final lap. They're doing it all right, getting through on the Porsches early on, and then using the traffic to his advantage. There's no doubt about it. He was just able to get through the traffic so much easier than any of the Porsches behind him. And of course the one Porsche having a bit of a fight there with Johan Smith, ending up in the kitty litter. To the top of the hill they go one more time for the last time here in race 1. Maybe won't push too hard to get through on the back markers just ahead of him, realizing that he's on the final lap and he doesn't want to throw anything away now after all the hard work he's done all race long. He's going to leave Fred Koenig and Rian Roux to sort themselves out. As the flag comes out, it's the little Chev that's all dominant, just ahead there of Andre van der Merwe, our pole man in the Evapco Porsche. He finished up in 2nd place. Up to the top of the hill, still some battles to sort out, as you can see. And, spectators are loving being back at the circuit, there's no doubt about it. Race 1 win for HRSA, Historic Racing South Africa. And it's Rudolf DeVos in the little Chev Can-Am that takes the victory. Moving on for Historic Racing SA into the Marlboro Crane Hire Pre-66 Legends of the 9 Hour. The big bangers are about to make their way onto the track for the very first time. We'll be back shortly with more action here on the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. No, they're so late on that clock. Yeah. DJ timing, camera guys. It's the ring. You know what he's going to do. Legends. How good is that sight? Spectators back at South African Motorsport, something we've been dying to have for a long, long time. A massive welcome to all of them back here at the arena of motorsport at Swartkops. If you have just joined us from our live stream point of view, which Diane King, Clark King's mom, and Clark I'm sure is there too. So has Bruce Duntu, and Brendan Kelly has joined us as well. Win for the Eastern Cape, he says there for Rudolph the Force. Yes, it is. Always got to throw that in, hey? Always got to throw that in. Hey? Represent the hood. Rep your hood. That's what Brendan Kelly's doing. Welcome, Brent. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. I know the people on the sideline have. Parked alongside there by the Universal Motorsport Camp. Up on the bankings at turn 4, at turn 2. Down the back straightaway as well. A couple of guys camped here overnight. They must have had a bit of a tough time of it because it rained hectically last night here at Swartkops. But stand by now for Marlboro Crane Hire's edition of how things go. That bright orange helmet, of course, is Michiel Campagna, one of our international competitors who's made his way from the European shores to come and join us here, as always, and as normal for the Passion for Speed Festival. However, though, not all of our international friends were able to make it out, and we now look forward to seeing what they're going to do out there. He, of course, is in the Black Widow. He'll be fighting hard there with the front end of this field. And there are some very competitive cars, as well as some under 2 litres. And the under 2 litre class is going to be just as exciting. Mark Miller, the car we just saw in shot right now, of course, is one of the under 2 litres. Will be fighting hard with Carl Pienaar, Roger Houston, and our good friend Vic Camphor from the Tom Camphor Volvo stable for under 2 litre honours. Morning, Luke. Thanks for joining us, Pat. Hope you've enjoyed all the action that you've seen so far. It is one of the big races of the day. This always tends to be a highlight of the race day, especially when you've got the under 2 litres in the mix together with these big bangers at the front. Michiel Campagna from the Netherlands. He's in the Black Widow. But as you go through this field, there's sideways action coming out of the Barracuda. And there's a couple of those out there. Let's have a look at how they line up. You can see Mark van Rooyen there in the Sunbeam Tiger. That's now a V8 powered Tiger. Great to have him back in the mix there. A man I've fought with myself on a few occasions. RH Construction Sunbeam Tiger. Henny Groenewald and Mark de Toy are on the front row. Ford Comet and Ford Fairlane Thunderbird. Lee Thompson in the big block of flats Ford Galaxy, ahead of Martin Bailefeld in a Chev Camaro. Stefan Creel in the Studebaker Lark. We've got Jeroen van Heerwil in a Ford Mustang. Jeff Kruger in the Plymouth Barracuda. Jonathan de Toy will be out there in the Chevy Nova, also known as the Chevy 2 here in South Africa. It's the red and white car coming down the hill now, just behind Kruger in the yellow car. Supervan is out there. Sarah van der Merwe for Trans-Africa Racing in the Chevelle. And Henny Groenewald is there just alongside him, coming from the back end of the field. So it looks like they've mixed up the field compared to what they qualified on. It's usually what they do here for this day. And just behind that, Mark van Rooyen in the Sunbeam Tiger. Behind him is the Ford Capri Piranha of Dirk Venter, coming out of the Peter Lindenberg Racing Stable. Have they given Mark du Toit the... Yes, they have. Mark du Toit, the birthday boy, has given the honours of pole position. I wonder how that worked out, eh? I'd like to see the calculations that got that right. But du Toit is going to be having a huge fight on his hands with this big field of V8s behind him. As I mentioned, behind that, you've got Venter. Behind Venter, you have got Paige Lindenberg. She's in the Ford Fairlane. Alan Poulter in a Volvo 122S will be alongside her. That's the grey Volvo just on the left-hand side of your shot, with Michiel Campagna in the Black Widow behind them. That's the 57 Chevy. Mark Miller leads out the under 2 litres. He has got Carl Pino alongside him there in the Ford Lotus Cortina. Behind them will be Roger Houston, Vic Camphor. There he is in the Tom Camphor Volvo. Good to see Stuart Gregg out there in the Mini Cooper. John Simpson will be there too. Armand Adrians from the Netherlands is in the 240Z. Jonathan Needham, Robin Creel, Dion Schwabski, and Harman van Putten, also one of our international guests here this weekend in this big field. 25 cars about to go to battle. Mark du Toit is the man who will lead them out with... Is that Lee Thompson alongside him? Yes, it is. So Thompson versus du Toit. But I think it's double wave yellows into turn 1 and 2. So they'll hold line astern until they come out of turn 2, and then it's every man and lady for themselves out there. Lee Thompson for Universal Motorsport, and of course the man who looks after the stable just on the left-hand side of the top of the hill. Lights are off, and we're racing. Here we go, down towards turn 1, and they are in the thick of it. Here comes Henny Groenewald. Groenewald already diving through on the inside of turn 1 as they went down into turn 1. He just squeezed out Supervan, and he's made his way up to about 5th place. Lee Thompson applying pressure already, and a little tap on the back end of Mark du Toit, the birthday boy. Getting a little welcome to the racing. Jeff Kruger's already in the mix as well. He goes on the outside in the Barracuda. We've seen some big action with that Barracuda in the past. The Camaro dives through as well. Just squeezing through there and bringing Henny Groenewald into the mix, along with Stefan Kriel. Stefan Kriel now looking for a chance to pounce, but it's big action between 1 and 2 and 2 and 3 as they go into turn 4. Kruger around the outside, Kriel on his inside. Here comes Henny G, already starting to sweetly move his way through. Up into 3rd place on the brakes in the Comet. That Ford Mercury Comet is pushing hard, but Martin Bailefeld is trying to keep him out. Lee Thompson runs wide, under braking in the Galaxy. That big block of flats now being shown the way through there from Jeff Kruger's point of view. His own stablemate from Universal Motorsport just squeezes him out. Look at Groenewald though. He's looking for a way through on Bailefeld. Can he find a way past now? Down on the brakes into turn number 8. Very late on the brakes there from the Eastern Tennessee Motor Company machine. And he comes through there. You can see running those colors that they used to run in NASCAR. And just can't get through on the Camaro. Great start there from Creel. Good start from Van as well. Super Van coming through there just ahead of Jonathan du Toit. Trying to close the gap down now on Lee Thompson in the Galaxy. Du Toit's around the outside into turn 2. That Chevelle comes through there, absolutely squeezing out the Smoky Unique car. A little bit of interesting information on that car, of course, is that it was never ever run to the true spec of what NASCAR allowed in the day. We've got a hand up from Mark du Toit. Is there a possibility of a red flag? I think there might be. Something's gone wrong out on track, and there's a red flag, possibly up at turn 5. So Michiel Campagna comes through there. He'll see that red flag out as well. But the flag is definitely out, and that's a bit of a pity. I saw Mark du Toit put his hand out the windscreen. 175 is Harman van Putten in his Ford Mustang. That's one damaged front end of a Chevy, and that 57 Chevy Bel Air. That is Michiel Campagna in the Black Widow. Looks like he might be one of the protagonists in the incident. He's got damage on the front right. We're now looking for a car that's probably got a bit of damage on the back end of his car. Is it the Ford Capri Piranha? It might be. That is Dirk Venter from Road to Race and Lindenberg Racing. Fortunately, driver okay. As you can see, looks like the front left of that car has got some damage over the wheel arch. Time for a bit of duty there from Romeo 2, from what is now Kyalami / Swartkops / Red Star Raceway marshals all combined. The Black Widow continues to circulate, so I think, it could possibly have been the protagonist there in that little incident. We didn't get it on camera, but we probably got it on our recording, and maybe we'll be able to bring that to you on the TV production later on. Remember, we've got a live stream today, but we've got a TV production going out on Ignition in about 2 weeks' time as well, of all the race action here from the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. Looks like they might have to reshuffle the grid here as well before they get them back on track. Mark Tatoy is trying to stay out of harm's way. I'm just trying to see, is that Henny Groenewald behind Lee Thompson? It is. No, he's just on the left-hand side. He's actually behind Mark Tatoy. Couldn't see him behind Tatoy's car, but there you can see the Mercury Ford Comet. So it looks like the Black Widow could possibly have been the cause of the incident, coming together there with Dirk Venter. Everybody has now come back onto the grid for a possible restart. If I've got timing, I think we completed 2 laps, Paulie. Just confirm with me there. I think it's 2 laps that were completed, but they'd have to probably do a full restart for these guys. I hear you. It's reset on my side too. Maybe a little bit of timing issues there, but we will try and keep you up to date with our timing as well as what's happening on track for the Passion for Speed Festival. See a little bit of a cool breeze blowing across the circuit. No motorcycles racing this weekend, unfortunately, but definitely that would be a factor that they'd have to take into account. Maybe the single-seaters would have to take that into account as well. Just waiting for, of course, official confirmation as to what's going to be happening here for the restart. Looks like Henny the Flag about to go and set them off and get them underway again. Hopefully they've got all those cars out of harm's way and we can go racing again. Be a lap under the safety car at least. There you go. Toyota 86 makes its way down towards turn 1 with the rest of the pack going to start to slot themselves back into, I think, into their original grid positions is probably how they'll go. Yes, that's why Lee Thompson moved up. Looks like Mark Tatoy is stuck on the grid though. Lee Thompson's got going. Tatoy can't get the car going. Henny Groenewald moves around him. The birthday boy, unfortunately, looks like have some problems on the 207. That is the Ford Fairlane Thunderbird. And behind that is that Jeff Kruger with some problems too. Kruger's got his hand up as well in the Plymouth Barracuda. 60 is Stefan Kriel. And 2 cars stuck on the grid now. Hopefully they'll get them going. Mark van Rooyen comes down there in the RH Construction Sunbeam Tiger alongside Vic Kampfer. Nice fight between the two of them just behind the Ford Fairlane of Paige Lindenberg. Oh, trying to get the cars going. As the toy got going, it looks like he might have. Kruger battling to get the Barracuda going. A little bit of outside assistance to bump it. Not always easy to bump start a V8, I suppose, but if they can get them going, at least they can get back into the thick of it. A little bit of damage on the front end and a couple of things starting to fall off the undercarriage of that car as well for the Black Widow. The toy just rolling down slowly into turn. He's got it going. Here we go. The toy gets going. So eventually bump starts the Ford and gets it on its merry way. Oh, problems on the sideline as well now. Is that the Ford Escort out of Road to Race? It is, by the looks of things. Just picking up on that car. It's not what we wanted there for sure. It'll be one more lap, I think, possibly under safety car. Are they going to give Mark du Toit a chance to close in on them? That's maybe why they've slowed them up. Du Toit rolling around to get to the front end. He's pushing hard. Took a while to get that fair lane fired up, but once it got fired up, it's now absolutely hauling to try and get onto the back end of the field here. Let's watch them roll through onto the back straightaway. Jeroen van Hevel there in the Ford Mustang. Change of surface flag. So it looks like into turn 4. Change of surface being shown. Jonathan du Toit watching the rearview mirrors. I think he's looking to see if he can spot that Hulk-coloured green Ford Fairlane Thunderbird of his brother. Looking to make its way back through. It looks like the Bel Air wants to get up there too. So the Black Widow and the Thunderbird trying to make its way through the field to where they should be on the grid. Jeroen van Hevel, one of our international Dutch competitors. He's had a great time so far in South Africa, and great to have him here. He's side by side as they start this with Stefan Kriel in that Studebaker Lark. Thompson will set the pace though. E. Thompson for Trans-Africa Racing this weekend in the Ford Galaxy. Usually pilots and heads up the attentions and intentions of Universal Motorsport. As the lights go out, Lee Thompson gets the drop and he leads out over Martin Bielefeld in the Chevy Camaro. Behind that is the 60 Studebaker Lark, 1961 Studebaker Lark there of Stefan Kriel. So Lee Thompson's kind of been gifted the front end of this field. I'm also trying to spot where Henny Groenewold's got to. Henny G seems to have gone missing on track somewhere as well. There he is. Okay, he's just behind there, but not firing like he was earlier on. The start from Henny Groenewold on the first start was incredible. He was already into second place by the time they came to turn 4. He's now down in about 7th place. There he comes. Starting to slide through there with Cyril van der Merwe on his tail. Just ahead of him is Jonathan du Toit, that car there. The 65 Chevy Nova of du Toit, side by side now with Jeff Kruger as they go up past Kruger's normal stable of racing. This weekend, part of the Trans-Africa stable, and of course he's now there with his teammate Jonathan du Toit. But he's got Henny Groenewold all over the back of him. Groenewold had a bit of a slow start. Oh, and Thompson is sideways! Lee Thompson, 360 degrees. Did he keep it going? He does. Oh, brilliant! And he lights up those big tires. Man alive. Thompson is out of shape again. Oh, this is going to get ugly. Lee Thompson very lucky just to squeeze through there. Something's gone wrong on the car. And Thompson is now onto the grass and slowly but surely making his way out of harm's way. Something went wrong there on the Galaxy. The block of flats was sideways coming out of turn 6. He tried to catch it after a full 360 degree turn. As he got on the loud pedal, it looks like the throttle might have stuck open. And that's why he came off it completely and got out of harm's way. Let's have a look at that in a quick replay. There is Thompson sideways. Very lucky to be avoided there by Martin Bielefeld in the Camaro. And as you can see, he catches it nicely. As they come through, he climbs on the loud pedal. Look at the back tires lighting up. I think it's Jonathan du Toit he just avoids as he gets it lit up again. Du Toit sees him coming. He just misses the back end of Du Toit. Kruger was so late on the brakes to miss the back end of that block of flats. And that's how it ended up. Kruger now with Groenewold on his tail. Oh, that's good stuff. I told you you're going to be entertained here with the Legends of the 9 Hour. So as they come down, battle for the lead now is Martin Bielefeld and Stefan Kriel. The two Chevys are getting it out of shape. Brilliant stuff. Watch out for Henny Groenewold and his intentions to get through there on Jonathan du Toit. Jeff Kruger fighting hard now with one of our international competitors there, Jeroen van Hevel. And he's having some fun in his Mustang, there's no doubt about it. So we got Chevy Nova versus Mercury Comet. At the front end, it's Camaro versus Studebaker. And Groenewold is late on the brakes. Van Rooyen's out of shape now. Oh, Mark van Rooyen just getting out of shape there as we saw a big dive from Henny Groenewald, and he's made it stick. He's through on Jonathan du Toit. Yeah, there's action everywhere. Wherever you look on track, we are having huge amounts of fun and action here in this Legends of the 9 Hour and under 2 litre class combined. So ZAs make their way up to the top. That is Class A in the Legends of the 9 Hour. And it is Martin Bielefeld leading things out there over Kriel, Groenewald and du Toit. Groenewald is slowly but surely starting to close in on those two Chevys. And the Chevy and the Studebaker up the road. We've got Chevy 1 and 4. We've got a Studebaker and a Ford Mercury Comet in 2 and 3. It is the Plymouth Barracuda now ahead of that Mustang. Looks like the window on the right hand side might have come out ever so slightly on the 15 car there of Jeroen van der Heevel. Behind that, du Toit is up into 6th. So Mark du Toit, the birthday boy, is up in a 6th place. Quite an awesome day there for Peter du Toit, the man who put this entire series together. Let's go back into the under 2 litres. Mark Miller is in 2nd place. It looks like up the road from him, it's Karel Pienaar who's disappearing there. Vic Camphor in 3rd place with a bit of pressure being shown there by the 251 of Roger Houston. A drive here from Vic Camphor. As I said, he was supposed to be doing dual duties today and had his slightly smaller Volvo in the fight. Here is Henny Groenewald getting to the fight for the front. Groenewald diving on the inside. And Stefan Kriel trying to keep him out, but that lock has got no answer. The Mercury Comet dives through into 2nd place. Oh, Sorrel van der Merwe pulling into pit lane. Super van out of race number 1. Stefan Kriel now fighting hard to keep out Jonathan du Toit. Still Chevys 1 and 4, but this time it's the Ford Mercury in 2nd and the Studebaker Lark in 3rd. Late braking from Groenewald. Watch the different line from Henny Groenewald as well. He's going to try and get the inside line on the drive out. He's got that inside line and he's almost side by side there. As they come through turn 2 into 3, they are side by side. And I think there's a possibility that Groenewald might have a slightly better line. Yes. Oh, the Camaro runs onto the dirt. Where are you going, Martin Bielefeld? The pressure from Henny Groenewald, multiple SA saloon car champion. And there was no answer there from Martin Bielefeld. He made a big mistake. Could possibly have cost him a little bit of the drive there. Here comes du Toit. Du Toit on Kriel. Is he good enough on the brakes into turn 5? It could be. He has a big look into turn 5. Kriel now tries to defend, but he can't go anywhere. Du Toit squeezes him out and gets through into 3rd. He's got Bielefeld up the road now, looking for an opportunity to get through there on Bielefeld as we see one of the cars retiring there. That might have been Armand Adrians. Coming onto the brakes now as they come down. We'll try and pick up on how many laps we got to go from the lap monitor as they come through here at G&H Transport Corner. Looks like 3 to go. 3 laps to go there for these guys, and it's not done yet. If you've just joined us on our live stream, a big welcome to arguably some of the best racing we're going to see here all day. It is the Marlboro Crane Hire Legends of the 9 Hour production cars and under 2 litres combined. And it is Martin Bielefeld trying to get sideways to avoid everything that Jonathan du Toit is throwing at him to find a way past. Paige Lindenberg fighting hard there with Polter. That's the Black Widow. Damage on the front end there. Michiel Campagna coming together earlier on in the race. We had to have a restart because of that. That is the leader of under 2 litres. The SV Tech car of Karel Pienaar disappearing at the front end. And opening up a big margin there over Mark Miller and Vic Camphor. Battle for 2nd place is between the Volvo and Mark Miller in the Alpha. And this Ford Cortina is just disappearing at the front of under 2 litres. ZB's still fighting hard out there as well. Looks like Paige Lindenberg leads things out in the ZB category. She's just ahead there of Alan Polter. Under 2 litre class there, easily done by Karel Pienaar so far. He has got a massive margin over 2nd place. And the 2nd place fight about to come into shot there. White flag on track. There's a slower car there. Car slowing down, or possibly an official's car on circuit. We'll keep an eye out for that. It is the slowing car of Henny Groenewald. Oh no! Henny G's out. Henny G with some problems. He has a big dive here from Polter on Paige Lindenberg. Alan Poulter diving through, finding a great bit of maneuvering to get through there on Paige Lindenberg and makes it stick. So the fight for the lead now is between the two Chevys. Chev Camaro, Chev Nova, and Studebaker Lark, top three in ZA. Jeff Kruger in fourth place, just in the background there in the Plymouth Barracuda. Up to the top of the hill now. Can Jonathan DeToy do anything about Bielefeld in the Chevy Camaro? Martin Bielefeld trying to keep out everybody else now. He's fended off almost everybody else on track. The only one he has to worry about now for the next lap or so is going to be Jonathan DeToy. That Chevy Nova looks dangerous though. Here comes DeToy. Is he good enough? He's having a look into turn 8. Wasn't quite close enough just yet. Just standing by. I think we've got one to go. Yeah, one to go now. Last lap here for these guys to fight it out. Chevy's 1 and 2. Studebaker Lark in third place. How far back is Jeff Kruger? Can he possibly close things down there on Creel and spoil his day? Great driving here from Bielefeld to keep out Jonathan DeToy. That's not an easy thing to do. Not at his home circuit. The amount of laps that Jonathan DeToy has done around this circuit would be a lot more than I think Martin Bielefeld has ever done. A little bit sideways from the Studebaker Lark there of Creel in the background as well. Stefan Creel having a fantastic outing for the first time in that car. Oh, he's sideways! Did you see in the background there? I don't know if he's able to catch it, or is he? No, he's just been able to catch it. Woo! That Studebaker Lark was literally lit up sideways out of turn 4. Here we go to the checkered flag. Is Bielefeld going to hang on? Looks like he is. There are some back markers to negotiate. It's the little mini. That little mini Cooper of Stuart Craig about to be eaten up by the two big V8s. Jonathan DeToy is not going to do it. Flags out. It's Bielefeld to take the win. A new winner in Legends of the Nine Hour. Martin Bielefeld takes the first victory ahead of Jonathan DeToy. Third place goes to the Lark. Oh, the Studebaker driver there. Here comes Mark DeToy. Possibly going to still finish up in the top 6 there, just behind Jeroen van der Heuvel. And there they come across the line though. So Mark DeToy, I think, will probably be kicking himself for not getting that car started up on the line. It definitely cost him. Down to the line comes Paige Lindenberg, possibly for... Is this for the win? Yes, it is. ZB win goes to Paige Lindenberg, beating out Poulter. Great bit of driving from the young lady driver there out of Road to Race and Lindenberg Racing. And here is Harman van Putten fighting hard with the back end and the front end of the under 2 litres there. Carl Pienaar takes the win in the under 2 litre class. Really not matched at all this time out by Mark Miller. Miller will come through for second. It looks like Vic Kemper will get third place in that race. So some fantastic race action as always, and exactly what we expected in the Marlboro Crane Hire Legends of the 9 Hour production cars and under 2 litres combined. Wow, hope you enjoyed that one. We certainly did here in the studio. Up next, we're going into the Midval Historics and the Greats of the Past combined. And then, of course, we'll bring you another 8 laps of race action here from the Passion for Speed's 21st birthday. We certainly hope you're enjoying it all so far. We'll be back shortly with commentary. So after that incredible race action, of course, one of the big protagonists in the restart was Michiel Campagna, and Claudio's down in pit lane down at Trans Africa Racing to catch up with Michiel Campagna.
Michiel Campagna, talk me through what happened there. You seem to be having quite a new looking Black Widow there.
Yeah, you're not talking about me, you're talking about the car, I think. I didn't practice before, so qualifying was the first practice in the car. I had 13th place, I think. I was quite happy with it. I thought during the race I will go a little bit further on. And the start was good. I was happy with the start. I thought I'd just keep the first lap a little bit quiet. And then the Capri, number 90, went off in the grass going up the hill. And I saw him coming, going, and I thought, I was leaving the throttle already, and then suddenly he came on the track, and then I hit him. So yeah, that was pity. Then I went into the pit lane when the red flag. We pulled a little bit all the things off the tire. I could go again on the back of the grid, and then I was taking all kind of positions, and I was quite happy with it. And but then I lost it in the last lap, pushing too much in the quick corner to the right. But I had a good race. I had fun.
So now apparently you break it to buy it.
Yeah, I think now there's something else. The car is not my property, it's Peter Du Toit's car. So I said now I need to buy the car.
At least you'll have a car when you come back again next year.
Exactly, that's the reason. I did it on purpose. Don't put it on telly. Yeah.
Not too late, it's already done. Anyways, Michiel, all the best, and we'll see you for race 2.
Thank you very much. I'm enjoying it.
Absolute hooligan is Michiel Campagna, but he's a seasoned campaigner here at the Passion for Speed Festival. And yes, if you do break it, you buy it. So there you go, 57 Chevy down into the clutches now of one of the Netherlands' finest. Down in pit lane, of course, we've got Dave as well, catching up with the two Du Toit brothers.
Okay, Jono, talk me through your race. How was it out there?
Yeah, I qualified in 7th, so quite down. And the first start, I don't know why they red flagged it, and then there was quite a gap in the second start, so I just put my head down. I was catching and I eventually got up to second, which is really good. But yeah, I just couldn't get that last move done.
Mark, I told Lee to bump you at the start, but it didn't happen.
He actually did give me a bump into turn 2, so you got your wish. Yeah, the first start had a nice start. Got away, had a little bit of a gap. Fortunately, the race was red flagged, and then I don't know what happened at the restart. They didn't let us start our car, so I ended up 30 seconds behind in the restart, and I just kind of kept my nose clean from there.
Nice little birthday present.
Yeah, it wasn't the best start to the day, but let's see how the day goes.
Jono, I think a birthday present for your brother now is to bump him in a race 2.
No, definitely not. I'm not going to bump him.
That's what makes it entertaining, guys.
Sure, but it's expensive to fix.
Look at the car behind us. We don't want our cars to look like that.
Well, anyways, boys, thank you. All the best for race 2. We'll see you afterwards.
Thank you.
Awesome to catch up with the Du Toit boys there. You can see the rivalry doesn't stop. Brothers and probably best friends off the circuit, but on track arch rivals. And then teammates later in the day as well for the SATT. We've got 44 cars making their way around the circuit behind the Pretoria Nord Toyota at the moment for Roofschuur's Midval Historics. Yeah, 44 cars. Let's run through a couple of them out there. Opel record of Willie Hepburn, Class A. Chevy Can-Am of Rudolf de Vos, and if Brendan Kelly's watching, it's another Eastern Cape massive there. I know Eli Vergara and Jody Ihlenfeld have joined us as well. Looks like Lindsay Morilla is going to be joining us too. Then we've got Davy Olivier in the GTV 6. You can see him just behind there. Alongside him, Brendan Parker in the Hulk Green Datsun GX Coupe. You've got Mario Rossi, I beg your pardon, in a second of the GTV V6 Alphas. Renee Janssen van Rensburg doing dual duties in the Ford Escort Mark II. Tripod Travis Jensen up there and looking for Class D honours in his Datsun 1200. We've got Reg Sutton in the Ford Escort. 16 valve Datsun is Sefari Senior. But just look at that field. Look at the cars there side by side. Absolutely amazing to see. Alfa Romeo Juliet, Ford Mark 1. Up, Ford Escort Mark 1, Mark 2, Ford Anglias, Ford Caprice Opel Superboss of Chris Davison, and that's a Greats of the Past entry. 160Z of Kishore Patamba, Alpha GT Junior, Fiat 124, Alpha Berliner, Volkswagen Jetta, Datsun 160Y, Datsun Triple S, and that's kind of the array of cars we're going to be playing with as the Toyota 86 moves off circuit. So some fun and games to be had, there's no doubt about it. Look out for a battle, I think, though, between Rudolf de Vos and the Opel record, the world-famous Opel record of Willie Hepburn, I would have to say now, as he rolls around there in the third version of the Animal. Of course, the original Animal was a Ford Sierra, but he did take on two versions of the Opel record. This one is probably the one he's campaigned the most, and he drops the hammer on that down into turn one to get away from Rudolf de Vos, who goes almost side by side with him. Parker with a good start, trying to get through there on Mario Rossi. Travis Jensen already under pressure from Siafari Jr. in the 160Y as they come up onto the braking point and into turn two. GTV up into third place will be Davy Olivier. Then you've got Brendan Parker and Mario Rossi, Rene Janssen van Rensburg. Look at this mid-pack battle starting to rage already. Chris Davison diving through on the inside of the Capri. Looks like Dave Austin losing out there to him. Oh, Rudolf de Vos was not letting Willie Hepburn get away. Tripod Travis already with a bit of damage on the front end of that car. Maybe a little bit of a touch with one of the Ford Escorts as they come through there. BMW in there as well. Watch out for that. Didn't mention that car earlier on, but there it looks like there's a 2002 in there too. In 22, and almost the second month of 22 as well. Can you believe it? We've already gone through the first month of the year. And already action aplenty as they come down on the brakes for turn number 8. G&H Transport Corner. De Vos all over the back end of Willie Hepburn. Hepburn's going to have his work cut out for him. Rudolf de Vos is not going to let him get away with this one. Davy Olivier pulling away ever so slightly now from Brendan Parker. Parker ahead of Rossi, Van Rensburg, Ferree, and then you've got Travis Jensen side by side with the 187 of Reg Sutton. Behind that comes another Ford Escort. That looks like it might be Meredith Willis. Tripod Travis. I'll let you know why he's known as Tripod if we get a shot of him when he gets up onto three wheels, which he usually does in that little 1200 GX of his. On to the back straight away now. Rossi having a look on the inside of Brendan Parker. Background watching for Tony Sharp coming through there in the Alpha. There's a move from Randy Ribeiro in the metal spares car. He looks up the inside looking for a way through. Rossi and Parker coming out of turn 5. Those colours, Brendan Parker, got to tell you, it's very Hulk-esque of you there. Maybe looking to be the giant killer amongst the slightly quicker cars that you normally campaign against. Two V6 GTVs fighting for honours there with him. Further back in the pack as the Roof Sure, Midval Historics and Alfa Treveo and Greats of the Past all combined here into 44 cars racing on track at the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. Massive thanks once again to Link Online, connecting the world and connecting us to the world. Here today from Swartkops, just outside of Pretoria in Gauteng, South Africa. If you've joined us on our live stream, watching no doubt from all around the world, never mind all around South Africa, a big welcome to everybody. And a big welcome to spectators back on the sidelines here at Swartkops as well. Oh, there was big action there. I think that might have been Siafari, yeah, he's out of shape and he's not happy. Siafari Senior not happy about that little tap and a little bit of damage on the front end of that Dazzle Datsun. And look at the back tire. Looks like it's come completely off the rim with that spin. That's a big Afrikaans man. You don't want to be getting into his sights too soon. You can see how unhappy he is about the fact that he got arguably unceremoniously maneuvered off the circuit. Let's see whether or not that car is going to be deemed to be in harm's way. Are we going to need a safety car? Possibilities. We'll keep an eye out for those safety car boards. But right now, they head up towards turn 4. This is the leaders, 1 and 2. And a big move from De Vos on. Willie Hepburn, is he late on the brakes? He is! Oh, but he saw the yellow flags. He had to back out of that, seeing the yellow flags into turn 4. What a move, though, from De Vos. That's the first time I've ever seen Willie Hepburn under threat. Safety car boards are out. So with those safety car boards, of course, De Vos is going to have to resume that second place and wait until the safety car boards are withdrawn. Because Willie Hepburn basically assumes the safety car role until that Toyota 86 is on track. There is part of the Datsun on the right-hand side. Thanks for that one, Daryl. Good shot. Just on the right-hand side of that shot, you can see the front end of that bumper of CFRE Senior's Datsun. Oh, we had action so far today. I can't even tell you. If you haven't seen it just yet, you need to rewind because there is lots of action happening out there, particularly with the man from Himmansdorp, all over back end of one of SA's icons in motorsport, Willie Hepburn. I think it's 5 decades that Willie Hepburn has been racing. And I think it's about 3 decades he's been racing that particular car. The very famous Sabat colours of Willie Hepburn's Opel record. At one point in time he had a yellow front splitter when Opel was still behind him and supporting him as part of a factory team. And also he used to run those special mag wheels with the air intakes to cool the brakes on that car on a few occasions as well. It doesn't need to do that anymore. Doesn't only participate that car here in the Passion for Speed Festival, he also pilots it, of course, in the historic racing series and inland championship, and then also brings it down to the Samola Hill Climb to take on the Classic Car Friday. I believe lots of entries for the Samola Hill Climb, almost full to capacity. So if anybody's out there looking to get involved with Samola Hill Climb this year, you need to get your entries in very soon. Guys now just circulating line astern. Ooh, got to watch out for that debris on the sideline. I don't know if the marshals have seen that debris and bits and pieces of the Datsun that are on the exit of turn 3. You can just see the sun of Datsun from the front end of CFRE's 160Y. Possibly have a look at the replay of that car if we got it. I'm going to try and get it from our guys if we can. Paul's going to have a look and see at our footage and see if we can pull it up. Fiat Uno. And the 112 car there, K80 Estates machine. If I'm not mistaken, 112 today could possibly be piloted by our good friend Graham Nathan in Team Old Dog Racing, K80 Estates team. Big Jimbo Bennett in 93. Good to have him back on track. Looks like Senior's calmed down ever so slightly and is going to be helped off the circuit. One of our recovery vehicles there from turn 4. I think they're just waiting for Fenter's Jetta to go through. It's going to be difficult to get this car across with so much traffic. 44 cars to negotiate a clean exit point for the Toyota Condor to try and recover at 160Y out of harm's way. As you can see, once again, in the 44 cars, all makes and marks out there. That 112 has got Graham Nathan behind the wheel, so Team Old Dog Racing being represented out there for K80 Estates and Peter K80. Great to see him back at the track after a long time out and some serious illness, but looks like that's all been sorted out now. Let's see if we can get this Condor across the road now with the Datsun in tow. And this is the reason why. There's yet off the circuit. He got run off there, I think, by Travis Jensen. Tripod Travis forcing him off the circuit. We just missed the spin, but we got the end of it. And that's the reason that we had to come to a safety car. CFRE Senior is not happy when he gets out this car. And understandably. The bits and pieces of the braking board. And also as he climbs out, you'll see he's not a happy camper. Back to live action and still under safety car for a few more laps. as they clear and get the track back in order. I think they probably would have one more lap under safety car before we go racing again. It's only an 8-lapper, and we've had about 3 laps under safety car. So we're probably about the halfway stage of this race if we do restart on this next pass of the start-finish line. Willie Hepburn having an epic fight with Rudolph. And looks like he's not done yet with the Foss. Looks like safety car peeling into pit lane, which means we are almost good to go for green flags. And we are. You can hear in the background Willie Hepburn dropping the hammer, trying to open up a bit of a margin, and catches the Foss off guard ever so slightly as he heads down into turn 1. Hepburn sideways, De Vos in second place. Big margin between the two of them now. I don't know if De Vos will be able to bridge that gap. Willie Hepburn realizes that he was under attack and got away right from the word go. 2 laps to go by the sounds of it. 2 laps to go with the sprint option available. Waiting for third. Somewhere out there is the third place car. Oh! Somewhat out of shape there. It's Ian Richards. Richards just putting on the wheel on the inside of turn 2. Well, as I say, Willie Hepburn was trying to get away. It looks like the Foss has put the hammer down and going to try and close him down rapidly as the rest of the pack head onto the back straightaway. Here comes Graham Nathan in the thick of it, trying to find a way through as he goes around the outside of one of the escorts, trying to close things down there on Fenter in the Jetta, and a couple of GX Coupes and Meredith Willis up the road from him. So Team Old Dog Racing being represented, as I said, by Big G, Graham Nathan. Still a fight on for third place there between Darby Olivier, Brendan Parker, Rossi and Janse van Rensburg. Hepburn potentially on his last lap. Unfortunately, as I said, with our timing, we don't quite have the speed of what's happening out there, but I would say we're on to potentially the last lap here for these two. Has De Vos got enough time to spoil the day for Willie Hepburn? I don't think so. Hepburn on the brakes into turn 5, past the AMG Driving Academy, past Universal Motorsport, past Zoc and into Kenwood. Left-hand flick all the way down the hill for the last time, possibly. Hepburn is going to take it ahead of De Vos. It was a good fight there. Pity that it got spoiled by... Oh no, we got one to go. One to go. Apologies for that. We thought the checkered flag might be coming out on this one, but we got one more pass to go. And there could be some big traffic here for Willie Hepburn coming into the last half of this last lap. A couple of cars that are still fighting for their own little honours. Remember, we've got classes A to H out there at the moment. And, oh, looks like a bit of smoke and mirrors out there as well. Is that mirror banging and bashing? Here comes Hepburn. And here comes the traffic. Incoming! Oh, that was tight. Oh, that was close. Chris Williams and Brian Fraser, nearly coming to grips there with Willie Hepburn as he heads up the hill. He'll be diving through, blue flags waving frantically to warn the rest of those cars that he's on his way. That's the 124 of Sean Fandom that he's gone through. Hepburn sideways, showboating for the Zoc Club. Swartkorps Owners Club loving that sideways action there from Willie Hepburn. Uno about to be caught and eaten up by the big V8 Opel record of Willie Hepburn. This time the flag's out and Hepburn takes the victory. Rudolf De Vos going to be coming through for second place. Still some fights out on track to be sorted out. Van Zyl on the back end of Chris Davison. Davison running those Michael Briggs colours. There's a little lock up there from Graham Nathan as he went into turn 4. 160Y still fighting hard there. Is that Kishore Patamba? It is. Checkered flag comes out for Rossi. He's going. Oh, that's Olivier, I beg your pardon, for third. Fourth place goes to Parker. Janse van Rensburg looks like he's come through to beat out Mario Rossi. Gavin London stricken on the sideline is Meredith Willis in the 152 Mark II Escort. So, that's how it finishes up for the first heat of the Roofsure Mid-Vol Historics, Alpha Trofeo, and Greats of the Past combined. 44 cars, and they're still coming across the line to take that checkered flag. Up next, we move into our good friends from BMW Car Club Racing Series with a new sponsor. M Performance joins them for the first time as their long-standing partner, Bridgestone, moved out last year and made room for BMW M Performance Parts Racing Series. They'll be on track in a few minutes' time. Also, a nice big field of cars to go to battle in a few minutes' time. We'll be back shortly with commentary. Welcome back to all the action here from the Passion for Speed Festival's 21st birthday. It's BMW M Performance Parts Race Series making their run to the track now. And as I said earlier on, lots of action so far. Apologies for the little break in proceedings there, but we had a bit of a circuit cleanup that had to happen. I've just heard potentially that Willie Hepburn may have been the cause of some of the oil that was dropped, and he might not be making it out here for the next heat of Mid-Vol Historics Greats of the Past all combined. We'll give you an update on that a little bit later on. But of course, already out of shape a couple of cars. That is Olivier, who's just gone there. Davy Olivier just getting a little bit out of shape out of turn 2. He gets back on track relatively quickly in the 00 car. And now we go to battle for the first time with a new sponsor joining the BMW Car Club Racing Series. It's BMW M Performance Parts that are now part and parcel of the series. To answer a few questions that were asked through race suppliers, BMW M3 E30. He is the pole man for Class D ahead of Rian Libber, Craig Herbst and Shane Grobler. Class E is headed up by Eugene Gous, Nicholas Fisher and Sean Dodd ahead of Bernard de Gavea. Birthday boy from the week. William Einkamera a bit further down than what he'd like to be in Class A. Lots of work to do there for Einkamera. You can see the 555 BMW in the pack there. And then, of course, Class E's only competitors fighting for honours right at the back will be Vegan Naidu. So BMW M Performance Parts Race Series make their way down behind the safety car. Billy Adlam. I'm sure you're looking forward to the Rolling Thunder a bit later on, that is for sure. We've got 2 more races to go. This one that's on track at the moment, and the Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes and Trans Ams combined. And I'll be on track shortly. Roof surgeon is Trevor Long. Also some new colours there for Trevor Long. Usually a man who runs in all red, but now the roof surgeon colours there for his car. Remember, these cars will also be fighting next weekend at the 9 hour. And I believe it's about another 19 cars joining them. So 50 competitors entered for... Take nothing away from this big field. Absolutely amazing stuff. Carlo Garbini will hope to look at it, use that additional turbo power to get through on the German. Andreas Meyer. You can see the body language on the car starting to pick up there. Stigworks car, Vanamava. Han Vanamava there, looking for Class D honours today. Top 10. 9 of them are from Class B. 10th place is the first of the Class Cs. That's Matt Wadley. They're now under starters orders. Andreas Meyer looking to try and catch the 2 turbo cars, maybe napping. Jagger Robertson will be looking to go quickly as well, although he's slow off the line as they wait for those lights to go out. Lights out and we're racing down towards turn 1. It is the German who gets the whole shot. Jagger Robertson diving on the inside of Thomas Portkita. Looks like he might have squeezed into 3rd place there in the Viking and Big Boss car. As they come down onto the brakes, it's Meyer who leads out into turn 2. Kimbo Coffee car, and then Portkita just using the squirt to the turbo to get through there on Jagger Robertson. Robertson round his outside as they came out of turn 2 though. And Darby Olafur making his way through rapidly. Then you've got the Stigworks car, Vanamava. Then it's Van Heerden right on his tail. The 88 car there coming through. Good start from him as they head down into turn 3 and onto the back straightaway. Very, very seasoned campaigners in there. Michel Singh, of course, in the Winfield BMW colours there. Ex-Tony Viana colours that he runs. And the mid-pack of Class C in that F30. Now as they come around, look at this. Oh, man, what a move there from Jagger Robertson. Diving on the inside of Portkita. Portkita's got the inside line for the next one, though, but he just runs ever so slightly wide, and there comes Salvi Gutteri. Salvi Gutteri nearly trying to squeeze through there on Portkita. So the 2 turbo cars just fighting hard amongst themselves, and there with Jagger Robertson. Little dive on the inside coming from Jan Everstein. Everstein had a big look there in the E46 M3. He's got Ramsey on his tail now. Ramsey applying pressure. Look at that. Oh, Portkita just using the squirt to the turbo down the straightaway to try and get through on Jagger Robertson. Robertson holds the inside line though for turn 2. I don't think Portkita can drive around his outside. No. He's going to have to think twice. Possibly look to get the squirt on down this. Oh, and he's got a problem. What a move. And he goes right between the barriers. How did he miss that barrier? Thomas Portkita climbing on the loud pedal a little bit too hard, and he's ended up on the sideline. He just missed that crash barrier on the inside of turn 2, and he ends up on the banking. Well, that's one of the turbo cars sorted out there for Jagger Robertson's point of view. He's now got to try and fight out with Carlo Garbini. Olafur side by side with the car into turn 4. Back to Robertson, who's now got Salvi Gutteri on his tail. Let's have a look at that in a quick replay. You can see he just climbs on the light pedal, the back end steps out. He tries to catch it, there's just not enough space. And millimeters! Wow! How did he avoid that barrier, and how did he avoid from rolling over? Look at how it tips over. It's literally on the front wheel at the front end in that little gap on the banking, and the back left. We've got an onboard camera on that car. That's going to prove to be awesome to see a bit later on. I'm sure that's going to be put up onto some kind of social media platform later on there by Thomas Portkita. Back to live action. Oh, welcome to BMW Car Club M Performance Parts. That's what you wanted, and that's what you're getting. On the inside, a problem for one of the BMs. Looks like there's a bit of an issue there on the inside line for one of those BMWs. It is parked on the sideline there as they cross the start-finish line. Van Heerden closing in. This is the change and push from the back end. Kishore Patamba, 235. He is, oh, this is Mikkel Patamba, I beg your pardon, in that car. But he's got the 555 car there of William Einkammerer starting to make their way through the field rapidly. Their qualifying didn't quite go according to plan yesterday, but you can see the 2 of them starting to come through the rest of the C's and D category cars rapidly. Closing on 88. That is Ari van Heerden in that F30 as well as they come through. Looks like it's yellow flags and possibly a safety car, which is why we're seeing them roll off ever so slightly. Just want to double check that we have got safety car boards out. Yes, we do. Safety car has been deployed. I think it's due to the fact that we've got a car on the main straight. I don't see any other issues on track that our camera crew may have picked up on. Michelle Singh in the Winfield BMW colours. Trevor Long behind him. Has that car got going again? It has. And I don't think the yellow flag and safety car is for this car because it's out of harm's way. That's Portkita out the car now. Explaining what happened. Or trying to. Let's see whether or not they just give us one lap. It should possibly be only one lap because I think the car that was the problem has got going again. Just trying to pick up on it as we can see it. It's Daryl, it's kind of like the turquoisey or sort of marine BMW. And it was slowing on the start-finish line, which I think may have been the reason for them to deploy the safety car. I think it's got going again though, G. It might be in the pack somewhere. Just giving heads up to our director today. Daryl Kukard is helping us out, of course, part of our 2 wheels and up to 60 seconds production team. I don't know if I saw it in that pack. No, it wasn't there. That's De Gevea, Bernard De Gevea, the birthday boy from the week and the chairman of the category. And of course now piloting that E36 330i. There is the track taxi. 330, Manny Ribeiro behind the wheel of that car this weekend. It's a car that they do give to drivers if you want to get involved in the series and are looking to get involved. Maybe want a little bit of a taste of it. Bernard is the man to get hold of and chat to him about possibly getting a drive in that taxi. I've always wanted to do a live on the drive in that taxi car in one of these series. Maybe one day we'll get a chance to do that. I do have plans for Paul Bedford and Dave Peterson for Polo Cup, just to let them know as well. Had an idea that came my way. Might be able to pull it off at one of the rounds of the Polo Cup. They celebrated 25 years of racing last year and crowned their champion officially last night, of course, at a function here at Swartkops. Well done to Leighton Fourie for winning the championship after winning the rookie championship the year before. His teammate Darby van der Merwe won the rookie of the year last year. And the Universal Motorsport team also got team honours as well. But great to see lots of talent coming through for Polo Cup with a new sponsor, CompCare Medical Scheme, joining the Volkswagen Brigade. We've got BMWs on track. I shouldn't be talking about Volkswagens right now, but it gives us a bit of an opportunity to talk about motorsport in general, and that's what this day is all about. It's not only about the cars racing on track, it's the motorsport heritage and history in general that the passion for speed gives us a chance to chat about. 2-1-1 at the back end of the field there. That is Nicholas van Swel in the Red Star Raceway car. Isn't usually that far back, but we're now still under safety car. I think possibilities of safety car going in with the upping of the pace. Safety car has gone in, and the German will now dictate the pace again off the line. Andreas Meyer leading things out over Kimbo Coffey's Carlo Garbini. Tell you what, a Kimbo Coffey wouldn't go down too badly right now as they head towards turn one. Pulling out is Salvi Gutteri trying to catch Jagger Robertson, and he's got him. The Sav Speed car side by side with the Viking Big Boss machine of Jagger Robertson. Robertson keeping him very honest though. Just puts the nose into turn two and just forces Salvi slightly wider than what he'd like to go through turn two. It has compromised his drive slightly coming out of turn two, but he gets the power on again. Salvi Gutteri, remember, running a turbo in that car. Jagger Robertson with no turbo, having to fight out with a normally aspirated BMW, and that turbo is all over the back of him. Oz Bagioni trying to close them both down and capitalize on maybe the little fight that they're having to slow themselves down. Give him a chance to have a go. Panamera diving through there, just getting through on the 171 of Shane Crowler. Mayfair gearbox man. Oh, and Salvi's now around the outside and eventually Does he make it stick? Yes, he does. Just gets through there on Jagger Robertson. So Jagger down to 4th, where he started the race. Salvi Gutteri up 2 positions. Jagger dives on the inside, tries to find a way through. Bagioni under attack now from Everstein. Jan Everstein all over the back end there of... all over the back end of 3 cars, actually, because there's nothing in it between Robertson, Gutteri. Salvi doing such a good job there. Oh, there's a big move. Bagioni late on the brakes, trying to get on the inside and possibly spoil the day there even more for Jagger Robertson. One of our youngest competitors here this weekend, and certainly the youngest in this field. Bagioni wins out. Garbini still in 2nd, trying to close down there on Andreas Mayer, but no answer at all to the German's pace. Lovely to see a flame out of that car as he drops down the gearbox up to turn 5 and past the AMG Driving Academy. The United at the back end of the field there for SO Autotech Racing. Looks like Jan Everstein has got through. And now looking to close things down. No, he hasn't. Beg your pardon, I was thinking he was getting through there on Bagioni, but Bagioni's actually up the road from him. I was watching to see that. Forgot that he'd got through on Jagger Robertson on the last pass. Now the lap completed here. This one, of course, is a 10-lapper. And let's see whether or not our timing is giving us any indication as to how many laps are left. It doesn't look like it is. Yeah, mine's on 0, so I don't know what's happening. The one timing monitor tells us we've got 2 laps completed. The other one says they haven't completed a lap at all yet. Salvi now opening up a gap over Bagioni, Robertson, Everstein. The 27 car there is Hilligen, also out of the SAF Speed stable. Looks like Garbini's closing in on the German. So Andreas Mayer could be in a bit of trouble here in the closing stages. Coming down onto the brakes. Let's have a look and see if we can pick up on the board on the left-hand side there. Maybe tell us how many laps we got left to go. Looks like 3. I think I said 3 to go there for them. So 3 to go for the BMs. Massive welcome to M Performance Parts as the new sponsors here of the BMW Car Club Racing Series. There's Michelle Singh diving through, and watch out for the 555 coming through there rapidly of Arnkamera. William Arnkamera just putting another maneuver through there on Smith. Smith not really having an answer to that 555 car, and I don't think Singh will have an answer either. Trevor Long just behind both of those cars as Arnkamera came through. I was hoping to see the 235 there of Mikhail Patamba come and join that car of Arnkamera's in its ability to get through this field. Doesn't look like Mikhail Patamba's been able to do the same kind of job, or he might be up the road already. I don't think I saw him ahead of Arnkamera though. Renier Smith side by side there with Singh as they came onto the back straightaway. Up to the top of the hill comes Jan Everstein. When he's out of shape. Good catch there, Daryl. How did you know he was going to get out of shape? Nicely done, bud. Jan Everstein lit up into turn 5, and our cameraman and director getting it front and center. The taxi. Dot on his tail. Nice dive on the inside from the Winfield BMW of Singh, fending off the intentions there from Trevor Long. The roof surgeon man looking for a way past on that Winfield BMW. Tony Viana colours on that car. Michelle Singh in the seat of the pilot side of things. 1 and 2 onto the back straight. Big flame from the German. That Kimbo coffee car of Garbini's looking dangerous. Remember, he has got a little bit of extra squirt from the turbo. Can he use it though to his advantage? And possibly outgun the German. I think this is the 4th time that number 1 plate has been on that car. So Andreas Mayer doing such a good job. Yes, Brendan Kelly, I have to agree with you. That was doing a superb job. He's on point today. 335 coming through there as well is Bernard de Gavea, and the birthday boy could be Lapja. Oh, checkered flag out. That was weird. Okay, well that came out a little bit earlier than what we said. Our last pass we saw 3 laps, and it went down to 1. So maybe timing is a bit of an issue today. Apologies for that, guys, but we have got The end of the race now sorted out there for all of our BMW M Performance Parts Race Series drivers. From M Performance Parts BMW Race Series, we go into the pre-74 ISPs and Trans Ams. Most of these cars in the next heat are going to kind of be using this heat as a bit of a warm-up for, of course, the big one of the day, the Castrol pre-66 and 68 Le Mans Sports and GTs. The pre-74 cars, of course, can't participate in that, but a lot of the drivers will be looking to see what the conditions are like and may potentially have 2 or 3 cars there. Garbini is second. That is the Espresso Italiano Kimbo coffee car of Carlo Garbini. And it looks like it was him in second behind Andreas Meyer. Salvi Gualtieri, Oz Baggioni, Jagger Robertson and Jan Everstein. Hilligen in 7th, Wadley in 3rd, which gives him the win in Class C. No, it doesn't, so I beg your pardon. Hilligen will take the win in Class C ahead of Matt Wadley. Class D's goes to Michelle Singh, and it looks like Rian Lubber has locked up the Class E competitors and race 1 for that category in BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. Race number 1, race 2 later on today. We'll be back shortly with action on track from the pre-74 International Sports Prototypes and Trans Am Series combined. International sports prototypes making their way out onto the track, combined with our Trans Am category today. We said a couple of these cars might just be using this for a bit of a warm-up for later on. But let's have a look and see as they come through and get ready to go for their first part of the day's racing. It's Franco Scribanti. He'll be on pole position. He, of course, was quickest yesterday in his Chevron B19, 1970 model of that one. And then you've got Jonathan DeToy in a Chevron B8 who'll be alongside him for all of the race action that's here today at the International. And of course, this one is the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. There is Andre Bessel, Porsche RSR. He'll be looking forward to big battles on track with Peter Jenkins, Peter Bailey, and Roy Campos. There was lots of camaraderie and some chirps that were happening at the two prize givings last night between those four gentlemen. So expect to see a big battle on track as well between them. Peter Jenkins, the Jedi, out there in the nuclear supply chains Chevron B19. He is ahead of Henny Groenewald in the Camille Doering Motorsport Chevy Camaro. We've got Peter Jenkins in two cars out there. I'm not quite sure how he got that right in qualifying, but he piloted two cars around the track at some point. I'm sure they'll get that sorted out today. But there is the man they've got to beat. That is Franco Scribanti. And I believe that Aldo might be joining us in a few minutes' time. I've just sent him the link so you can catch up what's happening there with Franco on track alongside Jonathan DeToy. Jedi and the Chevy Camaro. Note, Bailey, Campos. That should be a big fight as well. Peter Bailey in the 917 Porsche. The RSR Welltel of Andre Note. RSR Carrera of Roy Campos. Mark DeToy in the Lola T70 Spider, the Walls ice cream car, ahead of Rudolf de Vos. Andre van der Merwe in the Evapco Porsche. Then it's Richard Pott, 59 out there again doing double duties along with a lot of these Porsches in the back end of this field. Will be none other than Andre van der Merwe, Richard Pott, Hammond Klucher, George Archimedes. One car I don't see out there, unfortunately, is the other 917 Porsche, and that should be piloted by Rob Beaumont. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the Black Beast has got onto track. 30 at the back is Russell Fear in another Lola T70 Spider. That one looks like it might come out of the Bailey Cars stable. Looking at the colours. And of course, right at the back, sponsored by his wife, is Cooper Spritz in his 911R. The BP colours there, just ahead of that second Chevron B8. So as that safety car reels around, it'll peel off into pit lane and give Franco Scribanti the duties of the poleman to lead them off the line. Peter Bailey in his 917 now, but later on in the Castrol TT he'll be in his brand new GT40, looking to possibly take the SATT title again away from the current holder, James Temple. Franco moves into pole position. Alongside him will be Jonathan DeToy. Right behind him is the second of those B19s, and that is Peter Jenkins at the wheel. Alongside him will be Henny Groenewald. Andre Note behind that. Then it's Bailey, Campos, and DeToy. The Foss behind that, and then it's just Porsches aplenty. As the lights go out, we're racing down into turn one, and it is a fantastic start. Look at that, 3x3, they go down there. Andre Note with a fantastic start there for Team Perfect Circle. Driving through there in the Porsche, forcing Peter Bailey wide. But it looks like into turn one, is that Henny Groenewald? It is indeed. Henny G just behind Franco Scribanti, and a spin. Oh, what a mover there from Peter Jenkins. He just couldn't catch the car, and the B19 has gone right to the back of the field. He's trying to get it going again. The leading car is the B19. It's Franco Scribanti at the wheel with Henny Groenewald right on his tail, and then Jonathan DeToy. Behind that, you can see them starting to line up behind Andre Note. Richard Pott diving on the inside of Andre van der Merwe. Change up with the way that finished up after their first heat earlier on in the day. Of course, we saw them in the Historic Pursuit Series, in the Marlboro Crane Hire Little Giants, and then in the Historic Racing Series. So those two Porsches now changing up in the way that they'd normally be. So this is how we start things out here for the first time out. There is Jenkins back on track. Long way behind this leading car of the hard-charging Franco Scribante. Leading things out at the moment. There's a big dive on the inside from that little Chev. But Poseidon keeps him at bay. Campos all over the back end of the Foss, and it looks like he's got through on his arch rival and a good friend of track there, Peter Bailey. I did mention there was some rivalry to be sorted out amongst the Porsches. Bailey looking to try and come back at Campos. Campos keeps him off for now. Bailey's going to have to watch out on his rearview mirror for a car that he'll be battling with a bit later on. He'll be in a different car, but Detroit will certainly be in that one. Getting the warm-up sorted out in that Lola T70 Spider now as he goes side by side with the 917. Can't quite get up the inside to make the move stick, but he's definitely showing a wheel and showing that he wants by big time. Pot behind that. Change up for the lead. Oh, what a move there from the Chevron B8 of Jonathan Detroit. Squeezing out Scribante. Heading down the hill, it is Franco Scribante who's now losing position and ground to the Chevron B8 of Jonathan Detroit. Remember, Detroit, all problems for Poseidon. On the Poseidon pulling in the pit lane there in the Team Perfect circle. Porsche RSR Welltail. That's a big loss there to the field there for Poseidon to pull off the circuit. That 1974 Porsche RSR now off track. He comes from a big stable of racing there. There's Poseidon, of course, and loves life here at one of his favourite circuits in the country. He's based, of course, in Cape Town, loves Killarney. But, of course, being a partner in this circuit, he definitely loves Swartkops as well, and it's a sad day to see him pull out of this one. Brits at the back in the BP Porsche. All on his own some. Mid-pack, Campos getting away now from Bailey. Bailey under attack from Detroit. He's got Pot on his tail, and Andre van der Merwe coming along for the ride. Good move here from Russell Fear. He's moved up nicely just ahead there of Vacamides. Chevys and Chevrons fighting for the lead. Chevron B8 ahead of the B19. Behind that comes the Camaro. Then you've got the little Chev, the Can-Am. It is Chevrolet Power 1, 2, 3, and 4. Onto the brakes and into turn 2 goes Franco Scribante, trying to come back there at Jonathan Detroit. Chevrons and Chevys fighting for the lead and for the honours of this first heat of the pre-74 ISPs and Trans Ams combined. There is Scribante back at Detroit into turn 4. Makes it stick. Nicely done. And just squeezes away there from that B8. Now trying to defend and just keep Detroit behind him. This little Chevron B8 is one of Jonathan Detroit's favourite cars in his stable. Another one a bit further back there, of course, is the 26 car. Don't have him on my list, but great to have a second B8 out there. Might be one of our international competitors. It could possibly be Greg Thornton, his lordship in that car. Battle continues between the 8 and the 19. Both B-Series Chevrons as they go into turn 2. Big look into the rearview mirror there for Franco Scribante as he came out of turn 2. Just to have a look and see how far he is ahead of that B8. Now looking to try and control things there from the lead of the race. To the top of the hill they go again. Franco now trying to open up a little margin over Jonathan Detroit. Detroit closing though rapidly. Going to come back at him and possibly get back to the lead of the race if he can. Fear now looking for a chance as well. A big look on the inside. And he's got a Vacamides on his tail as well, so he's going to have to be wary about the Porsche coming from behind. Vacamides late on the brakes. Trying to get on the inside of that second Chevron. Just trying to pick up on that name on the top of the car. Can't quite pick it up. Unfortunately, he's not on our list of entries here. But, hopefully we'll get a shot of that at some point. Liqui Moly Porsche now fighting hard with the Chevron and the Lola T70 Spider. Russell Fiat still trying to keep off the attack from Vakamides in that Liqui Moly Porsche. Change up for lead again. Oh, there, good stuff. Jonathan DeToy diving on the inside this time of Franco Scribante. Scribante, no answer just yet, but let's see what he can do now to come and return the favour on Jonathan DeToy as they come up into some back markers. It's Brits will be the first back marker on track. DeToy runs ever so slightly wide. Great lines out of Franco Scribante coming through turn 2. Gets the power down. Doesn't matter where DeToy comes out of turn 2 though, he's just able to get the power on that B8 on track rapidly. Franco coming back at him. There they go to the top of the hill again, under brakes for turn 5. Zoc Club about to get some action from these two at the front end of pre-74 ISPs. Class A battle raging here. Coming up on the 67 of your Honda Brain. Oda Cure Porsche about to be caught here by the top 2. Coming down towards turn 2. De Brain will probably see them coming. Maybe give them a little bit of room to play. He does just that. Opens up the door. Allows the toy through and allows Franco Scribante through. Good driving there from the man who finished 3rd overall last year. In fact, 2nd overall, I beg your pardon, in the inaugural GTC Super Cup Championship in the Masters class. Here's the Master at work, and this time once again into turn 4. Oh, they're side by side. DeToy's not going to give it up this time, but Franco forces him wide, and DeToy eventually has to just give way, but they're still side by side up towards turn 5. DeToy will be late on the brakes. Is he later on the brakes than Franco Scribante? No, he's not. Runs a little bit wide, but they're still, for the 4th time, side by side. Coming out of turn 3 into turn 4, now 5 and 6. Eventually, Franco getting through. Franco Scribante now leads out. Is that good timing from him? 2 to go. 2 laps to go for these two to try and sort out who's going to be having the bragging rights of race 1's honours. Looks like Franco's up the wick slightly there. Fia and Vakamides still fighting as they go through turn 4. Up to the top of the hill. Oh, problems for Roy Campos. Campos pulling in the pit lane. Allowing Pot through and Fanamava. So Roy Campos with some problems there and having to pull in the pit lane with a lap and a half to go. Oh, battle for the Chevys now on. This is for 3rd place, and Henny Grunewald still keeping out the intentions there of Rudolf de Vos in the little Chevy, the Can-Am. Camaro versus Can-Am as they come through turn 4. De Vos has already been in a fight of note with Willie Hepburn only a few races ago. He probably just had enough time to put some fuel in that car before he had to get back on track to fight now with Henny G. G comes out and hangs on for now, but only just. And they come up onto the back end of the Brain as well in the Oda Cure Porsche. So it's De Vos on the tail end with a lap to go there. And looking to get that 3rd place away from Henny Grunewald. Down towards turn 2 yet again for the 2 Chevys. Grunewald's got a busy day in the saddle, and he's loving life as always here at the Passion for Speed, and one of our great protagonists of the past in various formats of racing he's had. Back to the leaders as they get up into turn 5, and it's a comfortable gap now for Franco Scribante to hang on to with 2 corners to go. Heading down the hill, almost lapping the 2nd B19 out there. Oh, Peter Jenkins after his off-track excursion early on. But the flag is out. And it's Scribante who takes the win from Detroit. Class A honours there to the two of them. I think Jenkins... Oh! Problems for the big Chevy Can-Am, or the little Chev as it's known. The Foss got it out of shape. In his attempt to get back, it looks like Detroit might get around the outside of him, and so does Peter Bailey. So the Foss may be trying a little bit too hard to get through there on Henny Krugerwald and loops it out. He comes through to finish up. But a lot of work to be done there, unfortunately for him, in the closing stages. That all went out the window and off the track as he ended up on the sideline coming out of Kenwood Corner. So let's have a look and see if we can pick up on... No, we can't. We don't have any official results here, unfortunately, from our timing. But we'll try and get them to you as soon as we can. But it is definitely a win there to Franco Scribante. And nice to see him saluting not only just the marshals and medics on track, but a few, and quite a few actually, supporters who come out here to Swartkops for the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. So he wins out over Jonathan du Toit. And look, oh, okay. How does that work? These two Porsches were lapped and they're still going to have to take the checkered flag. They didn't have to do another lap. Needless to say, they're still going to. They're going to get their full value for their race entry money today. So Scribante from du Toit, from Groenewald. And that's how they finish up for the top three in this combined category of racing. Up next, it's the Rolling Thunder. If you've been sticking around, it might be time to try and find yourself a good seat and good vantage point. Mobil 1 V8 Supercar is about to make their way onto the track. We'll be back shortly with action from them. First pole position for Warren Lombard in this class as well. Birthday boy? Bom dia. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars back on track now. Well, their first time out for the day. And looking forward to an epic battle with these guys. Top 6 cars split by less than half a second. So there's definitely going to be some real racing here amongst the Mobil 1 V8 supercars. But remember, they do have to kind of take it easy because there's 2 races on the day. And also, they've got another 2 races next weekend at the Kyalami 9 Hour. Warren Lombard gets his first pole position in 4 years of trying in the Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon. Thomas Reeb is alongside him in the Mobil 1 Cafe 9 Automotive Chevy Lumina. And then it's Mackie Adlam and Terry Wolford who make up the second row of the grid there in the Jaguar XKR from Adlam Auto and the Fuchs Lubricants Ford Falcon of Wolford's. Franco Matteo, of course, is there in the Lauda Di Matteo Racing Jaguar XKR with Richard Fuller alongside him for Reventon Auto in his Mustang. JP Nokia and Carl Nell are side by side. That is the Hulk coloured Corvette with N4 Autocraft on the side of that, alongside Carl Nell for Gears for Africa in the Chevy Lumina. And Tony Marks in the Chevy Corvette and Sam Dahl in the Ford Falcon. And then it's Steve Herbst and Johnny Ecote. Will be making up the back end of the field as they come through for, of course, the race action here for Mobil 1 V8 supercars. I'm just looking at the entry. Have you seen that, Paul? There's a couple of competitors here that should be part and parcel of this. I don't quite think that Solra van der Merwe is going to be out there in the Chevy Cheval. But that's, of course, what it says on our timing monitor. I don't think he's coming out for this one. Anyway, let's get ready to rock. It is now time for Warren Lombard to dictate the pace for his first time in his career in the Mobil 1 V8 supercars with a very hungry pack of drivers behind him. As I said, the first 6 cars are split by 0.483 of a second. That's how tight it was in qualifying. Double wave yellows means that they keep line astern through turn 1 and 2 and they go racing into turn number 3. So everybody got to just keep their positions as they squeeze through into turn 2. As they come out of turn 2, they get green flags and we go racing. Lombard will look to try and open up a gap if he can in that Ford Falcon of his. Already some sideways action there from the Italian stallion Franco Matteo. 2 Corvettes side by side, Julian Familiaris and JP Nokia. As they get onto the back straight away now, we're in full race action. Listen to that sound in the background. You can hear it, of course, if you're standing on the sidelines here. It's the rolling thunder of Mobil 1 V8 supercars. And Carl Nell applying pressure onto JP Nokia. Late braking from the Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon of Warren Lombard. Look at the pressure already coming from Mackie Adlam. Adlam looking to try and wrap things up for another championship if he can. But he's got to try and find a way through here. This is not the championship decider. This is the championship opener, of course, of 2022. But next weekend, we've got the closing of 2021's championship at Kyalami. Going through and into turn 1. Big move from Wolford as he dives on the inside of Adlam. Trying to put that Fuchs Falcon in between himself and the Cafe 9 Automotive Mobil 1 Chevy Lumina of Thomas Reeb there in second. Fuller got Familiaris on his tail. Carl Nell coming through rapidly as well. The 10 car is Antoni Marks. This is very great and very close racing here amongst these V8 competitors. Steve Herbst just battling a bit there in the prior instrumentation car. PPC, of course, is the company that have done that incredible spray job on that car as they come through. But he's at the back end of the field right now, not where he likes to be. He likes to be in the sort of back of the pack fights, is where Stevie Herbst normally finds himself. And just battling a little bit with pace there as they go down into turn 8. He's heading out of turn 7 and into turn 7 comes the rest of this pack. N4 Autocraft, the Hulk, that is JP Nokia, trying to get ahead and be the lead Corvette on track ahead of Julian Familiaris for Di Matteo Racing. Still no answer yet from Mackie Adlam to get through I see you spoiled the day there for Thomas Reeb. Reeb just fending off his intentions for now, and allowing the concertina effect to happen there for Di Matteo and for Wolford. The two of them closing down on that. Fuller ahead of Familiaris. Now change up for Nell ahead now of JP Nokia. Back end is Sam Dahl. The Arcpo Tech machine there of his. Ford Falcon car of Sam Dahl, one of our international competitors for the V8 supercars. Down the hill comes Warren Lombard, looking to hopefully do exactly what his intentions were after getting pole position yesterday, and that's to go from flag to flag. He also has dual duties today, not only in the Mobil 1 V8 supercars, but also be piloting his AC Cobra in the South African TT later on this afternoon. I think Thomas Reeb is doing a lot of wonders there, and some serious assistance to Lombard's potential to stay out front as he fends off the attack there from Adlam and Wolford, slowing them down ever so slightly. Similar maneuvering happening here from JP Nokia, trying to find a way back ahead of Carl Nell. Thanks, Jody. Hope you're enjoying all the action. That's what it looks like at the front end. Lombard, Reeb, Adlam and Wolford. Di Matteo ahead of Fuller, Familiaris and Carl Nell. JP Nokia, and it looks like as they head down onto the braking point. Oh, little maneuver and a little look up the inside from Adlam. Adlam making Thomas Reeb aware that he's now on attack. There's another look into turn one. Heads into turn two. Not able to quite get through there on that Cafe 9. Oh, you will have to do it now as Reeb loops out. Reeb makes a big mistake into turn two, and yeah, he's dropped back 4 or 5, 6, 7, 8 positions now, right to the back of the field. Only car that might not get past him will be Steve Herbst. So Thomas Reeb now making a big mistake. It's made Mackie Adler had to hit the brakes, which has opened up a big advantage now for Warren Lombard. So it's Adlam up to second place after that mistake from Thomas Reeb. And Wolford into third. Let's have a look at that in a quick replay. You can see all on his own. Look at the lock up there from Adlam. Very lucky to avoid going into the back end of him. Wolford was even more lucky as he went round the outside of Reeb, spinning out into turn two. So those two cars just avoiding a possible contact between Thomas Reeb, who just literally got the back end stepped out all on his own. Down towards turn two go the lead pack, and there comes through turn one the rest of them. That Idemetsu car there of Richard Fuller doing such a good job so far. And he only debuted last year for the first time in a V8 coming from karting. And he's now got Familiaris on his tail. Carl now still with the pressure being applied by the N4 Autocraft Corvette of JP Nokia. Nokia is certainly looking dangerous, and he has a look. He shows a wheel there to Carl Nell. Carl Nell shuts the door. And Chevy Luminate keeping the Corvette at bay for now. Adlam and Wolford. Di Matteo in the Black Cat. Fuller, Familiaris. And here comes Nell and JP Nokia. Oh, and JP's out of shape. JP heads to the wall. Oh, wow. Great catch there on the Hulk from JP Nokia in the N4 Autocraft car. Very lucky to avoid any barriers or anything else that he could have hit on the inside of the circuit. He gets back on track, and great camera work there from Craig up top at the Zoc Club. Catching all that action front and center. Love it. He just came out of there all on his own. Right, so leaders are back down towards turn two. This is the second and third place battle between Adlam and Wolford. Wolford seems to have got that Fuchs Falcon sorted out now. It's great to see, actually. But the four-time champion and Wolford have got no answer to Warren Lombard's pace out front. Fuller with Familiaris now on his tail. JB Holdings and Idemetsu car there. Up on the inside. Oh, could we see a change up here between Fuller? No. Familiaris had a look, but he wasn't close enough. That Corvette looks like it's on rails. Oh, and now Carl Nell spins out. Carl Nell spinning out of turn 4, lights up the car. Here comes JP, his closest rival. The Hulk will have to go around the outside. Oh, and it was very close to contact there. So close to some contact there between JP Nokia and Carl Nell. Carl Nell has spun out in sympathy for what happened earlier on there with JP. I did see some safety car boards out. There are definitely safety car boards out, which is going to concertina this field up big time here. Reeb is back on track. Warren Lombard is going to be thinking to himself, no, come on. I had about 4-second lead over the second place cars now, and the safety car boards are out. Not quite sure why. But it could possibly have been because of that spin from Carl Nell. They might have thought that the car would be in harm's way. Fortunately, though, he got going again. Let's have a look at that in terms of the replay of JP Nokia looping out at the top end of the circuit there, right in front of the ZOC Club. Lots of room to play there on the grass, fortunately for JP. And there you go. He is back on track, and about half a lap later, the man he was fighting with, Carl Nell, he did a similar thing at turn 4. Look at the body language there from Thomas Reeb. Hand out the window going, what did I do? What a stupid mistake was that? It was. Could be a costly one as well. We are under safety car. There are the cars in contention, and Warren Lombard has got Thomas Reeb now. Well, it's not Thomas Reeb anymore, I beg your pardon. It's now Mackie Adlam right on his tail. Now, Lombard is backing them up there, thinking potentially that the lights are going to go out on that Toyota 86 pace car. And if they do, he wants to try and catch Mackie Adlam out. He had about a 3.5 second advantage over Adlam when the safety car did come out. And is there going to be a bit of a race and a sprint race to the line now for the first 3, now that they are certainly a lot closer? Here we go. Nell getting it sideways on the turn 5 again. Safety cars in. Have we got... No, we've still got enough laps in hand here. This is a 12 lapper. Remember, the first of the Volvo 1 V8 supercar races is a 12 lap race. So potentially about 4 still to go here for these guys. Green flags. And Lombard drops the hammer, trying to get away from Adlam and Wolford. Dimatteo just loses out to the back end there of Wolford as they go through turn 1. Italian Stallion in the Deltec Batteries car. That Jaguar XK. And there's a move from Adlam right from the word go. Diving on the inside of Warren Lombard, trying to make Lombard go the widest line around turn 2 that he can. He had a big look, but he couldn't make it stick. Lombard's got a fight on his hands now. Lombard and Adlam going at it onto the back straight away. Adlam's on the inside line, but Lombard's going to have what it takes on the brakes to go through turn 4. Here comes Italian Stallion, Frank and Dimatteo along for the ride. Fuller's not too far off the back end. Up to the top of the hill they go now for the first time after the restart and that safety car. And Lombard has got... Oh, he's made a mistake! Lombard loops out under the pressure from Adlam, and that is such a big pity. Warren Lombard at the top of the hill gets it all out of shape, and he's now buried it. He's buried it in the beach, and there's no way they're going to get that car out. Possible second safety car going to have to come out now. Warren Lombard buckling under the pressure there from Adlam, the multiple champion, 4-time SA champion in Mobile 1 V8 supercars, is Mackie Adlam, and he put the pressure on, and it paid off. He puts Lombard into this loop on the replay. You can see just getting out of shape completely and stuck in the kitty litter. There's no way that those Goodyears are going to get him out of that. We're on to... Are we going to see a safety car? Doesn't look like it. These guys are still high flying out of turn 3. Lombard's car is on the outside of turn 5, and they've got about less than a K to go before they get to it. It'll be double wave yellow, so there'll be no overtaking up into turn 5. Maybe they'll be able to get that car out of the way and not need a safety car. I don't think so, but let's see what happens. Double wave yellows into turn 5, as I said. A big move there from Reeb. He has to back out of it. He could not get through there. And as they come out, Lombard's still on the sideline, and they would have seen that car now. And potentially coming through, I would say, with about 2 to go. Coming into G&H Transport Corner. Let's have a look on the sideline there. Yeah, 2 laps to go now for Adlam, Wolford and Dimatteo. Fuller in 4th. Familiaris is 5. As they head towards turn 2. He's got Reeb all over the back of him though. Thomas Reeb has certainly been given a good advantage of coming back to the front end of this pack with the safety car. It worked in his advantage. But that's what happens when you've got a 4-time champion on your tail. Lombard will know, and he'll be kicking himself for that. Warren Lombard has certainly just got to grips with that Ford Falcon of his, and unfortunately it was a mistake from him that is a costly one. Is the car on the inside of the track still? I can't see it in the shot yet. Yes, it is. Ooh, and it's in harm's way, I would say. I was going to say safety car had to come out at some point. Wolford was sideways out of turn 5 and nearly clipped the back end of Warren Lombard's car. Fortunately, they've now called the red flag. So red flag with, what do you got, 10 of 12 done should be enough. I'll take them back to 9 of 12, which should be about 75% of the race completed. And with one lap back, it means it would have been Mackie Adlam from Terry Wolford. I'm going to get confirmation of that, of course. It's still got to be sorted out. But what a way to finish off there for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Heat 1. 12 lap of action coming your way there. And of course, they are the final race of the day with an inverted grid in Mobil 1 V8 Supercars as our last race at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon. So make sure that you tune in for that. Stay tuned for more action coming up now. And the action that's coming up just after this, and we get clearance of the cars on track, including Warren Lombard's Pep Boys Automotive Ford Falcon, will be our Racing Through the 20th Century Speed demonstration. And that, of course, is a new concept here at the Passion for Speed Festival. We'll be back shortly with that action in a few minutes' time. So after an incredible Mobil 1 V8 supercar race, we managed to catch up with some of the drivers down in pit lane. Terry Wolford is standing by, and you can see him just climbing out of, a couple of guys climbing out of their cars. But going to try and catch up with him quickly to find out exactly how it all went out there. Looks like he had some great fun. There's his mom Barbara behind him, giving a little thumbs up and a high five. But great to see some fantastic race action, as always, in the Mobil 1 V8 supercars. Let's catch up now with Terry Wolford.
Terry Wolford, that's quite a good finish. You've had a good finish. Well, all of last year wasn't too good, but this year started off quite well, second place.
Yeah, it's just a tough race. I think we just noticed how I saw Warren had pulled a bit of a gap. He was flying. And then all of a sudden, safety car brought everybody together, and then it was hell, you know, everybody was just pushing. Stones everywhere on the track. I don't know what happened, but next minute Thomas was off and Warren was off, and Mackie and I, and the cars were just, I could see that after slowing down, the tyres had lost pressure. They were just all over the place. But unfortunately, sort of red flagged. Maybe, you never know. But race 2, we look good. I don't have to do anything on the car, just a quick check, and the car's pace is there. So yeah, thank you. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Mobile, to Lubricants. Thanks to all the spectators who are here, to the guys who are watching on the live stream. It's great to have racing back again.
And now race 2, reverse grid. You're starting from second last.
Starting second last. I'm looking at the skies. Getting a bit nervous. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Race 2 is always good. People come here to watch race 2. They love it, you know. So, you know, we've got Kyle Army next weekend. And this is the start of a new season. So I think points is critical, yeah, you know, to get the momentum going.
So starting now, second last. Are you going to bump some marks out, make it more exciting for us?
No, I quite like the paint scheme. We'll try and keep it as tidy as possible. But, you know, that second heat, I mean, the guys from, you know, anywhere in the middle of the pack, and the guys are all quick, you know, and these cars are wide. So, yeah, anyway, I just want to thank my team, all the guys, you know who you are. Thanks very much for all the help and support in that. And to my people who have supported me and given me encouragement, that Kathy Heard, all the rest of them, thank you guys, and my family, thank you.
Awesome job.
So out on track right now, ladies and gents, something completely different to what we'd normally have at the Passion for Speed Festival. It's not an actual race, it's just a demonstration, but the drivers have been told to put on an actual demonstration and push these cars to what they're able to do in terms of their lap times that they potentially could do if they were racing. They are under safety car, so the safety car will dictate what they can do in terms of pushing them too much. But we have got an absolutely awesome array of cars to go through, and we'll try and get through all of them so you can see exactly what it's all about in terms of this new concept. It is a concept that Peter and Corrine saw at Goodwood, where they send out sort of the greats of the past type vehicles and vehicles that won't be actually participating in any of the races on the day, but just to give you an indication as to you know, what these cars can do, and of course the heritage and the history behind some of them. 35 car out there, that's Grant Viljoen. It's a Mercedes 300 SEL, and the 300 SEL that he's piloting, I'm just running through the list that I've got here. Absolutely awesome to see. If I'm not mistaken, it's one of the cars that were involved at one stage in the 24-hour, and it's a 24-hour race winner there that we're talking about in that Mercedes-Benz 300 SEL. There goes Noddy. We've seen him there, but have a look at the car just behind that, Daryl, if we can. It's the Hot Rod from Wembley Stadium. That is the national championship car of 1971. Richard de Vos driving it. I'm sorry, Richard de Vos drove it then, but his son Rudolf de Vos is now driving that. The Hume Melville Motors car. And it was the 1971 championship winner in the Wembley Stadium Hot Rod category. 35 we've seen, but T5 alongside him, that would be Sarah van der Merwe and Gary Stacey's Ford Cortina Group N car. So the Ford Cortina Group N car there of Sarah van der Merwe. Gary Stacey owns that car. The 35 car there coming through. Of course, showing this array of vehicles that's part and parcel of this. And as they go through there, we'll try and bring you some of the other cars that are on track as well, and have got some notable. Looks like we're going to be trying to go down a pit lane at the same time to chat to Peter du Toit about this concept as well. Just waiting for him to get sorted out. And as soon as we got him, we'll go straight to Peter du Toit down in pit lane. Okay, he's not ready just yet. Once again, another shot of that Hot Rod. What an awesome car. Behind that, of course, I think that would probably be Jackie Schechter at the wheel of that one. Looking at A1 as well, that's Peter K. Eddy in the 325 Shadow line. 9 is Chad Tendershate, that's a Wilmont Cobra, a 1963 machine there, the Wilmont Cobra. And of course Bob Althoff and Chad Tendershate, Bob Althoff the original driver there. And we're going to go down to Peter du Toit to chat about the 20th century speed demonstration.
Peter du Toit, we're here down in Park Vermeer with you. Talk us through this new initiative that you decided to start doing this year for the Passion for Speed.
Well, the idea is not original. We see it at Goodwood. You put a pace car out there, and then you get the cars that are not raced. They're coming out of museums, cars that are in storage, encouraging people to restore these cars or to bring them out of museums. And it's the first of the kind of event, and we will certainly build on it in the future. It's easier on the drivers and the cars. They're not going full capacity. But what actually happens is the pace car goes around, they drop back, and then the fact they get to the straight and then they nail it. And that's the sight and the sound of the fury of it all that's particularly exciting. It's the first event. We even got a Wembley Stadium hot rod, because that's our heritage. It started at Wembley on a Friday night. Speedway, stock cars, then hot rods. So we have a hot rod here with Rudy de Vos. His father won the national championship in it. We have Proteas, we have darts, we have the cars that people tried to race from the Race Central days. You've got the little Austin Metropolitan. You know, you just wonder where was the imagination, yet the people wanted to race them. That was the passion, which built us up into the 60s and for the greats. So these are the greats of the past under demonstration. We also have a car that's been recreated, the car that won the 24-hour race at Spa with Grant Viljoen, and that big red Mercedes. We have Tony Viana BMWs, some magnificent cars here. We have 250 GT Ferrari leading the pack. Gaza von Ruins Mustang. It's just amazing. We're amazing. And so Hillman Imps, we all tried them, you know, in the early 60s. Anything that had wheels, we put on track. And also the South African built specials. The Protea Triumph is here, the one, the car that is famous on the 59s, Escort 6R, Protea Fords, all came from Grand Central. Of course, the darts story most of us know. And behind me are two Lotus 835. That just wouldn't start this morning. Otherwise, they would be on track as well. But anyway, so it's great. It's great, and you know, we look forward to building it on for the future.
Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you for always putting on this annual event and for putting such wonderful, weird, and amazing-looking cars always on the circuit.
It has its challenges, but it's exciting. I will rejoice tomorrow.
Thank you, Peter.
Great to catch up there with Peter du Toit, the man, of course, who put this concept together 21 years ago. Originally known as the Springbok Series, then it became known as the David Piper Series, and then, of course, eventually into what it is right now, the Passion for Speed Festival, and the 21st birthday today of his third baby, I would say. Mark and Jono would be 1 and 2, and the Passion for Speed will probably be the third baby there of Karine and Peter du Toit. Hats off to both of those incredible people here in South African motorsport and what they've done for the sport that we all love so much. Got some guys joining us from all around the world. I see that from the Broomer side of things, Mr. Mark, yeah, he's joined us as well, checking out what's happening on the track. He's just missed the BMWs, but there's a BMW for you there. A1, Tony Viana, and being piloted by Jackie Schechter today at 325i Shadowline, originally piloted by Tony Viana in Stanek Group N days. With him is the 16 car, that is John Tendashate in a Thompson Special from 1963. The Marauder we've seen in action already, and the Team Gunston colours there also showing that in the day, Cigarette was definitely one of the prime sponsors of cars in racing series all around the world. Unfortunately no longer due to the laws and the health side of things, but it's always nice to see those colours back on race cars and giving a chance to run there, and that's what they are given when you get to events like this, as our hot rod makes its way off the circuit. Big thanks there to Rudy de Vos for bringing Richard's car onto track. Looks like in the background there, one of the, is that a Hillman Imp? Yes it is. Gavin Ritchie's Hillman Imp has decided 2 laps was enough. He's parked on the sideline as well. You can pick up on a couple of the other cars that are out on track. Actually, at the wheel of that one, actually. There is the Mercedes-Benz that Peter du Toit was talking about. A replica of the car that won the Spa 24-hour in 1971. The magnificent Mercedes 300 SE, owned and driven by Grant Viljoen. Once again, the T5 Cortina there of Gary Stacey. Also was at the hands of Sorrel van der Merwe. Give that man a lucky strike, and lucky strike 176. And that's Ben van der Westhuizen in the Ferrari 250 from the racing stable there of Pablo Clark Racing. Checkered flag is out there for our racing through the 20th century speed demonstration. Hope you enjoyed seeing some of those weird and wonderful cars on track. I'll be out a bit later on for a second time as well. Great to have them here, and thanks so much to all the drivers and competitors for bringing them out here. As I said, the concept basically is to say to the drivers and owners of cars who don't want to necessarily race them, but still want to, with race action here from the Passion for Speed Festival. Well, it looks like a little bit of a change in the proceedings here. We thought we'd seen all of the racing through the 20th century cars. Clearly not. There's a couple of other cars going out there as well. So apologies for that. It's not GNA's Transport Extreme Supercars just yet. We've got the slightly quicker models of our racing through the 20th century vehicles on track at the moment. One of them being the Chevron B8. There is a Shelby Daytona Coupe they're out there. Looks like the big BMW 745 of Tony Viana. That is another example of BMW coming out of the Pablo Clark Racing stable. B16. Not quite sure who's piloting that one. That's Peter Bailey's brand new GT40. As he goes on track. 745 out front will be Pablo Clark Racing's Paolo Cavalieri leading the pack out. And the rest of the cars coming through there. Once again, Chris Davison out there in the Michael Briggs Opel Kadett Superboss. '64 Jeff Kruger. He's in a GSM Flamingo from 1964. 282. If I'm not mistaken, will be the Alpha GT Junior. Or 202 actually, not 282. A couple of extra cars that have been thrown into the mix here, which I don't have on my list, but I know that's an Alpha GT Junior, and 202 I think might be Mark Tatoy behind the wheel of that one. Chad Tendashate, this time with the roof on his coupe AC Cobra. We've seen a race in the past where that roof was blown right off. John Kruger piloting that second Chevron B8. It's the BMW powered one that's there. That's why it's got the BMW colours on it, the M Racing colours across the stripe there. 8. Well, it says Mark Miller, but it's not definitely not Mark Miller behind the wheel of that Shelby Daytona Coupe. As you heard, the concept here is to push these cars as hard as they can go without doing too much damage to them, because there is a lot of history and heritage behind these vehicles. Some of them are still with some races to do today. But coming from the concept that Peter spoke about at Goodwood Festival, it's to get the cars behind a safety car or a car that would resume a safety car role and push them to let the crowds enjoy what the noise would be if these cars were in full flight. 530 and 535i out there, also out of Pablo Clark Racing. Not quite sure who's piloting them just yet. We did have an indication of some of the drivers who were behind the wheels of these cars. That is definitely Chris Davison behind his Michael Briggs Opel Kadett Superboss in Stanek Group N colours, and he won the championship there for Opel Racing in the old days. So great to see him in full flight. And of course we saw the 325 IS Shadowline, the car that was its arch rival in its day, on track a while ago. We've got hard chargers coming through here as well, as you can see. Looking at the 12 car there, that's a 535 BMW, and then the GT40 on its tail of Peter Bailey. There is the all-conquering Winfield BMW of Tony Viana, and at one stage that was a very difficult car to beat in its class. T45 on the side of the car, if I'm not mistaken. And piloted there, of course, by Paolo Cavalieri. It would have run in the BMW dealer team colours as well. And great to see these cars, as I said, in full flight. Well, they're pretty much in full flight. I'd say about 85-90% they're giving out there at this stage. Peter Bailey will be enjoying this, getting a little bit of a warm-up there on that car and a shakedown for his car before it has to go to battle later on in the South African TT. That is Jackie Schechter at the wheel of the Solori BMW. Saw that from his helmet design in the cockpit of that car behind Paolo Cavalieri. I'm not quite sure who's in this one though. Maybe we can try and get a shot of the driver there. It could possibly be Mike O'Sullivan with that open face helmet, or even Ian Schechter at the wheel of the West Bank version of Tony Viana's car, one of the West Bank modified saloon cars. Championship winner in Class B in its time there was that BMW 535. It was the production car champion, I think, in the 1990s. As West Bank were the sponsors of the modified saloon cars at that stage. Before they changed up, of course, to what is now Mobil 1 V8 supercars and what was West Bank V8s. 64 again in the hands of Jeff Kruger, the little GSM Flamingo. Looks like Jeff's got a bit of a handful of that car. A little bit of understeer coming out of turn 6 and 7. Battling a little bit. They're trying to give the crowds an indication of what that car's capabilities are. I don't know if that's Jeff Kruger though. Black helmet tells me possibly not. Might be Ishmael Beloy at the wheel of that car. Tony Viana and Dion Joubert were the teammates when that car was piloted in its original race format. Just looking, that looks like that might be Jeff at the wheel as opposed to John at the wheel of the B8. So maybe they changed up there. Maybe they put John at the wheel of the GSM Flamingo and Jeff Kruger at the wheel of the B8 Chevron. Looking at that, not Mark Tatoy at the wheel of that one. 202 I don't have on my list, unfortunately. It's Alfa Romeo GT Junior. Yeah, definitely not on the list here. They've thrown a couple of extra cars into the mix here. That's Schechter, definitely. And the Solora BMW. It was always a hair-raising car when Tony Viana was behind the wheel of that car. So they're slowing down now after the second part of our demonstration. Racing through the 20th century speed demonstration here at Swartkop's. First time out for this concept. And I think with a couple of other cars that we know that are in garages or museums or collections around the country, it might be quite nice to see those cars coming out and being part of the next version of this concept. As I said earlier on, it's Peter de Toy seeing it at Goodwood and saying this might work at Swartkop's at the Passion for Speed. I think it has. Solora Color TVs. Here's a sponsor to have in the day. If you couldn't get the cigarette advertising, you had to go for the new technology that was being put out. And Solora Color TVs was one of them. So once again, a thanks to all of the competitors and drivers that brought these cars onto track. And you may see a couple of them later on in their respective heats as well. It is fantastic to see the crowds there on the gallery and crowds right around the circuit as well, enjoying all the action here at the 21st version of the Passion for Speed Festival. We'll be back shortly with G&H Transport Extreme Supercars and their first heat of the day. 15 laps of race action coming your way. on track now, this time officially for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. They had to wait slightly for our slightly quicker cars in the demonstration to make their way around and do a couple of laps to show you what they're capable of in their day and here today as well. Dane Angel, man on pole position. Great to see the Autohaus Angel team, of course prepped by GT Club Sport and Devon Lismore on his team to make sure that that car is ready to go for race 1. Alongside him, and a welcome return to SA Circuit Racing. It's been a while since we've seen Reggie Roots at the wheel of a circuit car. He does a lot of hill climbing, but it's been a long time since we've seen him behind a race car that does more than a couple of laps as opposed to just one run up a hill. Record Roots in the BB Motorsport Nissan GTR R35. Jonathan Dutoy, he races for Trans-Africa Racing, but of course he's piloting a Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan this weekend. So a slight change up in terms of his usual steed. His usual steed doesn't come out of that team there, Stradale Motorsports stable. It comes out of Trans-Africa Racing, and it's usually got a little horse on the front of it. This time it's got a big bull. So sticking with the Italian brands, but a change up in terms of his allegiance. And this time in the Lamborghini from Stradale. That's him right there. Ben Morgenroot, your overall champion in this class last year, coming through to take up the battle again in the Morgenroot Auto Ford powered Toyota Lexus. It's Darren Winterboer from Bulawayo. Nice to see him getting an opportunity to get out of Zimbabwe and come and play with us. He missed the last couple of rounds due to, of course, COVID and lockdown and inability to get out of the country. Richard Pott is behind him, ahead of Damian Hammond in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Zolile Letlaka is in the Stradale Motorsport McLaren 650S. You've got Mark Dutoy in Trans-Africa Racing's F430. That's the red Ferrari in the background. Coming onto that back straight away, just behind Zolile. McLaren and Ferrari. Greg Parton in the Huracan. He'll be looking forward to a big fight out there as well for Dryzit Environmental, just ahead of Dion Duplessis. You've got the 13 car out there piloted by Charles Arangis. He's not usually in the Porsche in this kind of race. He normally participates in the Lamborghini, but of course with the Kyle Army 9-hour next weekend, they have to keep one of the cars ready to go, and standing by for action, of course, with him will be a big battle expected. Ant Blunden and Cashin Naika, Nicky Dix, and then the two Gianacaro boys there in 16th and 17th place with Jaco Nel and Johan Hatting, all fighting for the final positions on track. They're coming under starters orders now. It is Dane Angel and Rekhard Roots who are side by side, heading down into starters orders. Angel with the lights ablaze. Rekhard Roots going to try and catch him out here. Let's see what Angel can do. He should have what it takes in terms of pace, and if we look at the qualifying times, of course, he was almost 0.2 of a second quicker than Rekhard Roots, but Roots in that BB Motorsport GTR is a fine contender, and great to have him back in circuit racing as they head down towards turn 2. It is Dane Angel who gets the whole shot. He hangs on, but late braking coming out of Jonathan Dutoy, closing up onto the back end of Rekhard Roots as they come out of turn 2. A little bit sideways there from Ben Morgenroot. Comes a move from Mark Dutoy, diving through there on Zolile Letlaka and bringing Greg Barton along for the ride. Barton's got the crossbow on his tail of Dion Duplessis. They just sort things out now as they get onto that back straight away. So McLaren leads out now, but only just over Dutoy. Dutoy trying to sneak on the inside with that F430. And can't quite get on Letlaka's inside line to make a move. He might be able to get it up to the top of the hill here as they come up towards the AMG Driving Academy in turn 5. Hammond onto the back end and looking for a chance now early on to squeeze out and possibly get ahead there of the Lotus Exige of Richard Pott. Pott is going to have some work ahead us for sure as they come down onto the breakers. Behind that, look at this. Oh, problems. Zolile Letlaka pulling into pit lane. Here's Ant Blunden diving on the inside of Dion Duplessis. Duplessis on the inside of Arangis. Two Porsches there side by side and the two Lamborghini Trofeos right behind them. See, it's a good start there from Gianni Gianacaro as he puts the pressure and dives through, finding a way past and just getting up the inside of one of the Porsches in that three-way Porsche battle, putting the Lamborghini into the mix. PPT KTM crossbow is Dion Duplessis. Charles Arangis on his inside, looking to try and get through. Can he? No, he can't. Has a big look there though. Looking for opportunities early on. Ricky Gianacaro also trying to make up some ground now. Didn't quite get the start he wanted. He's behind one of the Porsches just in the background there. Looks like possibly on the back end of Cash and Nika. Good start there from Nika as he heads up side by side now with Ant Blunden. And then just behind that, you can see them having to work hard through this field of very competitive machinery. Gianni Giannacaro looking for a chance now. Already has a little tap on the back end. He might have done some damage on the nose cone there of that Lamborghini as he went on the inside of Charles Oranges. Very close between the two of them as they came out of that corner. That is for sure, but looks like he seems to have sorted themselves out now. Oranges goes on the attack to the Duplessis in the KTM crossbow. Oranges from Giannacaro. 995 is Nika. Kasha Nika looking for a way through, can't find it just yet. Detroit fends off the attack there from the Hurricane of Greg Parton from the south. Oh, and tapping as well. Oranges giving the KTM crossbow a little nudge as they came out of turn 2, and that's given Giannacaro a chance to pounce. Gianni Giannacaro, Gigi just getting in there and putting his nose in where it shouldn't be after a little tap between the Porsche and the KTM. Lambo versus Ferrari to the top of the hill in turn 5. Greg Parton right on the tailpiece there of the toy as they come up onto the braking. Now let's have a look and see if there's going to be a change up again. No. Ricky Giannacaro looking for a chance to dive through. Can he make it stick as they come up onto the brakes into turn 5? Right at the back, Hutton in the 350Z for Stradale Motorsport. Hutton having some fun and games out there, but unfortunately just off the pace ever so slightly now. Pace is definitely on for BISC. Look at this from Gianni Giannacaro now putting pressure onto that KTM crossbow of Duplessis. Blunden's dropped back ever so slightly. Where is Oranges? Oranges has gone missing. Charles Oranges not in that front pack where he was earlier on. Let's see if there's a problem on that car. The crossbow from the Lamborghini. Porsches then right behind that with Blunden trying to make up ground now on Cash and Nika. So Hurricane now ahead of that Ferrari. KTM crossbow, Lamborghini Trofeo. The Super Trofeo car of his brother Ricky Giannacaro was having a look just in the background as well. He might have just got through. No, he didn't quite get through there on Ant Blunden. Blunden kept him at bay for now, but could be a change up here as they get to the top of the hill. Cash and Nika closing onto the back end there of Gianni Giannacaro. Porsches versus Lamborghinis. Lamborghinis versus Ferraris. KTM crossbows. Oh, and Rekord Rutzoff. Rutzoff there in the BB Motorsport Nissan GTR R35 on the sideline. Unbelievable stuff here from these guys as they go flying through. Oh man, are we in for a big... Yeah, from these guys. Here comes Ricky Giannacaro on Blunden. Behind that. Oh, it's tight. It's getting very close here between these three. Oh, and a little mistake from Dion Duplessis. Opens up the door to Gianni Giannacaro and he pounces. Gianni Giannacaro pounces and makes up one position as he dives through on the KTM crossbow. Duplessis coming back at him, but Cash and Nika's putting him under pressure. Nika trying to capitalize on that small mistake. Couldn't quite make it stick though. As they go through. Oh, and Nika's out of shape. Megastar Wholesalers Porsche has caught lit up out of turn 4. Cash and Nika having to try and get back on track if he can. When he's clipped the nose cone. There's a little lip there on that Porsche that's unfortunately caught the lip of the exit point of the circuit. And I don't know if he'll be able to get back on track. Richard Pott all on his own in the Exige. How far back is he on the Barron's Motorspares car there of Darren Winterboer? It's quite a long way back. Winterboer, of course, is in 4th place on the circuit at the moment. So some action still to be sorted out. But Cash and Nika might have been stuck there. We have to negotiate that kitty litter. Yeah, there he is. He's back on. But he's had to negotiate the Porsche onto a slightly different entry point because of the low splitter on the front end of that Porsche. He just had to... Oh, and there's a slider into turn 4 as well. Pott got out of shape too. Is there a possibility of some change of surface required there? Because Pott has also slid into turn 4. Has somebody dropped something down there that's going to cause some issues for cars? Fire out of the side of the car there, Pott's Exige as well. That's not good for Richard Pott. They're going through there. Everybody else seems to have got through there relatively unscathed, but it was a big slide there from Richard Pott, which put him onto the inside of turn 4. Are we going to have a safety car? Good possibility there's going to be a safety car here. Safety car. Waiting for confirmation of it. The man who should be at the front end. Pott is on the inside of turn 4. Comes down to complete another lap there for G&H Transport. Change of surface into turn 4. So they are warning the drivers that there's a possibility of some problems. Darren Winterberg's got problems of his own. The Brands Motor Spares BMW slows up into turn 4. That's a pity there for him. Bulawayo Obama with some problems. Kyle Army, Red Star / Swartkops Marshals all combined. I think Jonathan DeToy might have gone for an overtake there under safety car, and that's why he's having to give that position back to our leader, Dane Angel. So it's Angel from DeToy, from Morganhout, your top 3 in A+. Darren Winterberg, unfortunately, having to pull to the sideline and possibly into pit lane. There are your first 3 cars on track, and it's Stradale Motorsport and Inter Africa Mining's XO, Zolile Tlaka, who's in 4th ahead of Charles Oranges, Ben Morganhout behind them. So trying to sort everything out here, and a little bit of disarray there amongst 4 or 5 cars with some incidents at the same time. We saw Cashin Naika go off at turn 4. He couldn't get back on, had to renegotiate his way back on because of the low splitter on the front end of his Porsche. About 30 seconds later, it was Richard Pott who spun out at the same place. And they're saying change of surface. So is there some kind of fluid down here at turn 4 that the drivers have to be worried about? Zolile's out of position ever so slightly. Thanks, Paulie. I kind of thought that because he didn't have the same kind of pace as the front end guys were having. So that's possibly why he's into the mix there, and he's a bit further down than what he should be. If I look at our last, he was about 15th in our last time we reshuffled the timing monitor. So Charles also slightly out, eh? I think he came in because of that nudge on the back of the KTM Crossbow. Just wanted to make sure the Porsche was okay. There's also a bit of front end damage on that Cashin Naika car because of the attempt to get back on track, and then he clipped the edge of the circuit, which bent the nose and the splitter on his Porsche. He got it all sorted out. Richard Rutz unfortunately out of this one. You can see stricken on the sideline there. Another lap under safety car. Dane Angel from Jonathan DeToy. Zolile is in 15th, so don't worry about the 3rd car or the 4th car. 3rd car on track is actually Ben Morganhout now, that man there, ahead of Hammond. Damien Hammond at the wheel of this car for this one. I thought it was Sam. It's actually Damien at this stage. And then behind him is Greg Parton, Mark DeToy, and Jimmy Giannacaro. I don't know if it's Jimmy Giannacaro. Is Jimmy Giannacaro at the wheel of that car? I don't think so. Possibly Gianni. But maybe he's sharing the drive with his dad this time out. Looks like Gianni's helmet. Jimbo, of course, running an open face helmet as opposed to Ricky and Gianni's full face helmets that they run. KTM Crossbow of Dion Duplessis, it's Blandon. And then the second of those Nissans is who is it, the second Nissan GTR? Richard Rutz. I don't know who's in the second option of those Nissan GTRs. Oh, it's Jaco Nel, sorry. Jaco Nel there in the second GTR. Ricky Giannacaro's on his tail. Winterberg's back in the pit lane quickly to see what the issue was. Looks like it's got it sorted. Fast Development's helping him out, and he'll be hoping to try and make his way through the field as rapidly as possible. Hopefully get back up into contention for an A+ overall. So here comes the Pretoria North Toyota and moves its way off circuit with an indicator to go wide. Dane Angel now going to try and catch this field. But he's got a very seasoned campaigner and a Swartkops local on his tail. New machinery for Jonathan DeToy, but it seems to be loving life in that Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini. Drop the hammer, and it looks like 3 laps to go according to the board on the left hand side as they start this one. 3 more laps of action to come your way here. Zolile Latlaka in the mix, not where he should be, but he's up there with his teammates. Maybe going to play a bit of a tail gunner role here for Charles Oranges, who's being hounded now by Ben Morganhout. Morganhout trying to find a way through early on, realizing that these 2 cars are in his way. They are deemed as backmarkers now, so they'll have to give way to the slightly quicker car. Zolile sees him coming, just doesn't give him any room at all. Naika from Hammond, Damien Hammond, ahead of Greg Parton, Gianni Giannacaro, and here comes Duplessis. Nell on the inside of Blandon. Having a big look there as they get underway now for the second part of this one. As they head down into turn 7. Final corner now coming up for Dane Angel. He's got Detroit all over the back of him. Detroit definitely loving life in this Lamborghini. Remember, his normal choice of steed in this category would have been the Silver Dream Racer, an all-silver 430 Ferrari. So, as I said, changes allegiance, but stays with the Italian brands. And from the prancing horse, he moves over to the Raging Bull. And that bull is raging big time. Looking to try and close things down now on Dane Angel, who leads out in the Porsche. Autohaus Angel and GT Club Sport Porsche. Dane Angel ahead of Detroit. There is third place Ben Morgenroot. The Clark is still far off the pace there, down in 15th or 16th place. Here comes Parton on the inside of Cash and Nika. He moves up one position as well. Greg Parton will probably move up into, I think that's now 5th or 4th place. 4th place, he's ahead of Damien Hammond. So Hammond's under attack here big time. The two Trofeo Lamborghinis being protagonists coming through this field, looking for opportunities. And Hammond with, I think that is Gianni Giannicara. I could be mistaken though. It's telling it's Jimbo. But of course you can't really see in those closed cockpits. We'll have to wait and see what the result says later on. Giannicara dives on the inside. From that kind of maneuvering, I would say it's Gianni. Take nothing away from Jimbo, but he's not as aggressive in his driving style as Gianni is. And he would now have to try and hang on for opportunities here. And Damien Hammond's going to try and learn from Gianni, who of course took the GT3 championship in this class last year for 2021. The Cluckers McLaren ahead of his teammate Charles Oranges in the Porsche. Here comes Parton. Parton to try and lap the two Stradale Motorsport teammates. Big move here from Darren Winterberg, trying to get up on the inside and ahead of Jaco Nel. He's got through on Blunden. I would say starting the final lap now for these two. As they come across the line, it is 1 to go. And Dane Angel has got his hands full. Looks like Jonathan Dutoy means business here in this new car. Coming through and into... Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. I beg your pardon, I might be mistaken. It's still a couple of laps to go. I saw 3 to go on the restart though, Paulie. That's why I was a bit worried. Maybe I got it wrong. Maybe it was 5 to go. I will get that confirmation as they come through. Maybe we get a shot of how many laps these guys have got to go from our director on the next pass over the start-finish line. Have to wait and see what's going to happen here as they come up to the top of the hill now. Either for the last time or maybe we got that wrong. As I said, our timing has been a little bit difficult today. But as we get to the top of the hill, let's see if we got it all right. So, G&H Transport Supercars led out by Dane Angel. Jonathan Dutoy is on his tail. And they looks like they've started another lap. So yeah, we could be wrong there. And apologies for that. I thought I saw 3 laps to go on the restart. Angel and Dutoy going at it. And Angel is loving life in this Porsche since he's got it. They brought it across from the Jogga Jogga Porsche racing team behind Engelbrecht, and that team had oodles of experience and success in that car down in Cape Town and also on a few occasions here in G&H Transport Supercars. Charles Orangi's being caught now once again by Gianni Giannicara. The 2 fights on the track at the moment, not for position really between Orangi's and Giannicara, but there'll still be some bragging rights there between those two. Not too many because he's already got through. Here comes Hammond on the inside of the toy. Trinity Protection Services Lamborghini Trofeo. Ahead now of that 430 Ferrari. Morgenroot all on his own, and he's in 3rd place. With 3 to go. 2. Okay, so we got 2 to go. Might be 2 to go on that board. Difficult to spot when they go flying past at 200 k's an hour. On the last lap, okay, they could be on their last lap. We don't know. We have no idea. We're going to just go with when the flag comes out. I think that's probably a good idea. On the outside and up to the top of the hill we go again. And it is Angel now opening up a little bit of a margin. Realizing that we're into the closing stages. Does not want to give any opportunities here for his day to be spoiled. Particularly for race 1 in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Down the hill and potentially to the checkered flag. We'll wait and see if any of the flag hangs over the wall. Does he? Yes, he does. Dane Angel from Jonathan DeToy winning out the battle there for Class A+. Ben Morganwood will get third place and third in Class A+ as well in the Toyota Lexus. Still some race action to be happening at the top of the hill as well. This is Hutting at the back end of the field, possibly looking for honours in Class D. He's had a relatively easy race of it. Yakonel also with some work to do still to finish up this one. He's looking for possibly the win in Class B there for now. Across the line go the rest of the Porsche Brigade. Hammond hangs on to beat out DeToy. So if I look at the way things finished up there, we've got Dane Angel taking Class A+. GT3s goes to Greg Parton. Class C goes to Gianni Giannicaro. And Class A will go to Damien Hammond. Class C to Dion Duplessis and Class B to Yako Nal. Unofficially, of course, here at the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival. And up next, we head into our Lotus Challenge first heat of the day. We'll see you soon for more action here from the Passion for Speed. After a great race of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars, we've caught up now with Dane Angel down in pit lane after his first race win. Let's catch up with him.
Marcel Angel, starting the season off with a bang, but you got to be happy with that, eh?
Well, Marcel's my old man, I'm Dane. But yeah, no, pretty good. I think somebody dropped oil around the circuit, so it made it a bit slippery. I suppose as the leader, you're the first one to get to it, so that allowed the Lambo to catch up to us a bit. But yeah, the Lambo found some great pace during that race, but happy to come home with a win.
Yeah, sorry, it's a bit dangerous down here in pit lane. We've got to move out the way. Sorry, Dane, I'm always used to calling out your dad, but dude, this car's amazing and it's on rails. Now it's all coming together with your Porsche.
Yeah, 100%. We've done quite a bit of work with the car in the off season. So yeah, for it to all come together, yeah, I'm quite happy.
Awesome job, dude. All the best for race 2.
Thanks very much.
Down in pit lane as well now to catch up with Charles Oranges after some bumping and barging between himself and the Porsche, his Porsche, and the KTM crossbow of Dion Duplessis.
Talk me through what happened there. What's going on with the Porsche?
Yeah, look, it's a hectic start to a race. So being in the mid pack, I don't think all of the guys always know what's the hell going on. So I know it's for us it's difficult to see the crossbow, but sometimes I think he can also look around a bit. I was on the apex and he just closed on me. So yeah, broke a rim. So I had to come into the pits. Luckily my guys are on top of things. I think we did a bit of damage or make the damage as little as possible. So yeah, we'll fix the car and come back to race 2.
Awesome job. All the best, man.
Thanks so much.
Down in pit lane as well, catching up one of the team engineers for some of these supercars. It's great to have Leroy Poulter down in pit lane. I'm sure he'd love to be behind the wheel of the car, but doing a great job to prep some of these cars as well with his team.
And now you find yourself behind the wheel. Tell us, how was it there in the Lambo on the car that you set up?
Well, I mean, obviously, thanks to General. It was a spur of the moment yesterday. MSA gave me the opportunity to come back after a long spell, and just thoroughly enjoyed it. It's unbelievable, and just wish I could do it more often.
So how does it feel to be back in the race car after a long time, being out of the saddle, and now you just jumped into a Lambo?
Yeah, look, it's nothing that it feels very different to what I'm used to, the sand and that. So, but the car felt really good, and I mean the guys all drove well. I really enjoyed it, and it's an excellent class to be in.
Awesome job. It was great to see you back on track again.
Thank you, guys.
Highly competitive class about to make its way onto the circuit again for the first time today. It's the Lotus Challenge. And we've got 37 cars about to go to battle. Should be fun. No, it's not quite 37 cars. We've got 16 Class B cars, 1 Class C car, and we have got about 10 Class L cars. So what would that make it? 16 and 18? 34, if I'm not mistaken. Not bad. Good field of very competitive drivers, though. That's the cool thing about Lotus Challenge. They always put on a fantastic battle, whether it's in Class L's front end or the front end of Class B, which Jeff Kruger currently holds on to, ahead of Johan Nel, Mackie Adlam, and Andre Himan. So it's a battle of note expected between the Adlam Auto boys and, of course, Jeff Kruger. David Jeremy's up there too, so is Jeff Gable. Thomas Faulkner a little bit further down to what he'd like to be in terms of his starting position, in 7th place on the grid. And the cool thing about this one, of course, it's one of the only standing starts we've got of this day. Kruger for Universal Motorsport once again there at the front end ahead of Johan Nel. He's running for Niles Nile Racing. Adlam Auto 3 and 4. Here's Adlam and Himan. Expensive Habits is David Jeremy and Jeff Gable. Then Adaptive Resources Engineering's Thomas Faulkner ahead of Matty Nash in the JB Systems car. Sean Hewitt running for Gavin Hewitt Racing. And John Kruger in the second of the Universal Motorsport cars. There, of course, that would normally be piloted by his daughter, Robin Creel. But this time out, John's having a chance to have a drive. Ahead of Etienne Stradum and Rudy Barnard. Tinus Buertes and Gavin Ritchie. Carl Scarp, the Sheepman. And he's ahead of Clive Wilmot, Brett van Rensburg, and Ian Young, also in Adlam Auto Racing's colours. Great to see some action at the front end, and of course great to see crowds on the sideline, particularly up at Zoc. There's been a few occasions that Zoc's been open during the lockdown. Not quite as busy as it is today, though, that is for sure. Philip Vermeulen is all on his own. He is, of course, in the Red Tree Capital Birkin for Class C. And then it's Ben Knights and Davide Favo who are on the front row for Class L. Ahead of Gijs van der Walt, Jean de Toy, Andre Duplessis, Nick Hodgson, and Sean Hepburn. .30-second board. The fastest 30 seconds of your life changes to 5, and 5 goes to red lights on. Lights off, and we're racing. It's Kruger who gets the whole shot. By the looks of things, as they head down towards turn 1. Ooh, a bit of chopping and changing there. I think Gable was off the line very, very slowly. He got eaten up by the 9 cars that went through there. Matty Nash just diving on his outside, as Gable seemed to be just stuck in the middle of the track as they got going. 79 on the tail there, and Johan Nel already putting the pressure onto Jeff Kruger. And there's a good start coming out of, as I said, a hard charge from Matt Nash. Nash looking to dive through early on and get ahead of some of the Adlam Auto boys. Mackie Adlam and his teammate Andre Himan having some fun and games of their own there in this mid-pack as they come flying down into turn number 4 for the first time. There's Gable trying to make up the lost ground he had after, looks like he just missed a gear off the line. Maybe went into 3rd as opposed to going to 2nd or 5th as opposed to going to 3rd. Now as they come under braking, Johan Nel under big pressure from Thomas Faulkner. Faulkner diving through. What a start there from Tommy Faulkner as well. Coming from 7th on the grid, he's already up to 3rd place overall. So it's a fantastic start there from him. The 36 car there, that of course is Carl Scarp, slowly but surely making his way around. And he's right there with Gavin Ritchie as they come through. Looks like some work to be done there from the Adlam Auto boys side of things. They didn't quite get it all according to plan. Jeff Kruger leads out, Nel in 2nd. Faulkner in 3rd, and it looks like Matt Nash up into 4th place with a bit of pressure now from the 21 car of Andre Himan. Matt Nash hasn't been in a Lotus for a while, but it is great to have him back in Lotus Challenge. He certainly knows what to do in a race car, and particularly in this type of format of racing. His Nash specials and Nash sports that he builds and creates himself are very similar to the handling capabilities of these. Faulkner into the inside of 4 for second place. Nell with no answer. Thomas Faulkner now goes hunting down his arch rival in this championship for the last couple of seasons. Jeff Kruger, of course, has taken 5 championships in Lotus Challenge, and it's the reason why he's so difficult to catch at the front end. Nash in the Sparko car all over the back end of Nell now, bringing Andre Himon along for the ride. 4-way battle for second place at this point as Kruger tries to open up a little bit of a margin that he can control. Whether or not that's going to be the case, we'll wait and see. But if they do start to slow each other down ever so slightly, that might be exactly what he needs. Looks like it's Ben Knights fighting there with David Fabio and Gijs van der Walt for the honours in Class L, just off the back end of that second pack of Class B competitors. Nash late on the brakes as he closes things down now on the back end of Johan Nel, trying to find a way through there. You can see that the second grey car, or the first grey car on track, I should say, of Thomas Faulkner is getting away ever so slightly. The Battleship grey colour of Thomas Faulkner now synonymous with his racing, looking to close down on Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger at the front end. Adlam just ahead there and looking for a chance now to probably stay ahead if he can, but not always easy to do there with Sean Hewitt. Oh, car's off! Is that Nash? It's Nash and Nell that have come together. Matt Nash and Johan Nell have come together out of turn 4, and they've ended up in the kitty litter. Both of them get going again. Nash is on the grass, Nell in the kitty, and now it's a race to see who can get back on track first and stay ahead possibly of L's 93 car. Ben Knight's off the track as well. Wonder if there's a possibility there of some fluid down again at turn 4. Nash is back on track. He loses through a couple of positions there. The 25 car goes through of Andre Duplessis. Nash into the thick of Class L now. Not where he wanted to be, that is for sure. So it's now Himon up to third place behind. That would be Thomas Faulkner in second. It's Mackie Adlam behind him. And it looks like that's Jeff Gable and David Jeremy, who are not too far behind the two of them. So things changing up there pretty rapidly on that last pass for Lotus Challenge. But now some work to be done. John Kruger up there as well in the second of those Universal Healthcare cars. That is second place, number 2. On his car, Thomas Faulkner. Ahead of Himon and Adlam. Further back, look at Matt Nash coming through this field of Class L. Slightly quicker car that he's, of course, got underneath him. But a highly competitive field of Class L cars he's got to work his way past. Lots of work to be done there. Nell is just ahead of him, though. You can see Johan Nell was able to get back on track slightly higher up than what Matt Nash was able to do once he returned to the track. 57 Sean Hepburn out there for the first time. Rookie tape on that car. Not his first time behind a race car, that's for sure. But possibly just a rookie in this class. The 10 car out there, of course, Brett van Rensburg, the JB Systems car, also now into the thick of the battle for Class L. So Class B slower cars now coming into the clutches of the Class L quicker cars. Now making his way through rapidly. Look at Nash as well. Makes up one more position, gets through on 36. And just ticking them off one by one as he gets through there. And looks to try and get back onto the back end at least of what is the fight for honours in Class B, as opposed to the fight for honours in Class L, where he finds himself right now. We come out of this one and onto the back straightaway. Nell is just up the road there. Nash has got through on all those Class L competitors, so Matt Nash has cleared himself of the slightly slower cars. The JPS car out there as well doing a superb job. Looks like some issues here. Is that John Kruger or Jeff Kruger who's been caught? Looks like that's Jeff Kruger. It is. Jeff Kruger has been caught here big time. And I think there might have been an issue there with Kruger. There is definitely a problem for Kruger. Kruger's dropped down to third place. Jeff Kruger from the lead of the race maybe got caught out on some of that slippery stuff in turn 4 and he's down to third. Here comes the 6-6 car of Sean Hewitt trying to get through there on the 99 car of Gable. Opposite numbers in terms of up and down in terms of the numbers on the number boards, but great to see the battle continuing there. Jeff Kruger now behind Andre Himon. So Andre Himon is in second, Kruger in third, and Mackie Adlam's on his tail. Now they come onto the back straight, and it is Thomas Faulkner opening up a big margin. So Kruger must have had some kind of issue somewhere on track. It's dropped him down to 3rd place. In amongst the Adler Motor boys. Here comes Hewitt. And also diving through there looking for a chance is Stratham. Etienne Stratham finds a great maneuver through turn 4 and gets up on the inside of Sean Hewitt. Hewitt loses out to the Silver Dream Racer. Here comes Gable. Around the outside of Gable. All problems. 34 into the wall. Ian Young for Adler Motor and the Pep Boys Automotive team is in the wall, and that looks like it might be at turn 5 or must be at turn 4. Here they come. The rest of this pack just sorting themselves out there amongst Class L. I can tell you something, it's not over just yet. This is now 36 closing on 10. And it's not done yet for Carl Scarp as he tries to find a way through there on the rookie, Brett van Rensburg. Behind him, the JPS car. It might be Brett van Rensburg's opportunity there. Well, we're going to change up as we see, Heeman's dropped behind Kruger. And Kruger are now going to try and drop the hammer to get away from these guys. Try and close down there on Thomas Faulkner after the mistake he made, somewhere on track. Not quite sure if it was a mistake or if he got caught out by some tricky track conditions. But certainly the battle for second is now on. Suzuki Alberton, of course, the sponsor of this class for this outing. And now up to the top of the hill, you can see just how hard these little Lotus are pushing to put on a show here for their sponsor. Kruger from Heeman. He's got Rudy Barnard behind him. I thought it might be Ricky Adam. It was actually Rudy Barnard that's up there. I'm not quite sure why Adam didn't make it out in the 8 car. But he's nowhere to be seen right now as the two Adler Motor boys go at it. Onto the back end of Team Red Racing's Jeff Kruger. 10-lap Lotus, and we've got 2 to go by the looks of things. As they cross the line and peel down into turn 1. Running wide there slightly from Barnard's point of view, and late on the brakes. Looking for a dive on the inside. Let's have to see if he gets through there. Class L heating up as well. Scarp now into the clutches of that Class L battle. Jean de Toy leading it out by the looks of things. Jean de Toy in the Vibro car, looking for a chance now to squeeze through, and he does. Takes the 16 machine along with him. Nick Hodgson up for the challenge as well as they now into the closing stages of this first heat of Lotus Challenge. 46 on his tail is, of course, Davide Favo, man who's on the front row for Class L, and now looking for a chance on Hodgson into turn 2. He's late on the brakes, and they are side by side out of turn 2. Favo trying to get the drive, didn't quite get there. Davide Favo on the back end of Hodgson. Hodgson with his teammate behind him, looking to try and do some tail gunner roll there to assist him. B9 off the circuit, getting a little bit squirrely. Matty Nash, no, it's not Matt Nash. That's not Matt Nash. That's the other 9 car. There's 2 number 9s by the looks of things. It might have been Matt Nash. I didn't quite get the delivery on the side of the car. I just saw the number 9. Up to the top of the hill now for the 2 teammates for Elite Racing. Jean de Toy and Andre Duplessis. 25 on the inside. Nice maneuvering there from Andre Duplessis to squeeze through. Looking for our leader. Thomas Faulkner, of course, is the grey car, number 2. To keep an eye out on him, couldn't be too far away as they probably onto his final lap now. Let's have a look and see as they come across the line this time out. 2 to go. 2 to go for these guys, and yellow flags into turn 1 because Etienne Stratham is parked on the inside. Oh, the outside of turn 1, beg your pardon. He's gone off ever so slightly out of turn 1, so no overtaking there until he gets back on track. Old 25 fighting hard here. This is a fantastic little fight out. Ben Knights, who went off earlier on in sympathy for the 2 Class B competitors that came together there. Johan Nell and Matt Nash. He got caught out. Car 2, the all-grey car of Thomas Faulkner, is the car we're looking for the next probably half a lap, because it's where he's going to be fighting hard for the win. Oh, that was a bit of outside opportunity taken there. Ben Knight coming up on the inside. Red flag out. Oh, wonder what's happened there now. Red flag out for a potential issue somewhere on track. I wonder if that was due to the fact that we had Etienne Stratham in a precarious position. If there were only 2 to go, they've done enough to complete enough race action for the 75% and a result to be called. 44, making his way off the circuit, is probably one of the cars involved there, Gavin Ritchie. asking for Romeo 1 to just move out the way so he can drive back to pit lane on the exit roads of the circuit. Could possibly be Etienne Stradum as the second car there. It's the number 56 Clive Wilmot Racing Silver Dream car. But all the cars being sent back. Yeah, so they've declared the race after what would have been 8 of 10. 8 laps of 10 race being declared there. And it would have been Thomas Faulkner taking the victory there. Last car coming into pit lane is Faulkner. So he would have been gifted that victory after that. Matt Nash recovered nicely, but of course he's going to have to come back later on. You can see the pace that Nash had, and hopefully he'll be in contention with not only Jeff Kruger and your race winner Thomas Faulkner, but also Johan Nel. Mackie Adlam didn't come out. I'm not quite sure why. Hopefully he'll be back out for the second heat of the day later on in Lotus Challenge. Up next, we go back into the second heats of the day. The first one of the second heats comes from the Historic Racing South Africa's Pursuit Series, and they'll be doing their handicap 8-lapper in a few minutes' time. We'll be back shortly with more action here from the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival. So down in pit lane, Claudia's caught up now with our race winner, Thomas Faulkner, after the Lotus Challenge.
Thomas Faulkner, race 1 winner. How was it out there in the wet?
Yeah, it was actually okay. We had a little bit of a drizzle on about lap 2 or 3, and it's very slippery. As soon as there's any rain on the surface here, it becomes like an ice rink. And yeah, I got quite a good start. Jeff Kruger went off at turn 4, and yeah, I took over the lead and just I put my visor down and I went for it, and yeah, it was actually quite easy out there for me. So yeah, enjoyable race.
Awesome job. All the best for race 2.
Awesome, man. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Historic Pursuit Series back on track for their second heat and final race of the day for these guys and girls. If we look at how round 1 finished up, it was Headley Whitehead who took the victory. So it looks like Rob Clark, well, looking at the classification, no, he took his victory in his class ahead of Henk de Klerk and Rob van Aal. That's in the historic fine cars. In the modified cars, it was Headley Whitehead, Althea Pretorius, and Tegan Lation who top 3. And then Mike O'Sullivan and Carl Stoltz were 1 and 2 in the Young Timers, as they now call it. It's an invitational category that's part and parcel of the Pursuit Series that's been running now for a long time. Actually had an opportunity to drive in these a while ago in Colin Keen's Mercedes-Benz stable out of Karkol. That's in Greenside in Johannesburg. And the cool thing about it is most of these cars are sort of road legal, which is really cool when you get to play in them. And the team sort of setup and rules for the day were that first of all you had to get out of Karkol and go to the engine garage to fill up. And if you got filled up in time and you got there first, you didn't have to pay for the fuel. So there was kind of a little bit of a dash to splash the fuel into your car before you actually made your way onto the highway to drive these race cars, similar to that one there, all the way from Greenside to Swartkops, race the day, and then drive it home, all on 1 tank of fuel. So value for money, definitely one of the most affordable forms of motorsport in the country. That is for sure. And also pretty exciting, particularly in the last 3 or so laps. Maybe not during the middle of the race, but that's when things get sorted out. Remember, with this handicap version, it's the slowest car that goes off first. And that is Rob Clark there, as you can see in his Citroen GS 1220 Clubman. He'll be the first car to leave the pit lane. And he'll be followed by Headley Whitehead in that Austin Cooper S. And then it's the scratch car, as they like to call it, which should be Rion Roux in the Volkswagen Sirocco. That'll be the last car to leave the pit lane after all of these cars have completed their first heat. It was, of course, Whitehead, Clark, de Klerk, and O'Sullivan, your top 4. And they're going to go to battle once again here for race number 2. Rob Clark gets them underway. You'll see, if you didn't see the first race of the day, there's Sorrel on the side of his car. And just to reiterate why that is, Sorrel van der Merwe actually drove one of those Citroen 1220 Clubmans at one point in his racing career. So he, of course, will be in action hopefully in the second heat of our Marlboro Crane Hire Legends of the 9 Hour production cars and under 2 litres combined. Headley makes his way onto the circuit now in the Whitehead Mini Performance Cooper S. He had a good run in that first heat. First time out that I've seen that little Cooper S in action. Look at the roll on that Citroen. Those tires just crying out for grip. And the suspension going, I don't know how much more you can push me, Rob. Not easy to get that car around the circuit, that's for sure. He normally pilots a Mini in the South African Endurance Series as well, part of the Bucket List Racing team. Rob van Aal will be the next car on its way. Looking to potentially move himself up ever so slightly in the overalls there. He was beaten to the line by Henk de Klerk, who's the number 33 Honda in that same shot, about 7 cars back. So van Aal will try and keep that car at bay, but he's going to have hot intentions coming from Althea Pretorius. Not fighting for the same class. Remember, Althea's in the modified class. But still, some great fighting happened in race number 1 between these two, the Ford Escort Mark 1 and the Nissan Exa. Not a lot of Nissan X's racing around the world. So a unique car to have here at the Passion for Speed Festival. Marauder, certainly, and unique car out on circuit as part of the day's proceedings here. Team Gunson colours there again for that Marauder, piloted by Willem van Niekerk. Henk de Klerk gets going. He's just ahead there of new man to the series, Greg White, already being overtaken by the by the Alpha GTV, I beg your pardon, into turn 1, 58. Looking pretty tasty at this point in time, so let's see whether or not we'll see any changes up there between them as we now get into the thick of it. And of course, this is where things will just take it easy for the first part of the racing, but the second part, things tend to heat up ever so slightly with race action expected there. problems for that Alpha. He started well and it looked all good, and he's pulled to the sideline. He's on the inside there of the back straightaway. Hopefully going to get out of harm's way as our scratch car makes its way onto the track to start things out there in his Volkswagen Sirocco. It's Rian Roux. Hatting in the Mercedes-Benz 190E. He'll also be looking to try and get things done quickly as possible and get through the slower cars and not be hindered by them. The one thing that you have to take into account, Mike O'Sullivan leading Karel Stoltz into turn 5 with Hatting behind him. If you don't get your passes done, like we're seeing here from Werner Hartzenberg, that could be costly. Stan Stacey keeping him at bay for now as the 916 goes to try and get on the inside there. Werner Hartzenberg piloting that one just behind the 914 Porsche up the road there. Stacey going defensive. Hartzenberg trying to find a way past. Not always an easy thing to do. Out of harm's way there for the 914, 916 versus 914 into turn 3. Here comes the 944 of Senior on his way there. Fernand Duplessis Senior. As they come into the thick of it here big time. Fighting for honours there, of course, and some action still to be happening all through this race. The Capri still in the mix as well. That Ford Capri 177 of Mike Thompson. There you can see a road-going version of a race car, still with the GP plates on it. It doesn't necessarily have to be trailered to the circuit. Could be driven home as well. There we go. Stan Stacey now unlapping himself from Rob Clark, the lead car. Car's now starting to catch that car after a couple of laps in action. And of course, Rob Clark won't hinder them too much because he has got a slightly slower car than most of the cars will be coming up to retake their position. He runs ever so slightly wide out of turn 1 there. And as I said, the body roll on that Citroen is pretty impressive. And how he gets grip out of that car, only he knows. Because those tyres are squealing and crying as he comes out of corners. Clark looking for a potential win once again in the fine car class. Tegan Lation now to the back end of Michelle Smith. Hartzenberg ahead of Stacey. Duplessis Senior hasn't quite got through just yet. Here comes Mike O'Sullivan. Looking for a chance to dive through on the inside of the 914. Gets through easily, and so does Hatting on Stoltz. BP Nissan Sentra colours there from the old Stanek Group N days. Henk de Klerk under a bit of pressure now as well from Hartzenberg. Trying to get that 916 into the mix there. Gets through on Stan Stacey. Here comes Duplessis Senior to go along for the ride as well if he can. All of them closing down on Lation. There's de Klerk late on the brakes on Smith, and looks like Hartzenberg's going to go with him. And dives on the inside of that Skyline, 1987 model if I'm not mistaken, of Michelle Smith. Beg your pardon, 1982 model there. Not 87. Another lap completed for our leader. Hanging on for now. Let's see whether or not we're going to see anything here in terms of changes up from Clark and Hedley Whitehead's point of view. Hedley Whitehead's trying to close down on Clark. Looks like McClarty's trying to do the same thing there to Van Niekerk. XR3 Escort. Not a lot of those racing around the world either, I can tell you. So a couple of very unique cars in battle here today at the Passion for Speed Festival. Historic Pursuit Series putting on a good show as well. Last race was pretty tight in the last part of the laps allocated. 8 of them here for this race. McClarty now trying to find a way past that Marauder. You can see just up the road there Mike Thompson's Ford Capri. So he wants to go hunting for that one as well. That car, of course, prepped by Big Boss Auto. As always with McClarty, runs Jack Daniels racing colours on his cars. Loves that brand. Thompson could be in trouble because that XR3 is closing on him rapidly. And that's going to be the fight there for about 5th and 6th place on track. Marauder down to 7th. Smith, another lap completed. Looks like we've just also got information from one of our stewards here, Amanda Kutsia, giving me information saying that a wet race has been declared for the rest of the day, which means that all the wet race scenarios would come into play for the rules of each of these categories. So if it is a wet race complete for the rest of the day, it means that there's going to be some negotiations with tyre choices, I'm sure, coming along in the very near future. We kind of expected it about 10 o'clock this morning. There was about a 70% chance, according to the weather report we picked up on. It's about 2.5 hours later that it actually arrived. And whether or not this light drizzle is going to turn into slightly heavier rain, we'll wait and see. Most of these cars on track at the moment are all running on road car tyres, or road tyres, I should say, or at least a semi-slick. So they would definitely, I think they actually have to run on road tyres, if I'm not mistaken, according to the rules. So all on road tyres, shouldn't be an issue with grip out there for these guys. Although when you go 3x3 like that, grip becomes a big problem. O'Sullivan in the mix there between the Porsches. Duplessis Senior now leading things out, but O'Sullivan makes him drop down one position as he comes through. Turn 1, a little bit of smoke out of the back of the Honda. Hartzenberg with de Klerk, and here comes Hutting on the inside of de Klerk. The 190E diving through there on that Honda. And now on the Porsche of Werner Hartzenberg as well. Hartzenberg, you would have seen if you've watched this class in the past, always a big contender and a big competitor in the 928 Porsche. He's got a couple of Porsches in his stable, so he brings out every now and again some of the stable to play. Stoltz on the back end of Stacey, and Tegan Lation losing out there to both Stan Stacey and to Stoltz. Running wide there in the Alpha though, ever so slightly. Not quite on that inside line or the apex of turn 4. Maybe not able to get the grip there at all. You can see grip is becoming a major problem as Werner Hartzenberg runs wide out of 5. Tucks into turn 6, slightly better line there from that 916 into turn 6. Here comes Duplessis Senior with Hutting on his tail, looking to try and pounce as they go down into GNH Transport Corner on the inside of Thompson. And we got 2 to go. Exactly that, 2 laps to go. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting. The quicker cars are now starting to close in on those lead cars. The lead car, of course, is still Rob Clark. Hedley Whitehead behind him. Rob Van Aal still in 3rd, and Althea Pretorius still in the 4th spot. But in the next lap and a half, you're going to see the quicker cars close in rapidly onto those lead cars. There is 4th place Althea Pretorius, and there come the quicker cars, led out by McClarty. Willem van Niekerk, I think, has been just passed there by O'Sullivan and Hutting. So with as they go into turn 4, it's exactly a lap and a half to go there for the quicker cars to potentially try and make their way up and catch Althea, then Van Aal, then Whitehead, and then Clark. There's Clark coming down to the line to start his last lap, being overtaken there by Gerrit Murray. But Murray was off circuit, so he doesn't have to worry about him. He's not in contention for the win. Clark starts the last lap ahead of Greg White. Don't see White being picked up on our timing monitor, but with a lap to go now, it is the Citroen that we've got to keep an eye on. He is the lead car. Is anybody going to be able to catch him here in the space of the next 2Ks? Runs wide, and he's battling with grip as always, and battling with the suspension roll on that car, but Clark loves this car. And he knows it's got potential to win races. It's already won one today in Heat 1, taking the fine car category. Citroen leads out. White behind him. Here comes Hedley Whitehead. 2nd place car is the Cooper. Not quite sure how the 124 got in there. It's not being picked up on our timing monitor, and I don't know if he's in contention, but needless to say, Clark's going to still fight hard with him. Greg White's too far down to be worried there for Clark. He's got to worry about Hedley Whitehead, who's coming up alongside him. He has a big look into turn 5. Doesn't quite make it stick. Now can Rob Clark just place this Citroen perfectly in order to try and fend off the attack there from Whitehead and from Van Aal. Van Aal dives on the inside. 2 corners to go. Rob Van Aal looking for the victory. He goes on the inside, puts wheels on the dirt even. Rob Van Aal not holding anything back here to get to the front end, and he hits the front with one corner to go. Here comes O'Sullivan, trying to get on the inside there of Headley Whitehead's Mini. It's Van Aal who's going to get the victory. Van Aal wins if he hasn't broken out. Ahead there of Rob Clark, and Mike O'Sullivan, I think, came through there for third place. So that's, as I said, it gets real interesting on this last lap and a half or 2 laps or so of this race as the faster cars catch the slower ones. The theory is that if the percentages are all right, everybody should cross the line at the same time. Clark will take the victory, I think, in his class, which should be enough for him to hang on for a double victory on the day if he hasn't broken out. That's the one thing they've got to take into account, the allocated lap times, if they've broken out or not. It means that Rob Clark will win. No, he won't. I beg your pardon. Rob Clark will lose there to Rob Van Aal, because there is the HF category in terms of fine cars, and third place will go to Headley Whitehead in the Mini. Modified cars goes to Mike O'Sullivan, Althea Pretorius and Stuart McClarty. And then if we make our way down to the young timers, I don't see any of them in the classification in that top 15. So young timers would also be, of course, Mike O'Sullivan. And that's how it all ends up for the second heat. Right, remember that we are going to take a small break in proceedings now, ladies and gents, on our Facebook feed. We're going to restart the Facebook feed in about 5 minutes. So apologies for that, but we only get 8 hours of racing allocated to us on a live stream feed, which means we've got to give them a little bit of a break, and Paul Bedford will get that all sorted out. So tune in about 5 minutes time for part 2 of race action here from the Passion for Speed Festival. And it means I can go for a pee as well, because damn, I ain't gonna make it. That dude that came in, I think, was looking for me anyway. Otherwise I'm not going to make it. That is for sacred. Excuse me a second, I'll be back. I'll be there now. Oh. As we all know, this is the big one that everybody comes to fight with at the Passion for Speed Festival every single year. It is the Castrol Pre-66 and 68 South African Tourist Trophy. And the big fight on, of course, is split by nearly half a second at the front end of this field. So expect another exceptional and epic battle here in this little class of racing. Looking the way that they line up, of course, this is only one race. It's a 45-minute endurance race. And starting things out in their GT40, not in the Lola T70 Spider as per usual, is Mark and Jonathan DeToy. Alongside them is last year's champion, running out of the Road to Race and the Lindenberg Racing colours in the Shelby SA Sabat Batteries Shelby Daytona Coupe. James Temple on his own, having to fight out there with Josh Dovey and Peter Bailey in the Bailey Cars GT40. From all around the world, we are just outside of Gauteng, South Africa, for the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival. And this, as I said, is one of the big ones. Everybody wants to win this one, take it as well. One of them, of course, is the man in that Pep Boys Automotive AC Cobra, and that is Warren Lombard. He'll be looking forward to action, of course, there alongside the 21 car of the Swedes, and that's Kenneth Pearson, who's in the cockpit right now, fighting hard for honours. as we start the 45-minute clock. And as they cross the line, 45 minutes of racing comes your way, courtesy of Castrol. Good start there from James Temple. He gets the whole shot into turn 1, outguns the Toys. Around the outside comes the 6 car. That is his lordship, Greg Thornton, running in also a... Oh, and Warren Lombard getting up close and personal right from the word go there on Chad Tendashate. The 2 AC Cobras, one in coupe version, one in, of course, the ragtop and the normal AC Cobra version. Exceptionally close there between Lombard and Chad Tendashate. Temple of that battle between Lombard and the Swedes. Oliver Delay there in the 4th of the GT40s on track. Looks like it might be a Datsun that they're running at this stage. But getting it real out of turn 2, as you can see. Great to see the battle starting to rage right through the pack. Minutes of the race. And of course the other option that you've got to take is that some of these cars may need to be refueled in the break as well. Just over, he runs ever so slightly wide there. He was in for a chance of a win last year in that machine he's in. Just trying to remember the mark of that machinery that he's participating in. Further back, just starting to settle down ever so slightly in the slightly smaller cars that are participating this weekend. It's a compulsory 3-minute stop that you have to do. You can refuel the car in that 3-minute stop. Herman van Putten, last car on track. 13 out there as well, one of our Dutch contingents. We've only got them down as the Dutch drivers. We don't actually know who those drivers are, unfortunately, on the grid I was given. Maybe they'll be able to tell us what's happening on the timing. I'll go to the timing quickly to see exactly. No, it's just saying Dutch, Swedes on the timing as well. So I don't have who the drivers are there, unfortunately, in this class. GT40 versus Cobra battle. It's the TVR that Dovey is piloting. Couldn't remember the brand. It came to me as it came towards me and goes on the inside of Johan de Bruin in the Oda Cure Porsche. Side by side between that TVR and the Oda Cure Porsche there. It's Johan de Bruin, a seasoned campaigner when it comes to historic racing, in particularly Porsches, but he's also been involved and got second place overall in the Global Touring Cars Super Cup class last year in the Masters category, just behind Andre Besaidnout. And this year has decided that the Porsche is the only circuit car he'll be racing this year. He's bought himself a really awesome off-road truck and is going to be participating in some of the off-road events there with MSA. Kenneth Pearson doing a superb job in 21. And the 8 car on his tail is Mark Miller. He's piloting the second of those Shelby Daytona Coupes out of Trans-Africa Racing. That car there going through there, of course, is piloted by one of our Dutch drivers, just remembering his name now, Van der Meulen. And he, of course, by the looks of things, actually took the victory in the first heat of the Legends of the 9 Hour, with a couple of the competitors in that Legends of the 9 Hour class breaking out. We'll bring you more information on that closer to heat number 2 of that class, proudly brought to you by Marlboro Crane Hire. Jen and Tim Abbott sharing the duties there in the 914 Porsche. That's Tim Abbott at the wheel at the moment. And behind that it will be Herman van Putten in his Mustang, being caught by the leaders. So traffic starts from now into turn number 4, and the Detoy is getting held up ever so slightly. Looks like Mark Detoy started the run there and is piloting the GT40 initially. Blue flags waving for Abbott to warn him that the Foster cars are coming. It's led out by Temple. Dutoy in second. Bailey's in third. And Tendashate just behind him in the 4th spot. So far, so good for James Temple. Front row with 39 minutes to go. Leading the class and leading the race overall. The toy is just marking him and matching him, I think. Not really worried too badly at this stage, because they know that there's a long way to go in this. I think Chad Tendashate might have some slightly stronger intentions of getting to third as he climbs onto the back end of that GT40 of Peter Bailey. Bailey now with Tendashate all over the back of him. Warren Lombard in the background, just holding fight. I think it's all about timing as well here. There you go. Ishmael Beloy just signaling the cars to go past him on the right-hand side. Bailey does so, and so does Tendashate. Fighting that car. It's a brand new car, remember, that he's built there. His old GT40 in similar colours. He's now in the hands of a very lucky owner somewhere around the world. Got an opportunity to drive that old car around the circuit. Absolutely brilliantly made machinery. But Chad Tendashate showing him that Trans Africa Racing's also got some good Cobras behind them, and dives on the inside to move up one position. So Tendashate now up into the 3 spot ahead of Bailey. Bailey now falling into the clutches of Warren Lombard. Battle continues here for first place. Starting to heat up slightly as the toy closes onto the back end of Temple. So it looks like traffic might be helping out the Dutoy brothers. John Simpson just being eaten up there, I think, by the top 2. Eight car, then is Mark Miller. Abbott behind him. Let's see some mid-pack battles as well, starting to get close to each other. Good dive on the inside there. The brain just giving some room to the GT40. Oh no, I think he's fighting for honours there with that GT40. That is a fight on track there between Oliver DeLay, the man behind Marlboro Crane Hire, and the Odacure car. Porsche there of behind the brain. Miller in the first of the Shelby Daytona Coupes out of Trans Africa Racing. Oh, 10:40 and 9. That's Mark Dutoy, Peter Bailey, and Chad Tendashate. Possibly going to be given black and white flags, if I saw that right. Daryl, just watch out for that. On the main straight, saw a number board, 10, 40 and 9, in with the possibility of some flags being shown their way. It'll be right at the end of pit lane. It won't be at the checkered flag area. Daryl will be at the start line. But I did see some pit boards being put out there, and potentially a couple of guys about to be shown some ungentlemanly conduct flags, possibly black and white ones, just to say that they're under the scrutiny of the COC. If that's the case, there's going to be some problems there for the Detroit boys if they're going to be in trouble with the COC. Watching out for that and see if we can get confirmation of it. Blue flags waving frantically as the quicker cars come in amongst those slower ones. Tender Sharte and the Dutchman right on his tail going through on Van Putten. Harman Van Putten in the 175 Mustang. That's how it stands at the moment. Temple, Detroit, Tender Sharte, Bailey, Lombard, Dovey. The Swedes there. There you go. It is. Black flag. Car 10, car 40 and car 9. What has gone wrong? Mark Detroit, Chad Tender Sharte and Peter Bailey been given the black flag. They have 2 laps to respond to that to get into... Oh, and Tender Sharte looks like he's a little bit upset with what the black flag he's just been shown, and he spins out all on his own, so into turn 2. So watch out for a spinning Cobra here as Harman Van Putten comes through. What has gone wrong? And what have they done wrong there? The Detroit is in with a chance of a victory. It's definitely the black flag, not the black and white one. And all of them have now been shown that pit board has been withdrawn. So Mark Detroit, Jonathan Detroit in 2nd place, Chad Tender Sharte in 3rd, and Peter Bailey, he's down in 5th. That's going to change things up dramatically at the front end of this field, that is for sure. Disqualification is the black flag, and if the disqualification has come this early in the race, something has been done that is not according to the rules, I would say. Let's wait and see what going to get confirmation on that as soon as we can. Peter Bailey's not going in. He's been shown the black flag. He's got 2 laps to respond to it. He's circulating still, and I don't think he's seen that black flag. We'll wait and see. Maybe we can get Claudio to go and find out what's happening there with that black flag allocation. Get down to COC's office and find out exactly why those cars were given the black flag. 230 is into the pits. Robbie Frank waiting to go. He has to stay in there for exactly 3 minutes, no matter what they do to the car, whether they refuel it or not. So we'll wait and see how things change up here. Tender Sharte hasn't gone in yet either by the looks of things, and neither has Detroit or Bailey. Something has certainly gone wrong if they're calling those 3 cars in and black flagging them. First race you've ever watched. Just to give you an indication, a black flag means instant disqualification. And for called out this early on, something must have gone wrong dramatically. The 8 car of Mark Miller will be certainly moving up higher in the overall standings with the demise of 3 cars. Half an hour to go, 15 minutes done. And let's find out as soon as we can. I know that Paul's gone next door to race control to find out exactly what that incident or what has caused the call for 3 black flags at the same time. Right, we're down in pit lane, and looks like we're going to try and pick up with some issues there with one of our drivers. But before we go down to pit lane, I'll get the information and I'll come back to you with what's happened on track with those 3 cars. Let's go down to pit lane and catch up with Claudio.
You're absolutely right, Greg. Des, Hillary, I'm starting with Des in pit lane. Des, how was your stint out there?
It's lovely. It was hot. There's plenty of grip, and fortunately the rain has held off. And I hope we got in that Lotus 23. I hope we got a giant slayer today. Yeah, we got drainage holes. Believe me, it's not fun when it's wet, eh?
Awesome job. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, thanks for that, Des. But confirmation on what is happening on track. So, the black flag is not a disqualification flag in this race. It is for exceeding the lap time limit for this race, which is a 1 minute 10. And that means that Jonathan du Toit, his brother Mark, Chad Tendashate, and Peter Bailey have to do a drive-through penalty. So, and they can't take that as their official pit stop. They've got to come through, do the drive-through, and then go back on track. And if they've got to come back in again for a second pit stop, that's the one that'll count as their official one. So 9, 10, and 40, Tendashate, Mark du Toit, and Peter Bailey, drive-through penalties. John Simpson in now for his official stop. 3 minutes is a long time when you're sitting in pit lane and you can see cars flashing past you over the pit wall. Mark Miller coming in right behind him in the Shelby Daytona Coupe. That car will probably make its way to the pre-race area to refuel. Du Toit is in for his drive-through. So Warren Lombard should be making his way up pretty dramatically in the overall standings as well. Just going to try and refresh that timing monitor to tell us exactly what's happening. Josh Dovey in the 26 car there. And that's not Josh Dovey. Josh Dovey, of course, is in the TVR. There's 226 cars on track. There are the du Toit boys doing their change up at the same time. Or are they going to do a change up? Doesn't look like they're going to do a change. Mark's in. They are refueling the car. There's a problem on the back end. They're just putting that back of the GT14. Jonathan du Toit suiting up. I think Mark might have caught Jonathan out there because he wasn't quite ready to get into the car, was he? Still got to grab the helmet and gloves and the Hans device. They're going to refuel that car before they allow Jonathan back in. Just ahead of him, of course, is Mark Miller out of the same stable. There goes the refuel. Mark du Toit out of the car. Jonathan going to be climbing into it. And there's a lot of work still to be done here for those two boys. James Temple has had it plain sailing since he hasn't broken out just yet. And the breakout, of course, is what's cost these boys dearly. That has not worked out nicely for them at all. The du Toit boys being caught out there by a slightly faster lap time than was allocated. And they may not break out of that lap time, which is why the black flag was shown to Jonathan and Mark du Toit, to Peter Bailey, and also to Chad Tendashate. And those drive-through penalties, I assumed had to be done on their own. But du Toit came in, stopped, and then still did his 3-minute stop. So he's done more than a 3-minute stop, which is trying to take advantage of both the drive-through and the pit stop at the same time, which is why I think Jonathan wasn't quite ready for him. Dutch contingent doing a super job as well out there as well, and there's a lot of them out there. Great to have some European visitors here. We'd normally have a lot more from all over Europe joining us for this event, but unfortunately with the current scenario around the world, not as easy to do. There is one of them, the 15 car. In the Legends of the Nine now, actually going to get confirmation just before the next event of theirs, but I believe that car was actually the race winner after a numerous amount of cars in front of him broke out of their allocated times for the Legends of the 9-hour production car race. Temple, that's not Temple, that's Dirk van Venter. Dirk Venter heading to the top of the hill, and it looks like we're going to catch up with Mark Totoy down in pre-race after his first stint and find out what happened. Let's go down to Mark.
Mark Totoy, talk me through your run there. How was it?
Yeah, well, it was going well. I mean, we had a fair start, and I was sitting behind James. Everything was running to plan. And then I think I went a little bit over the breakout there. And then I think my car started showing a bit of smoke off the back, so I got the mechanical warning sign. I came in, they've checked it out, there's no oil coming out, so we're going to go back out and see how we go from here.
What was the time penalty for, the drive-through penalty?
So the breakout times are 1:10, and I think I did a 1:09 something, 6 or 7, I don't know. So just out.
Just us out might turn into being into something a little bit more than just us out by the looks of things. Totoy is parked on the sideline and out the car. Jonathan Totoy's got a problem on that GT40, and he's helping the marshals push it out of harm's way. There could be potentially a safety car here, so things have gone from bad to worse. The drive-through penalty and the additional time in pit lane looks like it's caused a bit of a problem there on the GT40. Chad Tendesharte's in, taking his official stop and drive-through penalty. A couple of other cars involved there down in pre-race. Looks like they're going to have to do some work on those cars now, but things have definitely changed up here dramatically in this race. Tendesharte's back on track. The second of the 26 cars out there, that's Greg Thornton. And Thornton piloting his B8 Chevron. Sure. So a bit of a drama-filled first half an hour of this race, that's for sure. 202's in as well. That's Robin and Stian Kriel sharing the Alpha. Something's gone wrong there that they're having to adjust. Looks like they are adjusting the points with a hammer there. Being checked out. It's Stian Kriel at the wheel there. Apologies to him for earlier on. I didn't realize he was in there. Oh, problems for the Mustang. Broken front right wheel there by the looks of things for one of our Dutch contingent. Sitting in 6th place and parked on the sideline with a broken right wheel. Robin Kriel and Stian Kriel down in pit lane. We're going to catch up with them to find out what's happening there. Let's shoot down to Claudio.
Robin Kriel, talk me through how was your stint out there?
It was good. It started off quite well, and then when I started braking, the car kind of veered to the left. So I'm not sure exactly what issue is there, but there seems to be a problem with the alternator. I think it's coming loose, so they're trying to fix it now. But we spent a few minutes in the pit, so it's not ideal. But nevertheless, we had to have fun, so that's all that counts.
So you have fun, and then you hand Stian the hard job of trying to fix it.
Pretty much, break it and hand it over.
Well, awesome job, Robs.
Thank you so much, guys.
Nice to see some fun and games down there amongst the family. Stian Kriel handed a broken Alpha to go and finish this race with. That's whether or not he can get it back on track in time and see how things change up. But things are changing all the time. That is the nature of this 45-minute endurance race, and why Castrol has always been behind the SATT here at Swartkops. Things as they stand. Temple from Lombard. Dovey in 3rd. There is Josh Dovey in the TVR. Slowly but surely trying to catch the back end of Warren Lombard, who sits comfortably at the moment in 2nd. Johan de Bruyn's in 3rd in the 67 Porsche. Peter Bailey's down in 5 after he had to take his drive-through penalty. Dirk Venter in for Lindenberg Racing in the Shelby South Africa Daytona Coupe. A lot of attention being shown there to the engine as well. Hopefully nothing too terminal. There comes his lordship with Tendesharte on his tail. Up the hill he goes, pulling away there from that AC Cobra. The coupe option with the roof on it. Thornton pitches it in. Interesting with that car. It's one of the only drivers, well, it's actually the only driver here in South Africa at the moment with a Formula One license, having won the Thoroughbred Formula One Championship last season, and redid his license to do that. There goes Dirk Venter and Bailey. So Bailey's now been in for his drive-through, and he's also been in for his official pit stop. So now he can concentrate on trying to get to the front end of this field. James Temple still has to pit, so does Warren Lombard, so does Josh Dovey. 8 car with a problem. Mark Miller's just been in for the refuel. There is your leader. Haven't seen a lot of James Temple, but there he is in full flight down towards turn 2. And he's going into turn 2. Coming up on the slowing Daytona Coupe on his outside. And heading up into turn number 4 now. Problems there in the background for the 8 car. No worries at all for the 33 car there of Temple. Camaro is one of the Dutch drivers, and he's ahead now of a hard charger. And of course there's a lot of battles out there. Robbie Frank and Des Hillary sharing the car as well. I chatted to Des. He was pretty happy with the performance of that car so far. Handed it over to Robbie to finish up the race. Lindenberg Racing and Shelby, South Africa, lead things out at the moment. Looking for back-to-back victories here for James Temple. Let's see what happens and when they bring him in. Because now it'll all be about timing and getting it all right. Hand up from the 8 car. Definitely an issue that could potentially bring it into the pit lane to retire. Dovey's putting his hand up as well. Up with Josh Dovey. Let's see how it's gone so far for him. As we
it hasn't rained too much, so it's just you got to watch it on certain corners. But otherwise, yeah, all good. All good. We're just using the opportunity of the safety car for this pit stop.
Awesome job.
Okay, thank you.
Josh is in pit lane, and apologies to him. It's the Janetta that he's in. That's a G4R Janetta of his. Under the TVR. It's not a TVR, it's a Janetta, Greg. Come on. Get with the program, bud. Toy with some issues. They're on the sideline out of this race. Not going to be putting another Toy name up on the TT Trophy board. Not this year. The battle for that honor is going to be between James Temple and Warren Lombard by the looks of things. And as you heard there from Josh Dovey, he is looking for a chance possibly to spoil both of those cars' days. We've got yellow flags and possible safety car scenario. We can see if the safety car boards are out. Yes, they are. So safety car boards are out. And that means James Temple and Warren Lombard could potentially come in here at the same time. Let's see who's going to stay out and risk it, and who's going to come in to use the safety car to their advantage. That's potentially the reason why the safety car has been deployed. That's Chad Tendashate's AC Cobra Coupe parked on the sideline. That should be fun. Trying to push an AC Cobra out of a beach. Not easy. So Temple stayed out. I wonder if Lombard's come in. We'll get our pit crew to keep an eye out on whether Lombard's going to peel into the pit lane and take advantage of the safety car. The Brain has. The Underbrain comes in. He won't have to refuel the Porsche. He's just going to come in for his 3-minute stop. That car should run 45 minutes easily. It looks like Claudio wants to go and have a quick chat to him. Just getting the indication that he's going to get that microphone in there. Let's catch up with the Underbrain.
Your Underbrain, how's it going?
Yeah, it's going well out there. It's all fun and games. The car seems to be braking all over the place, and we might have timed the safety car to perfection. We just hope it, we'll see how it plays out. It's all about strategy, especially if you've got an old, slow car.
It's old, but it's not that slow, Johan. Particularly with your skills behind a race car. Let's see whether or not, as I said, Johan de Bruin is the only one who capitalizes on this safety car scenario. Interesting to see. It's Johanna Brain who's moved up to third. Josh Dovey is about to overtake him because he's in pit lane at the moment, unless the Brain gets out before the safety car goes past. Don't know if that's going to happen. We'll wait and see. He may just. Temple has stayed out, so he's risking probably a late pit stop. It's 12 minutes to go. And as I said, I've still got to see Warren Lombard go in the Pep Boys Automotive AC Cobra to do his official pit stop and 3 minute allocation there for the pit stop. Tender Shante still being recovered from exit of turn 2. Just under 12 minutes to go, and 11 minutes and 55 seconds to be exact as we looked at the clock. So safety car out there, and you've got the Abbotts ahead of Simpson. No, in fact Brits, sorry, that's Brits there first. Then you got Harman van Putten, the other Dutch competitors, Simpson, Peter Bailey, the Janetta, and then the 2 Daytonas. So it's Dovey ahead there. I think Warren Lombard might be in pit lane. Could possibly be there. I don't see him in that train of cars. Don't know if he's in there or not, or maybe he's parked on the sideline. I haven't seen him for a while, and he has dropped down to third behind Johanna Brain, who was in pit lane. So Warren Lombard might have lost out there and also had some problems on track somewhere. There he is. Oh, he just came into shot. So he's there. Paige Lindenberg down in pit lane now with Claudio. He's going to catch up and see what the strategy is there for him as Temple peels in. Temple peels in as we go to Claudio.
Liebenberg, you guys have been running up and down here. It seems a bit frantic in your pits.
Yeah, so we have to pit within like a minute, and it was a yellow flag safety car, and we don't know if we can pit under safety car. The rules are a little bit, I don't know, we don't know what's going on. So yeah, James has just come in, we're leading. He did a 10.0 and 10 is breakout, so we just made it. So a few cars have had to come in for their penalties, and we made it without that. So I just pray that we got this pit stop right, because we called him in before safety car and it came out the lap as he was going to come in, so we were pretty stuck. Yeah, fingers crossed that James wins.
Awesome job, guys. Greg to you.
Thank you for that, Claudio. You're absolutely right. It's very close there for them, and let's see whether or not that timing is perfection from Lindenberg Racing's point of view. It was last year. Yeah, well, he was able to take the victory, remember. And he's looking for back-to-back titles in the SATT here, courtesy of Castrol. Let's see if Temple's able to do it all right now. He is in pit lane. They have started the clock probably about a minute or so ago. And now the team just having a look to see everything's okay under the bonnet. The refuel will be done. And then they should send him on his way with Johanna Brain in second place now ahead of Oliver Delay. Warren Lombard's dropped down to fourth, but he's got a lot of traffic ahead of him to try and get through. He's ticked off about 5 cars there. Make that 6 and 7 as he heads down towards turn 1. Might even be 8 by the time he exits turn 1. So Warren Lombard's definitely going to have to do some work now. Claudio's down there to have a quick chat to James Temple.
James Temple, how's it going?
It's tough, but it's going. Tough and hard, but we're there. We'll see.
It's a lot harder now that you're the reigning champion from last year.
Yeah, no, not really. We'll try and give it a win anyway, but let's see how we go.
Okay, cool. All the best.
Cheers, thanks.
There you have it. Temple's own words. It's not easy out there, not when conditions are as tricky as they are, and they might have just timed that to perfection to get Temple out before, of course, the 5-minute board comes up. If I'm not mistaken, in endurance racing the last couple of seasons, at that 5-minute board you cannot come under pits or into the pits, because the pit lane will then close. And they might have just timed that to perfection. Get Temple out now is exactly what they need to do to keep him at the front end of the race. Lombard is definitely hunting through the pack to try and make his first victory in that Cobra in 2022 at the 21st edition of this incredible Passion for Speed Festival. According to our timing monitor, it's still James Temple at the front. But we'll wait and see if that changes now on the next lap. This is the one that's going to count. If they can get Temple out now, he should be able to maintain the lead and stay ahead of Delay and Lombard. Here he goes. Back on track. Is that enough? Have we got a change up? Has Lombard hit the front? We'll have to wait until they pass the next time over the finish line to get confirmation as to whether Warren Lombard leads this race or James Temple does. Temple's teammate there, Dirk Venter, helping him out ever so slightly, just slowing Lombard up ever so slightly through turn 4 and up the hill to 5. Delay behind that is the second car on track in the number 6 Ford GT40 for Marlboro Crane Hire. Here will be confirmation. Coming to the line, and hopefully this thing is working now, Paul. We'll wait and see if it is as they come to the line. Let's see if we've got a change up in the lead as Lombard crosses the line with 6 minutes and 39 seconds to go. So they just got Temple out with about a minute and a half to spare. But is it now Lombard or Temple that lead? I need to refresh mine. I don't know if, Paul, you can tell me on yours if it's changed up. Mine still says Temple. So let's see if we got a change up now with Lombard pushing hard to get through there on the 2-1. 21 car, of course, is Kenneth Pearson at the wheel of that Daytona Coupe. The Dutchman just ahead of him. That is his teammate, Dirk Venter. And Temple into turn 2 behind Johan de Bruin. Possible podium fight here as well between the Porsche and the Daytona. But of course that Daytona with a little bit extra speed. And look at that, de Bruin just slots in right behind him to get the pull through the traffic. Oh, Simpson running wide under pressure there from Lombard has hit the front. Lombard leads according to the refresh I've just done there. Delay in second, de Bruin is third. And make that Temple in third now because he's just got past on Johan de Bruin. So not using the safety car might have caught James Temple out here. Temple's dropped down to 4th place on 33. It's car 4, Warren Lombard, that leads out. The ice blue, there it is. Ice blue Pep Boys Automotive Cobra of Warren Lombard. He's now through on the back markers who are having their own fight amongst the Dutch contingent. And it's about 4.5 minutes to go now for Warren Lombard. He's ahead of Delay in the second of the, the first of the GT40s. Lombard locking up into turn 4. Hopefully they get a pit board out to tell him that he's at the front of this race. He's got to try and control things from that front end. He doesn't have to fight with the Camaro, and he doesn't have to fight with that Daytona Coupe. Lombard late on the brakes into turn 4 though, and just gets away from that little battle behind him. He now leads over Oliver Delay, and James Temple's up to 3rd. There's not enough time here, I don't think, on the clock for Temple to try and catch and pass. There you can see Temple going through turn 4 as Lombard comes down to turn 8. So it's a half a lap distance between your leader and the man who won last year, James Temple. De Bruin's in. Oh no. Johan de Bruin in the Porsche. Back in again for a second time. That is an unscheduled stop there for Johan de Bruin. I wonder what's gone wrong on that Porsche. He was sitting in 4th place. Bailey's going to move up 1 position into the top 4 ahead of Johan de Bruin. One of that Janetta G4R of Josh Dovey's might change up as well. There is 2nd place. Harley Delay in the Marlboro Crane Hire Ford GT40. Lombard leading into turn 4 again. Only a couple of minutes to go there for Lombard to try and wrap up his first attempt to take the SATT trophy here at the Passion for Speed Festival. He's been dying to get this trophy. The last 2 seasons he's had some retirements, and it looks like it's all according to plan now for him. Not to give him the commentator's curse though, hopefully. He heads down into turn 8. Possibly for the last time, maybe 1 more to go. The clock would have possibly shut down there. We have got 3 minutes to go still. 3 minutes to go on the board there for Warren Lombard. So potentially 2 more laps of race action to come your way here in the Castrol SATT. Lombard leading out. Oliver DeLay is in second in the number 6 GT40. Temple still in third for Shelby Daytona and Lindenberg Racing. The Shelby SA Lindenberg Racing car coming into pit lane. They may have just had a small mistake in terms of their timing and planning to bring him in. We heard from Paige Lindenberg there was a little bit of concern from the team as to when to bring him in, and that might have been the costly mistake that they've made to drop him down to third place. That's not done yet though, not in this race. Gavin Wilkins on the sideline must be holding thumbs here big time that this car eventually comes through for a victory. Let's see if we see the one lap board now from Henny the Flag. We'll have to wait and see as they go through there. Didn't see it this time out. Coming through into the closing stages here. Warren Lombard is the man to watch out for. There is the GT40 of Peter Bailey. He's now in third place in that number 40 GT40. Oh, and diving on the inside of one of the Dutch contingent. Yeah, saying, listen, what are you doing? Here comes Thornton. Thornton's along for the ride as well in the 26R car. Up to the top of the flat, up to the top of the hill for potentially the second last time. Leader at the front end. It is Warren Lombard. And how much longer does he have to hang on for? Temple in third. Temple now up to second actually. Temple up to second. Here is your leader into turn 5. Is this the last time of asking, are we standing by for a checkered flag here for Warren Lombard for his first win in the SATT? This is going to be a fired up young man if he gets it, I can tell you that much. Expect massive celebrations here from Warren Lombard if that's the case. He's got Ishmael Beloy on his inside as he comes around the outside into G&H Transport corner. For the last time, is it? No. Still some time to go. 38 seconds. Oh, man. How much more do you want out there? He's thinking every time he comes around turn 8, where is that checkered flag? Not there yet, Warren. Down into turn number 2. Herman van Putten and 21 going at it. The other Dutch contingent. In fact, the Swedes. Kenneth Pearson. Just getting through there on Herman van Putten. 33 is second place at the moment. That is James Temple. He's got ahead of Peter Bailey. He's ahead of Josh Dovey. Waiting for them to come down the hill as Warren Lombard makes his way back up the hill. Probably looking across saying, where is Henny the Flag and why is that checkered flag not out yet? How much more do you want me to stay out here? The nerves must be on edge here for Warren Lombard. I'm sure his dad and the whole team are standing by here for potentially his first victory in the SATT. Comes down to G&H Transport corner. This time, is it for the checkered flag? No. Time is up. This will be the last lap. There you can see the 0 on the clock. And Warren Lombard will be fighting hard now to try and keep that car on track and out of harm's way for one more lap of action. There is Henny the Flag standing by with that checkered flag for Warren Lombard. James Temple in second place. Peter Bailey in third. Pity that Johan de Bruin had to come in for that second pit stop. He was in contention for a potential podium overall there in the Odekur Porsche. In some traffic now for Lombard. Is that going to be a worry for him? Could it potentially ruin his day? No. A little bit of extra power from that Cobra as he gets to the top of the hill. Chad Tendashate sees him coming as well. Probably going to give him a little bit of room to play. No. He lets Tendashate go through. Watch for the 4 car now. To the line. This is the man we need to take to the checkered flag. Here we go. Down towards the final corner for the last time now for Warren Lombard. He's on the inside of Chad Tendashate, who gives him some room. Stand by for that checkered flag. And he goes down into the lead, and the checkered flag should be out this time. It is. The flag comes out, and it's Warren Lombard who takes the victory for the Ford Cobra team. Pep Boys Automotive taking the victory there ahead of James Temple. He's still got to come through to take the checkered flag, but it's Warren Lombard sealing the deal and eventually getting a victory in the Castrol SATT. There is second place. James Semple for Shelby, South Africa, and Lindenberg Racing in the Daytona Coupe. And Peter Bailey for Bailey Cars will come through for third in the GD40. What a victory there. And we are going to have an amazing and very pumped up Warren Lombard to have a chat to. There he is. He's eventually got it. He's tried on about 6 occasions. He lost out to Roy Campos, he's lost out to the Dettori brothers, and he's lost out to Temple after leading the race with about 10 minutes to go. Unbelievable stuff there from Warren Lombard. He eventually secures his first attempt, or not his first attempt, but his first victory in this incredible Castrol SATT. Brilliant stuff there from him. As I said, possibly going to be pumped up. I'm sure Claudio's waiting to go and grab him as soon as he gets out that car. He's the first pit in the pit box, so it shouldn't be too difficult to find him. Here he comes into pit lane after sealing the deal. Ken Desharte. All the cars start peeling in from Castrol SATT. There he is, your winner, Warren Lombard. And I can tell you some happy people on the sideline there after he's eventually got it sorted. First man to get there, of course, is going to be Dad. Oh, that's awesome to see. They've tried hard on numerous occasions and they've been found wanting. This time they weren't found wanting. This time they've done it. Warren Lombard takes the victory. And let's see if we can get in there and maybe get a few words there from Warren Lombard. I'm sure, as I said, he's going to be pretty stoked about that after eventually he's got it all sorted out. He had some issues earlier on in the V8 supercars, as you saw. Mobile 1 V8 supercars, he was leading the race and he spun out with some pressure being applied on him by Mac Yadlam. There was pressure all race long for Warren Lombard. And now let's go down and catch up with your winner.
Hasn't hit home yet. 5 years of trying, being so close. We've been so close every time, so I think I still need to let it sink in for now. But jeez, I think I owe it to the team at least. After this morning's performance, the least I can do is give him another win somewhere.
Can you believe it? Your Cobra finally made it across the line.
Well, I had no clutch from about 30 minutes in, so I was just nursing at home and it seemed to be working. I'm sure I was doing good times because I kept catching up to people, but no, it was awesome.
You did a Michael Schumacher.
Oh, jeez, I don't know what I did actually, but I made it. That's all we needed to do.
Awesome job, well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Historic single-seaters making their way back onto the circuit now for their second and final heat of the day. And expect another big battle in that mid-pack. Andrew Horn was basically the class of the field in the first race, so shouldn't be too difficult for him to stay at the front end ahead of Ben van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen and AJ Koenig had a really good dice in race number 1. So hopefully they'll resume that little fight. Mike Ward would like to be with him. He's just able to get a slightly better start, and so will Shannon Winterstein. Look out for Steve Fenter trying to make up ground. That didn't go according to plan for him in race number 1. And that's what he'll be looking to do now in race 2 to just sort everything out. Hopefully Keegan Ward has got his car sorted out. He also had some problems in that first heat. And if he's back on track, he'll be looking forward to a bit of a fight of his own there amongst some of the Formula Vs and the Formula Fords that make up this field of 22 cars. Not sure if all 22 have got back on track, but we'll keep an eye on that. 51 is Ron Lydiard in the Lotus. Behind him is Des Hillary. They've just been fighting on track themselves in the SATT. The drivers having to jump out of their cars and run across to their single-seaters, climb in them and head back onto track. Pat Dunseith as well will also be looking forward to a good fight out there, I'm sure. amongst the usual contenders for the front end of this historic single-seater. We didn't have our friends from the UK joining us, of course. That little single-seater class that was here. There are some of the Formula One cars of the past that came through. I'm sure they're going to be coming back as soon as they get clearance, and we can go back to the normal norm as opposed to the abnormal norm we've had for a couple of seasons now with a COVID and all the restrictions that have been placed on us. Almost under starters orders. A couple of cars just coming to take their positions at the back of the field. And just clearing the grid of any assistants and team principals. Standing by now for our 30-second board that changes to 5 in about the space of 5 seconds. Lights will then go on. It's a standing start. And historic single-seaters make their way back down towards turn 1. Ooh, a jump start! A jump start there from Ben van der Westhuizen. Van der Westhuizen got off the line like a rocket, but unfortunately had to climb on the anchors very quickly. That's going to be a 30-second penalty there for him. And Van der Westhuizen will be kicking himself for that. Oh, that's not what he wanted. He was trying to outgun the Xena Chemicals car there of Andrew Horn, but he had a jump start. And that means the fight basically will be on track, but it won't be for position with AJ Koenig. A couple of guys got caught out there. I think also saw Shannon Winterstein creeping off the line ever so slightly. I'm not 100% sure who it was, but 2 cars certainly going off the line rapidly and a lot more quicker than the lights went out. Definitely a chance there for our COC to watch our footage to check out the potential jump starts. 129 coming through there is Dylan Acost. Good start from him, and a great start, as I said, from Andrew Horn. But Horn now under threat from Ben van der Westhuizen, who's already had a jump start. So potentially some problems there for him. Paul Richardson coming through there in the number 14 car, down in about 6th place at this stage. Looking forward to seeing if he can make his way up slightly higher up. You can see Andrew Horn opening up the advantage and trying to get away now as they complete the first of 8. Van der Westhuizen and AJ Koenig in second and third, but Van der Westhuizen already in the sights of the COC for a potential jump start. Let's see whether or not that gets allocated to him. I would say with that jump start he probably would have to. Shannon Winterstein, Mike Ward, Steve Fenter and Paul Richardson. That's how they're playing around at the front end of the single-seater race. At this point, some work to be done now for Winterstein as he fends off Keegan Ward. Just watching to see if Mike Ward and Keegan actually got on track. I'm just going to refresh the timing monitor to see if we got those cars in play. I did see the 4 car of Mike Ward. I'm not quite sure if I saw the 111 of Keegan Ward back on track. Could be, also just getting information there from Paul Bedford, one of our directors and the producers in the background there. Mike Ward potentially also threatened a jump start. There's 2 number 4 cars out there for this time as well. I'm not quite sure who the second 4 car is. Looks like it might be Winterstein. And then Ward behind him in the 24 car. Ooh, Winterstein into the wall. Big moment out of turn 1 there for car 4, Shannon Winterstein. And a front broken right-hand side of the car after a big smash. And some more. Oh, 61 goes off as well. Definitely a problem there, potentially with something dropped on the surface. Alan Grant goes sliding into him and unfortunately nowhere to go. Just double checking. You can see both drivers looking at each other going, are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. Thumbs up there from Winterstein. Thumbs up from the 61 car as well. Here's the replay. Something broke on that car as Winterstein went slamming into the wall. And about 2 seconds later, watch for the 61 car come sliding through as well. Here it comes. And slams into the side there of the 4 car, stricken on the outside. So potentially safety car going to be called for here. Both drivers still in the cockpit. There goes the 86 Toyota. And, well, they'll get recovered. which means we're going to be under safety car for a couple of minutes here. What a start to the second heat of single-seaters. Didn't quite expect such a big moment. Change of surface down into turn 2 being shown. I think maybe turn 1 needs a similar flag after 2 cars have spun out there and had some problems of their own. Sure, there was a big moment there for the 61 car. So just getting out of shape there. That was Alan Grant who came sliding into the side of Shannon Winterstein. You can see both drivers onto the tyre wall and out of harm's way as our doctor's car gets to them. There you can see both drivers giving the thumbs up there. Hand up for the 151 of AJ Koenig. That is Richardson, Paul Richardson in the 14 car. I wonder if, I think, as I was going to say, it looked like there was a lot less movement coming out of the 61 car of Alan Grant. And he definitely felt the effects of that slam. He's in the Lotus Mark 61. And 2 medical guys and girls checking him out there. Don and Hunley. Doctor in ALS 1 checking that both drivers are actually okay. Looks like Fenter's gone to get his spare car. And no, he's in the same car he was in earlier on. Normally see him in an orange car. That's why I'm contemplating where he's got the spare car out. His Formula Ford is an orange one, the Kent car that he participates in Formula Ford Kents. Honey just double checking that Alan Grant is okay. This vehicle products Lotus Mark 61. Lots of work to do for Big Max to recover these 2 cars. And it looks like a couple of other recovery vehicles going to help out there as well. I think also a lot of marshals being called to turn 1 and 2 for potential change of surface and the reason for it. Maybe some oil or some fluid being dropped onto the circuit, and that's what caused, first of all, Winterstein to spin out, and then Grant to follow suit about 10 or 15 seconds later. And we'll bring the cars to a stop, I think. Yeah, I was going to say, on the grid. And that's where they'll have to stay until they can clear that turn 1 fracas. 2 cars on the sideline. Definitely not how they wanted to start their second heat of racing here in the historic single-seaters. Some work to be done from our 3-circuit contingent of marshals. Swartkops, Kyle Army and Red Star all sharing the duties now with our incredible marshals, and once again a massive thanks to all of them and our rescue units and the medical team for the incredible job that they do. See Andre there, the big man next to the Colt Bucky with what is known as Big Max, the big trailer. He's now been at this circuit for 20 years. He's been doing duties with Big Max and of course all of the logistics around the circuit as well. So without him also a lot of time would have been lost, as he knows exactly how to get these cars cleared in record-breaking time. A couple of cars in pit lane and some on the grid. Maybe not, or maybe they were issued into pit lane. I'll have to get them back out on track, which means we're going to have about a lap to sort out the grid and then restart the race as soon as this is all cleared up. Let's have a look at the incident one more time. That is Winterstein out of shape on the outside of the circuit. Ward went right through and didn't have any problems. So I wonder if it was the breakage or something breaking on that car that dropped fluid. But if you look at where Alan Grant comes from, he's on the inside of that line. It wasn't anywhere near where Winterstein was. You can see him sitting there looking at the cars coming through, hoping nothing goes wrong. And all of a sudden the 2 red cars come through, and there is Winterstein being joined by Alan Grant with an unceremonious slap on the side and losing, in fact, the front end of that cockpit of that car as he hit him. 2 single-seaters now out of action. And still Some work to be done from both the recovery vehicles to get these cars out of harm's way. Of course, up next we're going to be seeing our Marlboro Crane Hire Little Giants second heat of the race day. We've still got Historic Racing SA to come, another demonstration of our 20th century speed, and then G&H Transport Extreme Supercars Mid-Val Historics and the greats of the past. That's courtesy of Roofsure. Suzuki Alberton will bring you all the action from Lotus Challenge, Marlboro Crane Hire, Pre-66 Legends of the 9 hour and the under 2 litre class, the BMW M Performance Race Series, Pre-74 ISPs and Trans Am, and your last race of the day is the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Welcome back to action. As you can see, rolling out of pit lane now for the second start of the second race. Historic single-seaters after a big incident there between two cars. Well, actually not an incident between the two cars, but two cars involved in an incident. One was Shannon Winterstein spinning out at turn 1, and about 15 seconds later, we saw Alan Grant spin out and slam into the side of him. These cars out of pit lane are going to make their way around the circuit. They're going to have a slight advantage on the three cars that are already on the grid, including the pole man, Andrew Horn. Not quite sure if they're going to give them another lap to get some heat into the rubber for the three cars that stayed on track and stopped on the grid, which is kind of what these other cars should have done, but they may have been waved into the pit box or into the pit lane by the marshals because of the cleanup operation that had to happen at turn 1. Great job once again from all the marshals. Medical team were on site as well, both drivers A-OK. So much so that we actually saw Alan Grant helping the marshals lift his Formula Ford Lotus Mark 1 onto the back of Big Max. Now we bring them to the line and see if we can get this second heat started and finished. I like the comments that are coming through there from Daryl Ecote all the way in the Emerald Isle. And of course down in East London, Jody Ilfeld saying, yeah, why can't we bring these cars to the East London Grand Prix circuit? Well, I know there was plans afoot to bring the second round of the Passion for Speed this year to Port Elizabeth. And unfortunately that didn't quite work out with, of course, the whole COVID scenario. That might be still in place though and planned for 2023. Stay tuned for more of that and some more information on that as soon as it's available. So it looks like we're going straight into racing, which means it'll be disadvantage there to Andrew Horn and possibly Ben van der Westhuizen, and hopefully Ben van der Westhuizen will use this to his advantage, because remember he had a false start, or a jump start I should say, in race 1 or race 2's second. First start. Get this all right there, Greg. Here we go. Lights on. Great start from Horndog as he heads down towards turn 1. Better start this time from Van der Westhuizen. And Mike Ward trying to squeeze on the inside there of the 151 of AJ Koenig. There's Hillary side by side as they go down. And speaking of side by side, here is Ben van der Westhuizen and Andrew Horn. Horn will just force van der Westhuizen slightly wide out of turn 2. Compromise his drive slightly, which gives AJ Koenig a chance to close in on the two of them. But with doing that, he also compromises his own drive and comes onto the back straight. Cold tyres on those two cars, remember, because they did not come into pit lane and they didn't get that half a lap of heat into the rubber. So they're going to have to be just wary and a bit more gingerly over the first half of this second restart. Van der Westhuizen under a bit of pressure there from AJ. AJ Koenig putting on a little nose up the inside, looking for a way through. Didn't quite make it stick, but definitely showing that he wants by. Probably going to look to try and get by as quickly as possible because he knows that Van der Westhuizen is a tough man to beat. Time on the brakes into turn 8 for the first time of this shortened version. Having a look to see, what is that, 4 on the side there, Paulie? Possibly 4 laps to go, so just a half distance of what they would have done in the first heat. It's an 8-lap race, and Andrew Horn having some fun with these guys. Maybe backing himself up slightly just to have a bit more of a race as opposed to disappearing at the front end like he did in the first race. Down on the brakes, you can see also in that mid-pack and at the back end of the field some little battles being sorted out all on their own. 129, Dylan Ashut having some fun there with the 38 special. Some fights still to be happening between those drivers. Michael Koenig in the number 38. Doing a similar job to what we see in the front. Oh, Horndog makes a mistake. Andrew Horn makes a big mistake and loses 2 positions in that mistake. So new leader is Ben van der Westhuizen, the man who had the jump start. I don't think it'll count now in the second start. They might have negated that one. Here comes Horndog back at the 151 of AJ Koenig and retakes second place. Maybe just caught watching the wing mirrors there. It's always difficult to back up and fight with cars that are slightly slower than you when you know you've got pace, although you want to have a dice. Sometimes you can get caught out, and I think that's exactly what happened there with the Xena car of Andrew Horn. Around turn 3 now, closing onto the back end of Van der Westhuizen. 5-0 out there is Clive Winterstein. He's in the Alva Porsche. Big Porsche fan is Winterstein. Got lots in the stable there. Mike Ward on his own, all on his own. Some again in the 4th place position, and he's ahead now of this pack. Nice little fight here too. Second of the groups of cars on track. There's Hillary tucked in there, and looks like he's in with a bit of a fight with Colin Clay. Battle for the lead starting to heat up as well as the Xena car starts to close down on Ben van der Westhuizen. Michael Koenig trying to keep it smooth through turn 4. Going to close down there on Dylan Ashurst. 8 car Richard Baker in this little fight as well, leading things out. Pat Dunseith just behind them. There's Hillary looking on the inside. No. Door firmly shut in his face there by the number 8. And no chance at all that Baker's going to give this one up without a fight. There's been Hillary around the outside now. He'll try and get the drive towards turn 4 and possibly use it up the hill towards turn 5 for an out-braking maneuver. Tucking into the slip, pulls out into turn 4. Watch for the drive now up the hill. A bit wide, so maybe not getting the drive he wanted. 4-way fight here for about 6th place on track. Pat Dunseith around the outside. So Andrew Horn now fighting for the lead. 2 to go. Did it? Okay. So maybe he hasn't updated there. The 2 to go board going for the second time now. Possibly on the last lap. Andrew Horn looking for a chance now to get back to the lead. ahead of Ben van der Westhuizen, who leads this last lap potentially. Van der Westhuizen under threat now from Andrew Horn. Horn pushing hard. Van der Westhuizen placing his car perfectly. Not going to give this up without a fight. Oh, is that a touch between wheels on the back straight? Not in single seaters, boys. You've seen some horrendous crashes in the past where single seater wheels have interlocked and cars have gone flying. Andrew Horn cannot find a way through on Ben van der Westhuizen. He's making him work double time here, triple time even, as they go through turn 5. Double right-hander into 6. Flick it through into 7. Watch for Andrew Horn changing up his line down the hill. Can he go for the outbraking maneuver for the win? It was Ben van der Westhuizen going to hang on for this. It looks like he might do just that. Is the flag waiting? It is. Van der Westhuizen takes the win. Horndog in second. And AJ Koenig comes through for third place in the historic single-seaters. Wow. Who would have expected that? Andrew Horn. Maybe Andrew Horn's thinking to himself, well, I didn't really have to fight with Ben van der Westhuizen, because if they do an amalgamation of the times from the two starts, Van der Westhuizen is going to get the 30-second penalty for a jump start. So maybe that was what Andrew Horn was thinking in trying to stay out of harm's way. Andrew Colbert's joined us as well. How are you doing, Andy? Hope you've enjoyed all the race action so far. Thanks for joining us here on the live stream. And now we look forward to getting through the rest of the day's racing, hopefully with no more delays. It's Marlborough, Crane Hire, pre-66 and 68 Little Giants. They'll be making their own to the track shortly. Up next, Marlboro Crane Hire is the pre-66 and 68 Little Giants coming onto circuit. And their second outing for the day should be just as interesting what we see and have seen so far on the day's racing. It's been a great day's racing, there's no doubt about it. And now looking forward to all the action that's going to be happening out on circuit for the second time now for Little Giants. Just going to try and pick up on their second grid if I can. And if that's the case, I think I might have it there. Yes, that's the one. Alan Poulter, Gary Stacey, the front row. Terence Buertus and Ben van der Westhuizen, who of course just been in a little battle of his own there, fighting for honours with single-seaters, and almost back-to-back duties there for him, as it was earlier on in the day for Little Giants and single-seaters combined. Nice start to the day's proceedings, but of course we've had some action all the way through, which is why we're running slightly late on the day's proceedings. Jump on in behind there, and then you can see what's happening on screen with us as well and not miss out on the action. We've got my good friend Clark King who's joined me here in the commentary booth. I'm going to try and get him onto some race commentary with me as soon as we get the race going. He probably doesn't know any of these race drivers, so we're going to drop him right into the deep end. But I'm sure he won't battle too badly with it. And give him a little bit of help with the timing that's working spectacularly well here. No way. We've had some real issues with our live timing today, but fortunately we have got some live timing. And it gives us exactly what's happening. Remember, there are 2 laps under safety car to get some heat into the rubber for these guys and girls that are fighting for Little Giants. And incredible to see the array of motor cars that are out there. And let's see if we can get that little refresh done on our timing for Heat 2 here of Marlboro Crane Hire's 66 and 68 Little Giants. Little Giants coming, of course, from a nickname that they picked up when these cars would normally be piloted up against the big V8s in what was then the original version of the 9-hour at Kyalami and all around the world. Endurance racing, these cars, when it came to trickier conditions, particularly like we've got today with cooler and wetter conditions, these were known as the giant killers. And of course their potential in the wet weather was a lot better than the bigger powered vehicles that used to participate in those big events. And what would happen is drivers in these smaller cars would potentially go up against the bigger cars and beat them, because they could get the power down onto the ground and do whatever they needed to do to get through. Great day's racing there for Peter Haderman as well, who's joined us on our live stream. Thanks for that, Pete. Hope you've enjoyed all the action so far. It is almost perfect conditions because the heat of the day yesterday got up to about 40 degrees Celsius here at Swartkop. So this cloud cover and a little bit of wetness is definitely helping things out from an engine point of view, and also, of course, keeping the crowds happier than in hotter conditions that we've seen all weekend here at Swartkops. We're heading down towards the start line area, and of course that will then hand over those duties for the rolling start to Alan Poulter. Poulter will be the man to watch out for off the line in that Ford Corsair, and Gary Stacey alongside him, looking for a chance to possibly spoil his day. Lotus Cortina, the Ford Lotus Cortina and the Ford Corsair side by side, very similar as you can see in terms of the age group of those cars, but slightly different versions of the Ford brand. Followed by, of course, Terence Buertus, Ben van der Westhuizen, Nicholas Christofides, and his all-conquering Alpha GT Junior. John Tender Sharte is just behind that as we get ready to go now. Lights about to go out, and down towards turn 1 we go. It is a great start from all of our cars, and looks like it's Cortinas and Corsairs 1, 2 and 3. As we saw a big move up the inside there, and Ben van der Westhuizen trying to squeeze through, but Buertus keeps him out, and once again Buertus late on the brakes into turn 2. Terence Buertus very, very late on the brakes there in the broadbent colours on that Mini Cooper that he runs. Around the outside comes Carl Brink fighting with John Tender Sharte, and then the 5-0 car there of Robin Clark right on their tail with Andre de Kock from the Citizen Motoring just in behind that. What has happened to the Corsair? Where is the Corsair gone? Problems in the background. Poulter slowing. Alan Poulter with some problems. He slows up dramatically. The entire field goes past him. Something's broken on that Ford Corsair, and he's dropped right to the back of the field. So that is not the start that he wanted, that is for sure. As he goes to the back of the field, that is now up to Buertus to lead things out. He's got Christofides on his tail, and looks like a bit of chopping and changing. In fact, I think it might be Gary Stacey. We might have just missed him heading to the top of the hill. It's the Lotus Cortina that leads things out. Watch for them coming down the hill now towards G&H Transport Corner for the first time in anger. There is Stacey leading things out over Buertus. So as they come in and tip it in for the first lap to be completed, Stacey leads out and is at the helm of this race. Here comes Ishmael Beloy, diving on the inside there of Chris Davison. Chris Williams, I beg your pardon. Chris Williams as they go through there. So Williams now fighting for honours as well as they come into the thick of it for turn 2. Here comes Christofides. Late on the brakes, not as good as the brakes of that Mini though. Burtis saw him coming, put his little Mini Cooper right in the middle of the track. Nowhere to go for Christofides. And around his outside it is of course a hard charging John Tendashate in that Ford Protea. South African built race car around the outside of the Italian branded car there, of course. Christofides running the Alpha GT Junior. And look at Van der Westhuizen. Maybe feeling the effects of a full day's racing there. Tucked in behind that is Carl Brink. Brink in the British Racing green colours, now being hunted down by Robin Clark in the MGB GT. Late braking from Christofides, trying to get back at John Tendashate. Tendashate saw him coming, just moved over ever so slightly to give him some room. Christofides is going to force him wide, and here comes the Lotus Cortina along for the ride. Ben van der Westhuizen trying to get through there as well. Just watching in the background as well, the sky is exceptionally dark in the background. John Tendashate waving Ben van der Westhuizen through, saying, what's going on here? Maybe also getting a little bit of arm pump there. He's just shaking his fists as he went down and completed another lap. That is 2 of 8. 6 to go. Tendashate looking across Ben van der Westhuizen, trying to make him pay. Second place battle up for grabs here. Christofides, this time he's late on the brakes. Is he good enough? Yes, he is. Wow, that was good timing there. And great outbraking maneuver there from Christofides. He runs ever so slightly wide out of turn 2, but he maintains and just hangs on to that second spot. Gary Stacey getting away at the front end with these two fighting so hard. Very lucky to have that opportunity, because it's a battle of note here. Tendashate is about to join that battle as Christofides once again loses out to the Minis. Extra pace on this back straightaway. Here comes Andre de Kock ahead of Brian Rowlings. Rowlings ahead there of Jake Dovey. Jake Dovey going at it there with Eddie Burtis. That car, as I said, usually in blue colours with a white stripe, now changing it up and flipping the colour scheme there on the Austin Healey Sprite. Christofides now looking for a way through back at Burtis. Burtis just fending and defending for his life. The Fiat at the back there, the 124 Fiat, having his own little fight, but now down onto the brakes. They come into G&H Transport again. Tendashate has a look. Puts the nose of the Protea up the inside of the Alpha. Can't make it stick though. Battle for second. Heating up here big time. About 5 cars that could potentially end up in second place here if something goes wrong. Oh, running wide there is Ben van der Westhuizen. Wurters this time goes inside and defensive. Christofides is going to try and drive around the outside. There is some grip out there, not a lot. But if he's able to get the drive, he may be able to use it for turn 4 and look for an outbraking maneuver for turn 5. Watch for the slipstream effect if he can get behind that Mini. The Mini's just got that little extra squirt though on that back straightaway. Van Sale in the PME Alfetta trying to close down. In fact, he's the meat in the sandwich there between 2 of those Harry Potter mobiles. The Ford Anglias having their own little fights. Ted Young in the Fit Racing car. And the second of those Ford Anglias, of course, is Brian Fraser and Chris Williams. Looks like, yeah, that is the Corsair back on track of Alan Poulter, being caught now by the leader, Gary Stacey. Whatever the issue is, they've got it sorted out because he's staying ahead of him. And of course, the Corsair was unbeaten and untouched in that first heat, so not quite sure what went wrong there for Poulter's point of view. But he now leads things out, although he's not the leader of the race. He's at the front of the race after having to go into pit lane for a little while and sort out whatever issues he found on that Ford Corsair. Another lap completed. It's Stacey, the 277 Lotus Cortina, that leads the race, although he has got Alan Poulter ahead of him. Poulter's back on track and at the front of this leading pack of cars. He's about a lap and a half down, so he'll just be out there trying to score as many points as he can salvage here out of this second heat of Little Giants. Burtis and Christofides side by side out of turn 3. Heading onto that back straight away. Christofides cannot find a way through on that little Mini. It's the Mini's turn of pace here. This power to weight ratio there, I think it is what is the advantage between the Alpha and the Mini. On the straight, he's just able to pull off the straight that much better. Ted Young fighting now with Van Zyl. For up the road has that little Austin Healey Sprite gone not too far. Jake Dovey just up the road there in that Sprite. And this, of course, is Terence Buertas fighting for honours here and potentially for second place. Behind that, little Fiat. And Fiat 124 slowly but surely coming back into the thick of it. And it's, of course, Sean Fensham at the wheel of that car. White flag, and that's potentially for a slow car. I'm not quite sure which slow car that is. I don't think it was Jake Dovey. Maybe we've got a car just around the corner. No, it might be Jake Dovey that they're warning. A slightly slower car on track. Back to the battle for second. That chopping and changing. Oh, and here comes John Tendashate along for the ride as well. Buertas forcing Christofides wide and a long way around turn 2. Not always the ideal line out of turn 2 here at Swartkops. Carl Brink trying to use that outside line just to slingshot him a little bit closer to John Tendashate there and see whether he can do any harm to the back end of the Protea. Van der Westhuizen is the first of his targets. Tendashate will be the second. As he goes flying into... Oh, what a big mistake! Christofides out of shape in turn 4. He's right in the middle of the circuit. The Alpha is stricken there after just making a big mistake out of turn 4. Hopefully there'll be some kind of warning for the cars coming through there, because that is an extremely dangerous position for a car to be stuck. Turn 4, going left, right, left, right. He's just praying no one hits him. Trying to get the car started at the same time, but looks like problems there for Nick Christofides. He's got O positive on the side of his car. He's trying to be as positive as possible in that cockpit, I can tell you. The blood pressure must be raising slightly, though, as he's stricken in the middle of nowhere. He cannot get that car fired up. Looks like Fenter's gone sliding in sympathy, trying to avoid the inside line. Caught him out, and he's put a wheel on the dirt. Right, so Christofides trying to get out of the car now. He can't get it started, so he's going to try and possibly push the car out of harm's way. No, he runs across and out of harm's way. Now there's a car stuck in the middle of the track. Stand by for safety car boards. There's no doubt about it. They're going to have to put safety car boards out there. There is the safety car coming out on track. And let's have a look at that in a quick replay. Christofides just going into turn 4 way too hot. Catches it and tries to bring it back. Unfortunately stalls the car, which means that possibly something broke, which is why he couldn't get it restarted. And he's now on the sideline with that car stricken in the middle of the circuit. Some of those cars have gone through there for the second time, not realizing that the safety car has been deployed. And now eventually our marshals will be able to get out there. I think there's a good potential that the race could be over. I think we've had 5 of 8, which is enough to call the race. And unfortunately, Nick Christofides' incident here at turn 4 has brought the second heat of Little Giants to a premature finish there for their second heat of racing. Historic Racing Series is up next from South Africa. A big field of almost 40 cars on track in a few minutes' time. But wow, that was closey. Absolutely amazing stuff there to finish this up. But once again, Nick will get in the car there with some assistance from the marshals to get him out of harm's way. And until we've got that car cleared, we'll stand by for race action coming from the second heat of Historic Racing South Africa here at the Passion for Speed Festival. Historic Saloons back on track now as well. Looking forward to big action again. 36 cars have action coming your way. And we had a phenomenal first outing. Andre van der Merwe, Richard Pott and Rudolf de Vos all fighting for the honours at the front end. But it's kind of a really cool setup here because you've kind of got two groups of cars. Porsches, a Chevy and a Mazda Capella. And then a second group of Datsuns, Volkswagen Siroccos and Escorts. And then a third group made up of a couple of cars that have already been in action today in various classes, including the Historic Pursuit Series and other historic saloon car categories here for the day. So that's what we're kind of expecting yet again here for the second time of asking. And Mark 1, Mark 2 Escorts, Datsun 1200 Coupes, Datsun 1200 GXs, lots of Volkswagen Siroccos. So I think they went and raided Stuart Koenig and Jannie van Rooyen's garage, because I think most of the Siroccos in this country are parked in Jannie van Rooyen's garage, to be very honest. There's two yellow ones out there. One is Koenig, one is Van Rooyen. The white one with red and white stripes down the side is Andre ten Apel. You've got Fred Koenig out there in the Jägermeister colours. Pott is back in action in the 72 Porsche. So is the Evapco Porsche of Andre van der Merwe. And he's going to have to fight and fend off Rudolf de Vos's Chevy Can-Am, the little Chev, in for a big fight. And he's always in for a big fight. We've seen him in action all day long. He's looking forward to a big fight yet again here in race number 2. As they come through there you can see the two Pro Auto Rubber coloured cars there of Koenig and Van Rooyen. Gavin London ahead of Jackie Morrison. And you've got the other two, Rian Roux, Sophus Pentassis in the 240Z. Look out for Layson in the other of the hard-charging Siroccos. Also got a Nissan 300Z, as I said, of a Cola de Klerk. There's two Porsche 924s and a 914 there of Steve Pickering. Jan Jacobs, one of the lone alphas out there. And look out for Cor Kramwinkel in the BMW 2002 at the back end of this pack as well. And what you're seeing right now, you're also going to pick up on that Toyota SR5 Coupe of Andre Danhauser. Also has oodles of experience around this track. Now let's see whether or not Andre van der Merwe can use the Porsche. It's a fat 6 in that Porsche, going to be taking on the big V8 alongside him. Shouldn't be too much of an issue there for Rudolf de Vos, but we have seen how well van der Merwe can drive that Evapco Porsche of his. All starting to get into formation now. Nice to see Tion van Rooyen this time on track as opposed to off track. We saw that 924 with some issues earlier on in the day. Now Porsches and Ford Escorts sorting themselves out as they come round to take up their start positions for the second heat of the day here. Historic Racing South Africa in the house for heat number 2. And here we go, waiting for those lights to come off and drop the hammer time as they head down towards turn 1. It's a good start from the hard-charging De Vos. Rudolf De Vos will be a tough man to beat if he's getting away at the front end right from the word go. It's double yellows into turn 2. They only start racing out of turn 2 with a green flag being shown there. So everybody stays line astern until they get out of turn 2. Green flag out of turn 2, and we are now officially racing. Pot puts the hammer down, tries to go around the outside of Van der Westhuizen. You can see just how hard he's having to push there. Janssen van Rensburg, I should say, not Van der Westhuizen. Lots of names to remember here this weekend, and very similar cars fighting for honours in various classes. Oh! And a big spin. Pot spins out at exactly the same place he spun his Lotus. Can you believe that? He's not loving turn 4, is Richard Pot, is he? So he eventually gets back on track at the back of the field, but Richard Pot does not like turn 4 here at Zwartkops. Koenig having some fun and games of his own, and one GoPro return. Thank you, Tanya. We found one of our GoPros that went flying earlier on as she comes into the office there. The ladies put this entire day together. Look at the 2 Pro Auto Rubber Siroccos trying to close onto the back end of that Liqui Moly Porsche. 111 leads out. It's Van Rooyen from Koenig. So slightly different result to what we saw in race number 1 so far. Race 2 starting to heat up though. Have a look at that. Oh, I think it might have been a little touch there. A little touch on the inside of that Liqui Moly Porsche. Andre Tenapel, fantastic driving to avoid the spinning Porsche. He just missed the front end of that Porsche as they went through turn 4. Went high and wide around the outside. Now onto the back straightaway comes the Capella. That Mazda Capella powered by the rotary engine there of Johan Smith. Slowly but surely trying to catch that Porsche. Alphas and Porsches, Ford Escorts and Porsches, you name it, they're all involved here. Pot trying to come back through the field after recovering after that spin. He goes on the inside of the 44 machine, and it's not going to be an easy task to get through this array of cars and the amount of traffic available. Dan Houser's the first one he comes up on through turn 4, his favorite corner. As he comes out of 4, he heads back up the hill, trying to close down on that 5.9 Porsche. You can see just how difficult it is to find a way through there on Hammond Klucher. He comes up on the inside of a little battle that's raging as well. It's just battles right through this field. It's fantastic to see. And while we got 36 cars in this field, the Historic Saloons putting on a fantastic day's racing here, and great action for the crowd who've joined us once again here at Zwartkops. Here comes Pot, late on the brakes on Klucher. Can he get through? Yes, he can. Relatively easily done there in the end, but some work still to be done. Sean Hepburn driving for the AA. If somebody stops on the sideline, Sean Hepburn has to, according to the duties of an AA driver, stop to help them. So I'm not quite sure why Hepburn didn't stop in turn 4 to help out Pot as he spun out. Pot round the outside of Cola de Klerk as they go into turn 2. He now closes onto the back end of that 25 car. There's Poulter climbing out of one car and into another one. See, these guys are really getting their value for money in terms of the race day here at Zwartkops for the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Remember, it started out as the Springbok Series, then changed names to the David Piper Series, and has now ended up with what we've had for the last couple of seasons, the Passion for Speed Festival here at Zwartkops, opening the motorsport calendar for 2022. Fantastic now, starting to close onto the back end of Koenig. Jägermeister colours there on Fred Koenig's Sirocco. 914, Steve Pickering behind the wheel of that car now this time. Here we go, onto the brakes. Liqui Moly Porsche being hounded now by both of those Pro Auto Rubber Siroccos of Van Rooyen and Koenig. Vakamides is going to have his hands full. I'll tell you something, there's not many guys who can drive a Sirocco as well as what Jannie Van Rooyen can do. And he's now applying huge amounts of pressure onto the former chairman of Motorsport South Africa. He runs up the inside. Has he got the drive up the hill? No, that flat 6 will just give him a little bit of a run there. Well, 1800, just battle a bit there to the top. Coming onto the brakes, he's got Koenig on his tail as well. 2 Pro Auto Rubber cars now doing tandem flying and tandem attack here on the Porsche. Here's the Capella of Jan Smith sitting in third. No worries at all for him at this point in time. There's still a lot of work to be done out there for these cars. But of course, it's not over yet. Back end, that's Willem Funk and Liani Funk. They'll be sharing the car. Probably Liani at the wheel this time for the second heat of the day. Now we see late braking from Van Rooyen around the outside of Avakamides. I did say earlier on there's a bit of grip out there. There's not a lot. But Van Rooyen's found it, and he's got good drive out of turn 2. He heads now side by side with Avakamides into turn 3. Here comes Koenig along for the ride. Will we see 3x3 into turn 4? That'll be interesting stuff. Watch Koenig though, he's going to have a go. Koenig going up into turn 4, looking for a chance to have a go at him. Very tight stuff between the two of them. Waiting for those two Siroccos to come to the top of the hill. There is the Capella. That's third place. Not too far behind will be those two Siroccos and the Porsche. Coming down into turn 1, we go back into the pack there. There are the two Siroccos, and they've got through. Avakamides is lost out there to both of those Siroccos. Heading back down the hill. It's now Yannick Van Rooyen ahead of Koenig for 4th and 5th place on track. Coming up with some traffic. Some traffic still to be negotiated here for the latter half of this race. And you can see just how interesting it's getting out there. We got 4 done and 4 to go. No, we don't. We've got 6 to go. This is a 10-lap race, of course. Heading up to the top of the hill again. Battles in this pack continued through the field. George Smallberger trying to close onto the back end of Simpson. Smallberger in the Shield Mark 1 Ford Escort. Trying to just get onto the back end there of the little Alpha GT Junior. Going to make it very interesting there between the two of them heading into the closing stages of this one. If you can close that gap down. 44 Alpha GTV looking for a way now through on Danhauser. Danhauser certainly in for a bit of a fight there with that 4.4 machine. It's not usually where we'd find that number 44 car. Of course, he wasn't involved in the first heat at all. So some work to be done now with a new car for Danhauser to fight it out with. This is, of course, a fight on here between the 150 Ford Escort and looks like René Janssen van Rensburg is up for the challenge. Picking off the back markers, getting away from the Porsche now and going on the inside of Tian van Rooyen in his 924. Here is second place. Andre van der Merwe in his 911 RSR. The Vapco Porsche still ahead of the Mazda Capella as they go to the top of the hill. Rian Roux behind them. Closing down on Cola de Klerk and Sean Hepburn. Just traffic now for Tenapel to sort out as well. One day Tenapel makes his way through there on the traffic and heads away from that little battle between the Porsche of Steve Pickering. And I think that might be Tian van Rooyen. And he's fighting with, no, not Tian van Rooyen, I beg your pardon, that's the GTV. Oh, no, that's not the GTV of Peter Ross. Possibly the Alfa Romeo there of John Simpson. No, G12 is what it is. Yeah, G12, John Simpson. Just getting confident. Oh, a spinner. Smallberger spun it too. Here comes Cola de Klerk on Hepburn. Smallberger looks like he's got the car going again. Can he keep it out of harm's way? Get it fired up again. He's trying hard. Isn't quite fired up just yet. There's a whole bunch of cars go flying past him. Heading towards turn 1, London, with yellow flags waving, warning them that Smallberger's on the exit point. Morrison is at the front end of this little battle. He's in the Mark II Escort. Flared out Escort compared to the normal Mark IIs that we got out there. Here comes the leader into the start his penultimate lap. 2 to go. Very big margin between himself and Andre van der Merwe in the Porsche. So looks like plain sailing here for Rudolf de Vos. He's going to have it all his own way here for the second time of asking. Going through for the second last time. Might be for the last time as well, depending on how that board has changed. We've been caught out a couple of times today. Hopefully we're on the right lap this time. This is the last lap. Last lap up to the top of the hill here for Rudolf de Vos. And the little Chev has done its work to perfection here in the second heat. Affectionately known as Sylvia, as you can see from the plates. He'll be happy with this performance. And the second victory of the day here for de Vos, headed down to G&H Transport Corner for the last time. Checkered flag should be on standby. Let's see if he's going to get the flag there from Henny the flag. No? Well, one more lap to go then. I don't understand this. Our timing monitor says we're on the last lap, but there's no checkered flag. Anyway, we'll go with until the checkered flag comes out. As most racing drivers do. You race until that checkered comes out. Koenig having his own little fight out there with the 119 of Stefan Pushkevez. Slightly different colouring there to Pushevez's normal Porsche colours. He would normally run a green stripe or a second half of the car in green, but it's all blue there for Stefan Pushevez as he heads to the top of the hill there behind the Jägermeister Sirocco of Koenig. Pushevez on the brakes and potentially through there under braking. Down onto the final corners come a whole bunch of these cars. They've still got a lap to go. Tian van Rooyen and Sofus Pantassis, the doc. Still got some work to do there for him. Koenig managed to hang on. Pushevez had to back out of it. And he continues on his merry way. Here comes the leader. Down to what should be the checkered flag this time out for Rudolf de Vos and the little Chevy Can-Am he runs. Flags out. And the second victory for Historic Racing Saloons South Africa goes to Rudolf de Vos. Evapco Porsche comes through for second place. There it is. And a great drive there to finish things up for Andre van der Merwe. He'll be just behind and fighting hard there ahead, of course, of Johan Smith in the Mazda Capella, and Jannie van Rooyen hangs on to beat out Stuart Koenig to the line there to wrap things up for the Historic Racing Saloons here at Swartkop's 21st anniversary of the Passion for Speed Festival. We'll be back shortly with a demonstration and then the second half of all of our rest of our categories. We've still got G&H Transport Supercars, the Roofshaw Midval Historics and Greats of the Past, Lotus Challenge, proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton, Marlboro Crane Hire, BMW M Performance Parts Race Series, the Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes, and Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. After a great dice there for the Historic Racing Saloons, let's catch up with George Vakamides after that big dice with the Siroccos.
George Vakamides, your beautiful Liqui Moly Porsche, how was your race?
It was great. First race was better than the second. The Siroccos are very hard to catch up and stay with. I managed to pass one in race 1. They got the better of me in race 2. They seem to have some strategy between them, but I enjoyed it. It was a good race. We bagged the points for Class D. I understand that I'm subject to be bumped up to Class C because of race times, but all in all, a very good day. Thank you.
Awesome job. Thank you for the awesome spectacle you guys put on for us.
Yes, thank you. That's what it's all about. Thanks a lot.
Time to get your slightly modern day goggles on. It's G&H Transport Extreme Supercars making their way onto the circuit for the second time today. And looking forward to more battles as we saw in the first one. Lots of action in the first one, remember, with a couple of cars going off track, a couple of cars having some little incidents and tags, and more of the same expected here for race number 2 as Ben Morganroot makes his way onto the back straight behind Dane Angel and Jonathan DeToy. Those are the 3 protagonists in Class A Plus that were fighting hard for honours there. Hopefully they've got Rekard Ritz's car sorted out and he'll be back on track in the Nissan GTR R35. Nice that we also got information from G&H Transport Racing Stable to say that Leroy Poulter was behind the wheel of Gianni Giannacaro's Lamborghini. Now coming into the back end of the field, as you can see them all coming through there. Ricky Giannacaro, Charles Arangis, he's got his Porsche sorted, and Blunden also out of the same stable there, being helped out by the Stradale Motorsport camp. Greg Parton all the way from KwaZulu-Natal, the Dryzit Environmental Lamborghini Huracan. Looks like the BMW from Barron's Motor Spares also sorted out for Darren Winterboer. Fast developments, and Fast Freddy would have got to grips with that car to get it sorted for the second heat. We just saw Richard Pott only a couple of minutes ago in his Porsche, now in the Lotus Exige. Cash and Nika looking to stay on track this time. So Lila Leclerc behind him in the McLaren. And looking forward to another battle there with the 650S GT3. There's a big field of very powerful motorcars about to go to battle here for the second time of asking in the day. Damien Hammond behind the wheel of the Lamborghini. Fighting with Cash and Nika for honours there, I'm sure, as they get into the thick of it for race 2. It's a rolling start, and the big Lexus V8 looking to go hunting for some Italian or German brands just ahead of him. Ben Morganroot looking to go at it now with the Barron's Motorspace BMW to cut off and find a way through there on Jonathan DeToy and Dane Angel. Angel and DeToy going to be fighting hard now for honours in the second heat of G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. As they get into it now, look and see who's going to have what it takes off the line. DeToy trying to catch them out here ever so slightly. He's pulled slightly ahead and looking for a chance now to maybe catch them off guard. And the reason he's pulled ahead is that they've gone for another lap. So a second safety car lap for the GNH Transport Extreme Supercars. Not quite sure what the reason is. There it is. There's the reason. Johan Hutting on the sideline. And he'll have to be pulled out of harm's way. That's why they've given them another lap under safety car. Stradale Motorsport 350Z stricken just on the exit point of turn 1. So he'll just be pulled out of harm's way into either the pit box or maybe just behind that wall there. And Marshall's now having to do some work to ensure that they can get that car off track and we can start this one. So, if they haven't started just yet, does this lap count as a race lap? I don't think so. They are under starters orders, that is for sure. But they have to take the start line for a lap to be counted as an official race lap. See the guys swerving from left to right, trying to get some heat into the rubber, to try and keep the heat in the rubber that they would have attempted to get. But we'll have to wait and see until that car is removed out of the position it's in before we go racing. Roderick Mitchell in the house. Hope you've enjoyed the race action so far. Marius Absol has joined us once again on the live stream feed. Hope you've enjoyed all the race action on all of our live stream feeds. We've got 3 pages of Facebook going out and 1, of course, on YouTube. And then in about 2 weeks' time, we'll be also getting onto Ignition with a production of the day's racing as well, courtesy of Two Wheels TV. Okay, we thought we were going to get the safety car going in. They're keeping him out for another lap. Just have a look and see as we go past here whether these laps are counting down as well, or have they actually started and the countdown of the race is happening. Can't see it from this angle, but hopefully we'll get an idea, because we should have had a lap completed, and that should have been the second lap completed now. No, they haven't even started yet. So all 15 laps are still on that starter's board. Mark Tatoya will be looking to get ahead there, of course, and stay ahead of DM Duplessis, but get ahead of Zodile Letlaka if he can. Econel, second of the Nissan GTRs out there. The first one didn't make it back on track. Looks like BB Motorsport couldn't get Richard Ritz's Nissan GTR R35 back onto the circuit. Big loss there in his debut and return to circuit racing after a long time out there for Richard Ritz. Jonathan Dutoit, new car and the new team he's running with there, Stradale Motorsport. That car will be in action next weekend at the Kyalami now. Safety car in. Here we go for race start. So it's the toy trying to catch Dane Angel out here at his home track. Let's see whether Jonathan Dutoit can do anything about Dane Angel's pace. Lights on, off, and we're racing. And it is Jonathan Dutoit who looks like he got the whole shot there into turn 1. 15 laps of race action. No, Dane Angel just squeezes him out into turn 1 and takes the lead. Dutoit in second. Third is Morgenroot. And a good start there from the BMW of Darren Winterboer as well. Mark Dutoit already going on the attack and looking for a way through on Zolile Letlaka in the McLaren. Can he find a way past? We'll wait and see as they come through to start their first lap in anger down that back straightaway. Damien Hammond going defensive to keep Letlaka out. As he goes flying through there. Oh, 2 Porsches coming real up close and personal. It's tight stuff there between Ant Blunden as well as Charles Orangis. Let's see if that's going to end up in tears between the 2 stablemates. So Lila Letlaka hanging on to the back end there of Hammond and fending off the attack coming from Mark Dutoit behind. So he's fighting with 2 of the Italian brands out there. One is the Bull in front of him and the Prancing Horse behind that. Then you've got the KTM Crossbow. That Crossbow coming through rapidly from Dion Duplessis' point of view. Stupid little car there is that KTM Crossbow. Back end of the field there for Charles Oranges. Doesn't look like that Porsche is firing like it should. We did hear that he broke a wheel in the first race, so he had to come in for a little wheel change. Got back on track and completed the first heat. It was way down in the points compared to where he'd like to be. You're not wrong, Brian Hepburn. I think there's going to be a little bit of shuffling that might be required there between the BMW M Performance Race Series and V8 Supercars at this point, with the amount of time that we're running out of here. We're into G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. That should have started at 2 o'clock. It only started at about 25 past 3. So with an hour and a half to play with behind time, we could be in a bit of trouble there for the V8 Supercars, unless they reshuffle the program and let us know. Hammond down on the brakes into G&H Transport corner in the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Closing down on Cash and Nika and getting away ever so slightly now from Zolile Letlaka in his McLaren 650. Trinity Protection Services on the side of that car. Front end is still raging between the Porsche and the Lamborghini. A little bit of a gap now opened up on Ben Morgenroot. Morgenroot looking in his rearview mirrors, if he had them, and looking for a potential threat from Darren Winterboer in the BMW. We'll pull away a bomber. Fortunately back in South Africa now and able to race again. He was stuck on a few occasions last year with COVID, unable to get out of Zimbabwe. There goes the Lexus, there goes the BM. And down into turn 8 they come. Richard Pott also trying to close that gap down with a big flame on the side of that Lotus Exige. And behind him comes Greg Parton from KwaZulu-Natal. The Dryzit Environmental Hurricane. A lot of his material would have been used today to clean up the oil spills and liquid spills that are on circuit, causing for and calling for change of surface flags to be deployed. They'll use that Dryzit Environmental mix to put onto the circuit and dry up all the oil and excess fluid that may be causing that red and yellow flag to be waved. Look at this. Oh man, the birthday boy slowly but surely starting to get closer and closer to Zolile, as well as Damien Hammond. So the Ferrari looking to close that gap down on Letlaka, who goes on the attack into turn 5. Trying to find a way through there on Hammond. Can't find it just yet. So Lille is up close and personal onto the back end of that Lamborghini Trofeo. Here they come. Down the straightaway. And behind that, it's Dion Duplessis, Ricky Giannicaro. And looks like a change up in the Porsche positions. Back to the Lotus of Richard Pott. Down into turn 2. Massive flame out of that car. And gears down and up. Brilliant stuff to see this thing in full flight. And of course Pott looks like it might be smoking slightly. The Lotus starting to smoke a little bit there. Yeah, big problems there. Massive plume of smoke out the back end of that Lotus. There we come up to the top of the hill. We'll see whether or not that's going to be terminal for that Lotus. But definitely some big smoke coming out of the Lotus as it went into 3 and 4. Something wrong there for sure. And that white smoke continues to come out of the back end of that Lotus Exige. Heading down the hill. Doesn't seem to be affecting his ability to drive the car. Just even going to have a look from the COC's point of view. Oh, hello, there it goes. Bang! Down the main straightaway. The engine is gone by the looks of it. Massive flame out of that car. Is he still going at it? He is. I don't think Richard Pott realizes that there's a huge fire in the engine bay of that car. Smoke and flames. That's all you can see out of the back of that Lotus. I wonder if anybody's telling him that there's a flame out of the back of the car. Marshals must be gesticulating to him at some point to tell him that there's a problem. Something coming out of the back of the car as well there in terms of not only smoke and fire but fluid as well. Yo, that's a whole lap around the circuit, potentially dropping something on the track. Has he realized it yet? Oh, he has. He gets off track. He eventually realizes there's some kind of a problem and goes onto the grass. Barron's Motorspares BMW out of shape. Is that potentially because of something dropped by the Lotus? Or was that Darren Winterboer all on his own? Looking for birdies out there on the grass. The Lotus is now rolling into pit lane. Let's see if anybody's going to be affected by, I say, potential fluid on the circuit, but doesn't look like there is. KTM Crossbow closing down onto Mark du Toit. Under threat now from Dion Duplessis. They've had some good fights in there today, these two drivers. D with Ricky Jonakara on his tail. And he's lost some ground now, has the toy to Zolila Letlaka. There it is, eventually coming to a stop for Richard Pott. It looks like the inside of turn 1. He's eventually brought that car to a stop. You see under threat now from Ricky Jonakara. Ricky Jonakara looking for a way past. Here comes Cashin Naika, looking to dive on the inside of Greg Parton into turn 8, G&H Transport Corner. Damien Hammond has closed up on that gap too between himself and fellow Lamborghini driver Greg Parton. And it's Letlaka into turn 1. Behind him comes du Toit. Toy leads out a big train of cars behind him. Duplessis is the first in the line. Another great start here and great drive out of Damien Hammond in the Lamborghini. And Parton keeping Cashin Naika, in fact 2 of the youngest drivers in this class, out of potentially that top 6 right now. That's what Greg Parton's doing. Oh, we got a spinner. That's Dane Angel. Dane Angel spins out, coming out of turn 1. Angel looping the Porsche out, the Autohaus Porsche. He gets back on track, and let's see whether or not it's going to affect his drive. Or has he been able to get going again? He has. Dane Angel spins out all on his own some there. I don't know if it was helped out by something on track or not. Didn't affect Jonathan du Toit, who looks like he may be on his way to a debut victory in his brand new car. Up to the top of the hill goes du Toit. Comfortably in the lead now ahead of Dane Angel. There shouldn't be too much of an issue there for him to hang on to the lead of this race. Let's have a look and see if he's trying to avoid potential threats on circuit. As I said, there was a lot of cars out on track, and there was also a lot of debris coming out of the back end of that Lotus. Has it caused the dirty line on track that maybe Dane Angel picked up on? Jaco Nel trying to stay out of harm's way now. Is he potentially dropping anything out of the back of that car? No, he's not. Not that I can see at this stage. He's definitely got a problem though, has Nel. Angel comes out of turn 1. How far up though? He can't even see the Lamborghini into turn 2. He's got a big mountain to climb now. And it's not Table Mountain where he comes from. KTM Crossbow also starting to get into a little bit more of a dangerous position onto the back end of Blunden. And Blunden getting through there. Looks like the KTM Crossbow might have gone off track slightly. Oh, speaking of going off track, there's a whole bunch of cars going off track. Hammond being one of them. Hammond going off circuit there in the Lamborghini. And now becomes the second Trofeo Lamborghini on track. Ricky Jonakara takes the lead of that one. Mark du Toit, Greg Parton, and Ricky Jonakara. Oh, and Parton's off. There's got to be something wrong up at that corner. There is cars going left, right, and centre here with a whole bunch of debris right around the circuit. I don't want to say it was Richard Pott's Lotus, but there was a lot of debris coming out of the back end of Pott's car for a long, long time. And has it now started to come to the forefront and started to affect it? Jonathan du Toit leading things out. He'll be the man to watch at the front end of the field, potentially to take the victory here in this heat. Comes flying onto that back straight away now with Dane Angel starting to close him down. Angel is a lot closer to du Toit than what he was about 2 laps ago. Du Toit is going to be able to keep it all together now. He's the only car at this stage that seems to have stayed on the black stuff. Here comes Dane Angel though. Behind there, change up for the Trofeo cars. That's Damien Hammond squeezing through and eventually finding a way past on Ricky Giannicaro. Mark Dutoy also staying on track. Just ahead of Charles Rangi's Porsche versus Ferrari coming out of turn 2. Porsche versus Lamborghini for the lead, or Lambo versus Porsche at this stage. Dane Angel going to go high and wide. Oh, we have a change of surface flag. As they come out of turn number 2. Let's see. Oh, there's definitely a big pressure on Jonathan Dutoy now. Dane Angel once passed big time. Dutoy goes defensive. They have completed 10 laps of action. There's still 5 to go. As they get to the top of the hill now, this is Angel around the outside and done. Wow, how was that? A little bit extra squirt. He runs wide and maybe just squares it off in time to keep out Dutoy, or does he? Oh, Dutoy backs out. Oh, and very lucky to back out of that. Nearly went into the tailpiece there, and of course the diffuser of that Porsche. He was very lucky to avoid that one. Jonathan Dutoy realizing he doesn't want to wreck that car. Not on debut for him. And tucks in behind Dane Angel, who now starts to open up a little bit of a margin. 2 car lengths headed towards turn 2. Dutoy's late, trying to close that gap down again. Angel is good. And so is Dutoy, and the battle is on there for first place. Zulile Letlaka's teammate now ahead of Mark Dutoy. The return of Damien Hammond as he had that off-track excursion a little bit earlier on in the race. He's now back at Dutoy's rear wing on that F430. Can he find a way past? We'll wait and see as they come down into the breakers. And the braking point here for turn 8. Cashin Naika, Zulile Letlaka around the outside goes Charles Rangi. Oh, and Letlaka makes a mistake. Letlaka makes a big mistake there. Climbs on the anchors and runs straight on, allowing both Dutoy and Hammond through. Big mistake there from XO. He was trying to possibly spoil the day there for those two and just got it all wrong. Give his teammate a bit of breathing room, but that didn't work out. Ferrari, Lamborghini and McLaren just behind the Porsches of Cashin Naika and Charles Rangi's. Hammond going from side to side. Wonder what he's worried about. Maybe he's got a fuel issue. Switching from side to side, maybe just looking to see if he can squeeze a little bit extra. There is a red flag being called. Red flag is called. I think eventually these guys are starting to realize how tricky conditions are out there for these drivers. Has another car gone spinning off though? That's the reason for the call for the red flag. Can't see anything at this stage. Here they come out of 6 down towards turn 8 and they're rolling them into pit lane. So we will not get a restart here of this G&H Transport Extreme Supercar. They've completed 11 laps, which means they would have done 10 of 5 if they go back, 1 for the red flag. Dane Angel will take the victory ahead of Jonathan Dutoy. And I think Jonathan Dutoy will stay ahead of Ben Morgenroot for 1, 2 and 3 in Class A+, as well as the overall for the G&H Transport Extreme Supercars. Not the way they wanted to finish, that's for sure. Cashin Naika takes Class A ahead of Zulile Letlaka. Charles Rangi should win Class B, and the GD3 class will go to Mark Dutoy, according to what we've got here on the screen. I don't think anything will change up on that. There is the G&H Transport Extreme Supercar gallery. And nice to see all the crowd up there watching, as opposed to watching it just on our live stream like we've done for the last 2 years under these tricky and strange conditions we've had to deal with COVID. Right, so that's moving on to our next race of the day, which of course is Midvaal Historics and the greats of the past combined. That's brought to you by Roofsure. We'll probably catch up with a couple of drivers down in pit lane if we can. But until then, we'll leave you with the sights and sounds here of the 21st running of the Passion for Speed Festival. Let's see if we can catch up with Dane Angel this time as opposed to Marcel Angel. Down in pit lane with Claudio, and some celebrations being done there. Divan Lismore happy with the performance of the car, even with the spin. Let's catch up now with Dane Angel, or is that Marcel? We'll wait and see.
Dane Angel, you lost it there at the beginning, and then you managed to claw your way back.
Yeah, so it was quite an eventful race. Got the jump on the Lambo on the start. Thought I was pulling a decent gap, and then going into turn one, my seat bracket broke. So as I turned in, the whole thing fell down. Did a few donuts. Quite happy I managed to get it in the right direction. Well done to Jonathan for not hitting me. He was coming at speed. I think somebody spilled oil on the line around the whole circuit, so it was driving offline and over curbs to try and catch him. And yeah, we did it. So over the moon.
Those are some tricky conditions there.
Yeah, I think it's worse than driving in the wet. You get there, you hit the brakes, and the car just goes wherever it wants. So, yeah, happy to keep it on the black stuff, that part of the race, not the first one. But yeah, very happy.
Well done, bud. Get ready to start the season.
Yeah, 100%.
Potentially, there is the problem causer. I'm not going to say it was him, but after 2 laps of a burning engine, there's definitely some kind of fluid that would have come out of that car. And I wonder if it's going to be the protagonist for all the incidents that we have to now deal with for our marshals. And it's a bit of a long break I think we're going to have here. Not what we need, that's for sure, potentially with all the last time that we've had so far as well. But we've got some of the best in the world about to address all the oil and fluid that's been dropped onto there. Standing by with Jonathan du Toit now after his effort to avoid Dane Angel and get second place overall.
Jonathan du Toit, not a bad debut in a Lamborghini Hurricane.
Yeah, look, I mean, thanks to Charles and the Strataldi team and Harry Aranjis, I mean, it's a fantastic car, prepared exceptionally well. Had a very good race in the first race, got second behind Dane, and in the second race somebody started dropping oil, so I started backing off a bit, and then Dane spun. And then I thought, I've got this by a mile. And then I saw in my mirror there was these lights coming for me, and then they just got bigger and bigger. And I wasn't prepared to push it that hard with so much oil down. So yeah, no, good race. I'm very happy with the results. It's in one piece. It's going to be racing the 9-hour next weekend, so that's quite important.
Awesome job, well done, Jono.
Thank you.
You racing the 9-hour next week?
No, he's not racing the 9-hour next week, but that car is. It'll be in the hands of Charles Aranjis, and he'll be piloting it with Arnie Neveling and Michael Stephen, I think, joining that team for the 9-hour next week at Kyle Army. So until we got race action, you can see there is a lot to be sorted out on track, and marshals are going to have to try and address oil right around the circuit. And until we get back to race action, we're going into the Midval Historics, brought to you by Roofsure, along with the greats of the past. Down in pit lane as well to catch up with Ricky Gianacaro from the G&H Transport Racing Stable.
Ricky, not a bad day today. Talk us through your day. How was it out there?
It's been a bit of an eventful day, I can't lie. Race 1 was a bit chaotic. I got a love tap through turn 2 from Nicky Dix. So we got a bit of a battle scar on the right-hand side of the car. And race 2 was pretty good until the oil came onto the track. I think it was like skating on ice. It was a bit chaotic. I had already started with like 8 laps to go, calling for the race, but no one can understand sign language from inside the car. But yeah, other than that, it's been a good day. You know, it's not the ideal situation to start with on the first race of the year. You know, we'd like to get on to a good foot straight away with a bit of a win, but you know, seeing as Johnny's not here. But other than that, it's been a good day. You know, I mean, with the love of our families and our friends and wives and our kids that are here, you know, it was nice to have spectators back, and we really enjoyed today. It was amazing. It was honestly was. It was nice to be out here again.
Dave just told me now in my earpiece he's going to take you to De Wilt and he's going to show you around, eh?
Danger, Dave. Yeah, I think we must go for it. I'll take the challenge on. We're definitely keen for it. So tell Danger, Dave, we are definitely on.
Awesome. Well done, man.
Thank you so very much.
hoeveel races is daar oor vir die dag? Weet julle? Weet julle hoeveel races is daar oor vir die dag? Is it? Okay. Yeah.
Roofshaw Midval Historics making their way back onto the circuit for their second heat of racing, joined by the Alpha Trofeo and Greats of the Past. It was all part and parcel of a big field about to go to battle here for their second heat. It was about 40 odd cars that went to battle in the first one, and a similar amount about to make their way out again for race number 2. The cars that had a little bit of incidents in the first heat should be pretty interesting to watch how they come through here for the second one. Sure, of course, now jumping on for the official Midval Historics category. Make their way down the back straight away now. That's 2 warm-up laps. Hopefully, and I'm sure that they have, the marshals have done a fantastic job to try and clear the majority of what was put down by one of the G&H Transport Extreme supercars. Frans Jensen, one of 3 Jensen cars out there. The other one, of course, is Tripod Travis. He was involved in one of the incidents in the first race. There's the old dog. No, that's not the old dog Peter Kaedi. That's the old dog racing BMW 2-litre TI. And then Graham Nathan at the wheel of that car doing some preparation work for the hill climb at Samola. He'll be participating in that car, running it up the hill on Classic Car Friday. Willie Hepburn is back in the hunt, potentially for the front end of this race. Hepburn will be starting right at the back though. It's a completely inverted grid for race number 2. Hepburn and De Vos having to come through with Davy Olivier, Brendan Parker, Rene Janssen van Rensburg, Mario Rossi and Reg Sutton. I think we're going to be suitably impressed with Willie Hepburn's skills to get through a pack of cars, particularly with all the debris on circuit as well. Going to make it very, very difficult. Not only from the track conditions point of view, but for the amount of traffic that they've got to get through as well. Seferi Jr., man who had a big incident with Travis Jensen in the first heat, is on that front row alongside George Smallberger in the Shield Mark 1 Ford Escort. A completely inverted grid with faster cars coming through, very slower cars compared to those 2 big V8s. They make for very interesting driving. I wonder if Graham Hepburn's going to give way to Willie Hepburn and Rudolf de Vos that easily. Because initially, remember, it's every man for himself out there. Strong racing straight out the side of the pipe there for that Ford Escort. Number 20, Dave Armstrong. It should be Smallberger and Seafree Jr. on the front row, but it doesn't look like they've made it back on track. So it's going to be Ian Kilburn and I think Dave Austin. 44 up there. I'll say Charles Smallberger's in 44, but there are two 44s. Double yellows into turn 1 and 2. Line is turned for everybody as they go through there for the first time. Kilburn is back on track, which is good to see. There goes little Fiat Uno. Flying down into turn 1 though. It is Smallberger. There's the yellow helmet of Charles Smallberger that leads things out. Willie Hepburn starts from the back of the field and has a huge mountain to climb to try and get through all of the race action that's about to unfold here for race 2 of the Roofshaw Midval Historics and Alpha Trofeo and Greats of the Past all fighting together. Kilburn leads out. Smallberger second. Yo, it's getting real in the mid-pack. Interesting to see how they're all holding their lines and just trying to adjust as nimbly as possible and not take each other out. 4x4 up to the top of the hill. Should be interesting as they start to get the quicker cars through. Jimbo Bennett's got through there slightly and moves up to second place, up ahead of Kilburn. Once again, Smallberger leads out with Jimbo Bennett. And then coming through there, the second of those Ford Capris. Behind him, it's Meredith Willis. Then it's Escorts, Datsuns, Anglias, Graham Nathan in the BMW. In amongst those Datsuns and Ford Escorts. As you go into turn 1 in that kind of traffic, you kind of automatically squeeze your arms in as a driver and hope that they all get through. Look at this. Oh, 5 abreast into turn 2. Andries Draper now coming under threat there from Peter Jensen. Peter Jensen trying to close down on the back end there of Draper, trying to find a way through on the Escort. And lining up, this is it, look at this. There are 6 cars side by side down the back straight there. And eventually somebody's got to give way and let them through. And if it's Tripod Travis coming along, you might be wanting to get out of the way rapidly. He's already had a couple of incidents today. Here comes Hepburn. Willie Hepburn trying to squeeze through there on the smaller cars. Opel Record is slowly but surely making his way through there. Peter has got through on Draper. So Peter Jensen moves up 1 position to get through there on Draper. He's up to about 8th place now on track. Kilburn behind Jimbo Bennett as they come out of G&H Transport corner again. 8 laps with a completely inverted grid. Going to make it exceptionally difficult for Willie Hepburn to get to the front. 40 cars to negotiate, so 39 of them here to try and find a way through on. Kilburn out of shape, almost into the wall. Lucky to save it there. Kilburn went in a little bit too hot into turn 2, comes across the kiddie litter, and he'll resume in about probably about 18th or 20th, maybe up to 30th place there alongside Graham Nathan. The 222 car going through there as well. That is another GTV. Davy Ulifir at the wheel of that one. Here comes Willie Hepburn around the outside of De Lange onto the back straight. Rudolf de Vos has actually got ahead of him. Rudolf de Vos staying ahead of him, of course, after the start. He was second last on track, and he's now just opening up the doors there for Willie Hepburn. Hepburn trying to find ways through that could potentially help him out and hinder the man in the little Chev. De Vos comes through on the inside of Peter Jensen. Tony Sharp now under pressure, and Willie Hepburn is stuck behind about 10 cars. Brendan Parker not finding his way through at all, neither is Mario Rossi. All these guys fighting for their own little battles and own little class honours. Now having to try and keep an eye out on the Foster cars coming from behind. Hepburn being one of them. He goes around the outside of the little Ford Anglia. Puts the power down and gets into Frans Jensen's path. Here comes Parker and Rossi. Parker now ahead of Rossi as they come across the line and completes another lap. Yo, this is getting real out here. There is 152, that Meredith Willis on the side. I think it might be Quinton Willis, I beg your pardon, he's on the side. Two Willis boys running similar cars. Parker now getting into the thick of it. Trying to find a way through here. Hepburn's got through on a couple of extra cars onto that back straightaway. Kruger absolutely lit through turn number 4. Ahead of Tony Sharp. Here comes Rossi. Behind that, Frans Jensen, Gavin London starting to come through as well. Mario Rossi late on the brakes, onto the curb. Nearly gets it inside of Kruger. Jan Kruger very lucky to avoid that as the 222 came through there. Davy Olivier trying to find a way past. I think he might have just done that. Now he has. Looks like Manny Ribeiro diving out of this one. 300 car there into pit lane for metal use spares. There goes the little Chev. A big Opel record coming up from behind. Draper parked on the sideline there by the looks of things. Gets around. Is that Hepburn to the front? It looks like it might be. Hepburn's hit the front. He's gone through on Charles Smallberger, and that's a change up for the lead. Is he the lead car though? Or is it? No, it's De Vos. De Vos is actually leading out. Apologies for that. So Rudolf De Vos leads out. Willie Hepburn now hunting him down. That's first and second in your shot right now. They come under braking for turn 4. Charles Smallberger into third place. Ahead now of Frans Jensen. Frans Jensen, David Austin, Jimbo Bennett. Here comes Davy Olivier. Looking for an opportunity on the inside. Bringing along Travis Jensen for the ride. Bit of smoke. A couple of cars maybe running wide there out of turn 4. This is a good move on the Brutes 33. Opel Cadet. Keep an eye on the lap times coming out of Willie Hepburn. He's got down into the 110s. No one else doing 110s around this track, so he could potentially catch and pass Rudolf De Vos by the end of this one. According to my timing monitor, we get 4 down and 4 to go. Jimbo Bennett starting to slow now. Tucks in behind Brendan Parker. Follows Kruger through and Jensen. Jensen boys almost in formation flying. Just waiting for France to join Peter and Travis. Here Boss hangs on for now. car of Dave Armstrong just diving out of the way there. Doesn't want to get too close and personal with that little battle. Who would? Not when you got 2 big V8s fighting so hard. Oh, and De Vos starting to slide. The pressure starting to be felt there from Rudolf De Vos. Willie Hepburn on his tail. All on his own is Dave Armstrong. Oh, there you go. Hepburn on the inside of De Vos makes it stick into turn 5 and leads out of turn 6 Kenwood corner. Willie Hepburn about to drop the hammer and get away now from Rudolf De Vos with 1 lap to go. Bit of brake smoke coming off the back end there of that one. The Desi's Equipment Ford Escort. I think that's Sutton at the wheel of that one. Oh, that's a big one. That's a huge one for De Vos. Just climbed on the loud pedal, maybe a little bit too hot to try and stay with Willie Hepburn, and he's ended up on the sideline, and look how close he is to the wall. He hit the wall, I know, but look how close he ended up to hitting it again. Is that at the Gary Formato gate? I think it might be, hey? It is indeed at Gary Formato gate. Just alongside Marcel Angel Wall, because they both tended to end up in that precarious position with a lap to go. Oh, that's it. He came out of there. Something broke. He went left rapidly, and he wasn't turning the wheel left, that's for sure. I think the battery runs on the back end of that. Could be a Dunlop, but it's a big... Is that the blue, though, of the little Chev, or possibly the Global Touring Car V8 of Gary Formato still stuck on the wall? I'm not sure. It could be. It is that Gary Formato gate, though, that little Chev hit. And Marcel Angel's wall is a black and yellow one a bit further down. It's also one of the reasons that you can see there on the pit wall that Swartkops has now gone over and above the Call of Duty to add in some protective fencing on that pit wall. So that's good to see. Safety, number one priority at the circuit, and great to see that. And great to see it at all circuits, actually. Good drive there from Davy Olivier. He finishes up in the 222. Up in third place overall behind Hepburn. In fact, he would have finished in second place because De Vos didn't finish. Sylvia is unhappy with her driver, that's for sure. We won't be too unhappy because in a few minutes' time, Lotus Challenge will be back for Heat 2. We'll hear you shortly. Down in pit lane, we're going to catch up now with Rudolf de Vos after that big incident against the wall. Let's go to him.
Rudolf, talk me through what happened there. You kissed the same wall that Gary Formato kissed.
Yes, and the wall is not pretty, believe you me. So I don't know why I kissed it, but it was a lovely race. We had a pole inverted race, and I knew Uncle Willie was behind me, and I tried to pull a gap, and I saw him coming, but he's... yes, that old man is ridiculously quick. And somewhere along the line, there was another oil spillage that I missed. And I just think I made a mistake there, trying to push it too hard. So yeah, and first of all, I would like to thank my wife. I would like to thank my crew and Swartkops Raceway. Yes, this is beautiful. It can't get any better than this. And yes, we will definitely be back next year. It's a pity we can't finish the rest of the day because I was looking forward to the Trans Am series where I competed earlier on and to see a new setup that we wanted to try there. But thank you very much. And luckily I'm okay. There's some work to do on the car, but that's okay.
Awesome job. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
So Rudolf de Vos with a little bit of work to do after that. Oh, slamming into the wall. But if you see it just from about a second before that, you can actually see that something breaks on that car. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't go left that rapidly without you actually turn the wheel. And I think Rudolf actually got caught out by something breaking on the car. It's a big pity to see a awesome little race car like that end up on the sideline with some breakages like that. But fortunately the driver walked away, and we should be able to get that car out of off the circuit as soon as possible to get racing again with Lotus Challenge. And yeah, there's Rudolf de Vos saying thanks to the fans. That's always awesome to see as well. The fans recognizing that the driver put on a great spectacle to try and beat arguably one of the most iconic drivers in South Africa in Willie Hepburn. Losing out there with a lap to go. And then, of course, losing out, slamming into Gary Formato Gate.
comes close, and then if you go this way, then it goes. Oh. So now you can see here. So this is closer to you. So if you want to see something close by, bring it back. And if you want to see something far away, bring it back. Yeah. Set that to when you want to like make it easier to see.
The excitement, you know. Where's that camera?
As soon as there's a crash, run in front.
Welcome back to race action from the 21st Passion for Speed Festival. It's Lotus Challenge making their way onto the circuit again. And another epic Lotus race about to take place here, I would say. We've hardly ever not had an epic Lotus race. Very good possibilities of changes in the grid as they line up for, of course, L, C and B. The Bs are at the front and Johan Nel is on pole position alongside Thomas Faulkner. Behind them will be Jeff Kruger and Rudy Barnard. Andre Heyman and John Kruger, and then it's David Jeremy, Jeff Gable, Sean Hewitt and Etienne Stradham, Matt Nash and Clive Wilmot. Tinus Buertes and Gavin Ritchie, Carl Scarp and Brett van Rensburg with Ian Young and Mackie Adlam, if Adlam is back on track for this second heat. He didn't make it out for the first heat. Sean Hepburn and Ben Knights will be the front row of Class L. Hayes van der Walt and Andre Duplessis will be behind them. Go around there, Davide Favo, Jean de Toy, Nick Hodgson and Matthijs de Kock with Andrew Fulton and Barry Dunford making up. There is Mackie Adlam. This time he is out on circuit. Didn't make it for the first heat though. It's a standing start and proudly brought to you by Suzuki Alberton today. Nell and Falconer on the front row. Falconer's already taken a victory, gifted to the tricky conditions that the first heat took place in. Didn't really pick up on that light drizzle from our camera's point of view. Wasn't any camera lenses getting wet at all, but there was a slight drizzle which of course caused Jeff Kruger to spin off on his own and handed the victory there to Thomas Falconer. Falconer came from 7th on the grid to win the first one. He's now 2nd on the grid. So it certainly bodes well for a double victory there for Thomas Falconer. That's if Johan Nel, Jeff Kruger, Rudy Barnard and Andre Himman have nothing to say about it. A couple of adjustments at the back there, including Mackie Adlam getting a final instruction thrown his way. Those are all your Class B competitors that have lined up there. Looks like someone missing down there. Possibly in 6th place. Is it going to be John Kruger? I think it might be. John Kruger might be missing from this one. Behind his son Jeff. Or maybe Andre Heinman. We're under starters orders. 32nd board. I think it might be Andre Himman that's missing from that grid. Let's wait and see as the lights are about to go on and off. Get ready to go, and here we go. Suzuki Alberton bringing you the Lotus Challenge once again here at Swartkops at the Passion for Speed Festival's 21st birthday. John Kruger on the inside and looking for a chance to squeeze through early on to try and stay with the top two. Top two are side by side already. Johan Nel trying to force Falconer wide. Kruger's in second, or in the second place there. Ooh, and in the background, the 7 car getting a little bit out of shape there of Clive Wilmot. He just managed to catch it and almost falls into the clutches now of the leading cars in Class L. Here comes Kruger. Jeff Kruger already looking to try and get through on the top 2 if he can. Adler makes up a few positions, squeezing out Etienne Stratham out of turn 4. And then it's a side-by-side battle there for the back end of Class B. Jeff Gable right at the back there with Brett van Rensburg and Carl Scarp. Nell side by side. Jeff Kruger on his outside into turn 5. And possibly going to hang on to that outside line for 6 to take the second place away there from behind Nell. Mackie Adlam now onto the back end of the 9 car. And looks like he's going to be fighting to get through on Matt Nash, who had a fantastic outing. And great to have him back in Lotus. I think he's been in here a few occasions. Not a lot of time in a Lotus, but definitely loving life out there in the Sparko car. JB Systems, one of his sponsors. Nell hangs on to the back end of Kruger. Maybe he wants to let Jeff Kruger dictate the pace and bring him up into contention again there. Rudy Barnard going to do the same thing on the back end of Nell. 4 cars fighting for the lead, pulling away ever so slightly there from the 5th car. Looks like that might be David Jeremy. And then behind them, it's Matt Nash. 16 is Nick Hodgson. He's made his way to the front pretty rapidly. Good start there from the 16 car in the L category. Ben Knights looks like he still might be hanging on to the lead though. And here is a possible lead change. Kruger around the outside of Thomas Falconer. Oh man, how does he find grip out there? Kruger finds it and leads into turn 7. So from 3rd on the grid, he's up to, well, he was up to the lead, and now comes Falconer straight back at him, and Nell. Nell and Falconer diving through on Jeff Kruger. Putting on a show here, as Lotus always tend to do. Kruger and Nell now going to fight for second. Try and close that gap down on the lead car of Thomas Falconer. Little corrections on the steering wheel there from Jeff Kruger as he came out of turn 2. You can get the drive down in the Universal Motorsport car, trying to close down on Nell. He's on the Nelezi Nelly Racing squad, and Thomas Falconer, of course, running under Adaptive Resource Engineers colours. John Kruger just ahead of the second pack of Class B competitors. In there is Etienne Stradum. Joining Etienne Stradum and John Kruger. Look out for Tinus Buertus as well. Top 3 out of Kenwood. Once again a change up for second, or is it? Nell is just behind Jeff Kruger and then slots in behind him. Comes under braking, but this time goes line astern into the clutches of Rudy Barnard. Barnard trying to close down on those top 3. Then you got Mackie Adlam leading out ahead of Sean Hewitt. Behind Sean Hewitt, it's John Kruger. Matt Nash behind that. Etienne Stradum. They're all lining up, trying to force some mistakes from the competitors around them. Here we go. Into 4. First 5 cars, no worries. Here comes the L battle. 77 out there. That is Jean Dutoy. That Simpson banded helmet. L16 is Hodgson. Hodgson with a bit of pressure coming from the back in the 27 car there of Matthijs de Kock. They're trying to catch Ben Knights, who leads out at this point. So there's still some work to be done here for the L category cars if they want to get up there with Knights. Davide Fabio starting to close in on the back end. Fighting there with Gijs van der Walt. Still fighting all the way through this one. It's really, really tough stuff between them. Really great battles in Lotus Challenge all the way through, as always. 73, that is our Class C competitor, Philip Vermeulen, all on his own. And there he goes, into the wall. Commentator's curse there for the Red Tree Capital car. Slams into the side of the exit point of turn 1. And trying to get out of harm's way there as quickly as possible. Possibility of a safety car. Yeah, thumbs up to the crowd, he's okay. Here comes Kruger. Going to try and get through before they deploy that safety car. He won't know about that car, of course, stricken on the sideline. But if he does get through there, it means he's going to have the advantage after the safety car comes out. He's very good on the brakes, but so is Falconer. Matches him almost equally. Here comes Adlam ahead of Hewitt. Now Hewitt ahead of Barnard. Rudy Barnard dropped back ever so slightly now. Behind Sean Hewitt. And then it's John Kruger on his own. Watching those two go at it. Behind that, Stradum fighting hard with the 9-9 car of Jeff Gable. Here is that stricken Lotus on the left-hand side. It's actually a bit further down than the exit point of turn 1. I thought it might be a little bit closer to the pit exit. But it's a lot closer to turn 2's flag point, actually. Hodgson going through turn 1. Trying to close down here on the 25 car. Andre Duplessis. Change up. Oh, good move. That little Lotus in, well, JPS Lotus colours. That's quite cool. Strap King car. And that's Gijs van der Walt in his JPS Lotus. 9. Looking for a way through. Matt Nash. As they come down onto the braking point now. Safety car has been deployed. Safety car now being deployed. Waving the cars through. Going to pick up on the leader. A change in safety car duties now. He'll be looking to pick up on the leaders, of course, in that Volvo from Tom Camphor Volvo. Volvo will be looking to try and pick up on Thomas Faulkner or Jeff Kruger, who was at the helm of the race before the safety car was deployed. There you go, the leaders through turn 4. Shouldn't be too much longer before they get behind the safety car. Just waiting for them to extract Philip Vermeulen. The Red Tree Capital Lotus stuck at turn 2's entrance on the left hand side of the circuit. The virtual safety car until he closes onto the back end of that Volvo. He's eventually got there. Volvo's picked up on this train of Lotus 7s behind him. There they go down into turn 2. Still no recovery of that vehicle just yet. I'm not quite sure what's taking so long. Adlam a lot higher than when he was in the first race when he didn't even make it out. Is that potentially one of the reasons for the safety car as well? Another car was off track there. One of those two cars came together. We didn't get it in shot, but we might have it on the recording. Faulkner trying to keep the heat in the rubber. Jeff Kruger knows how good that Dunlop rubber that he runs is, so he won't be too concerned about doing too many wayward and left and right maneuvers. The temperature on those cars, temperature on those tires, as we've seen in Polo Cup, gets up to a certain temperature and then it kind of plateaus and gives you a lot of good rubber usage throughout that. And it's Faulkner who might not know that he's also running Dunlop rubber. Come streaming through there on our live stream. We still have Marlboro Crane Hire Legends that are 9 hours to come. BMW M Performance Racing Series pre-74 International Sports Prototypes and Marlboro Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. Here we go. Right, now it's up to Faulkner to hold them off. They may not pass until they've crossed the stripe. Once they've crossed that stripe, they can go at it, and here we go. I'm not quite sure how many laps still to go, but it's a sprint to the end, that's for sure. As Kruger goes on the attack instantaneously on Faulkner. Faulkner keeps him at bay as they go down into turn 2. Kruger almost up the back end of Thomas Faulkner. Behind that, Nell fighting with Adlam. Barnard with Hewitt. Kruger on his own there, ever so slightly. That's John Kruger. And then the L battle. It looks like 93. Ben Knights might have lost out there to the lead in terms of Class L. Looking at Sean Hepburn and Gijs van der Walt fighting with him. Gable goes flying through there in the 9-9 car. Just ahead of Stradham and Nash. Lead change. Kruger hits the front. Johan Nel under massive pressure now from Mackie Adlam, trying to find a way through. This is a 2-lap sprint race now, I would say. They're going to come to complete their penultimate lap. Or is it, no, it's a 10-lapper, so it can't be. No, it'll be a 4-lap sprint race. This will be 3 to go as they cross the line. Let's have a look and see if I'm right. Can't see it on the sideline there. I don't know if Paul picked up on it, but according to the timing monitor, it says 6 done, which means there'll be 4. They've just completed 1. I would say then 3 to go for the Lotus Challenge here for race number 2. Mackie Adlam with Nell all over the back of him. Timing monitor says they've completed 6, but I'm not 100% sure if that's right. This would probably be about 3 to go, I would say. We'll try and see on the next pass as they come through the start-finish line. Rudy Barnard around the outside of Gable. Gable onto the inside of John Kruger as they head to the top of the hill there, past the Universal Racing Stable, where that car is usually housed. Barnard and Gable. Barnard on the outside, Gable on the inside. Trying to hang on to that outside line again. Cuts back. We'll try and come through there. Battle for 6th place starting to heat up. Final lap, and they come down onto the braking point. Here we go. Flag is out. Kruger gets it. Kruger takes the win. Only just, though, as they cross the line. Great effort there from Jeff Kruger to hang on. And Thomas Faulkner in 2nd place, right on his bumper. Down onto the braking point. Here comes the possible win for Class L. Has that gone to Sean Hepburn or possibly even to Nick Hodgson? Bit of changes there in the Class L competitors as well. Great effort there from them as we wrap things up in Lotus Challenge for the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. 4 more races to go. Marlboro Crane Hire pre-66 and 68, or pre-66 I should say, Legends of the 9 Hour, including the under 2 litre class, will be the next class on track. BMW M Performance, pre-74 International Sports Prototypes, including the Trans Am class, and of course Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, as Peter Maloney's joined us, and he's been watching to see probably what's happening with the weather and how far we are on the program. The Big Bang is making their way out for the second heat and final one for the Legends of the 9 Hour production cars in under 2 litres mixed. We had an epic battle in the first one. The win eventually going to Jeroen van der Heevel after a couple of the drivers broke out of their allotted times. Or Stian Kriel. Apologies to him for the first race. I heard it was Steph Kriel at the wheel, but it's actually Stian at the wheel of that little Studebaker Lark. He said it was trying to kill him. It nearly did right there. On his first attempt into turn number 2, he got it out of shape. So we didn't really get to talk about Stian Kriel in race number 1, but we will talk about him now in race number 2. And the 2 litre class was also just as good. And let's see what's going to happen now with Mark Totoy on pole position again. The birthday boy. Alongside him will be Lee Thompson if those 2 cars have made it out on track. Martin Baileveld and Stian Kriel ahead of Jeroen van der Heevel and Jeff Kruger, who's just climbed out of his Lotus. Maybe it was a good thing we didn't catch him for that post-race interview, because he had to run across to climb into the Trans-Africa Racing Plymouth Barracuda. Cyril van der Merwe will be out there in the Chevy Unique Cheval, if he has got back in the car, but I don't think he has. I think he's walking around and enjoying the spoils of the day. It is Lee Thompson. I don't see Mark du Toit out as well. So Lee Thompson alongside Martin Bielefeld. Bielefeld broke out, so he'll be a man to watch out for in terms of his lap times. See if the same thing happens here in the second heat. A couple of new cars that have joined the pack there as well. The 12 car, I would say, is possibly going to be piloted by somebody else out there that had a broken car. They haven't told us who the 12 car is. There is a 12 car further back in the pack of John Simpson. That's an Alfa Romeo. But there's a 12 Camaro out there as well, behind the Tom Camphor Volvo. And they change up in the duties for the safety car as well. Now that Studebaker Lark of Stian Kriel is a little bit tail happy. Definitely not something that he wants to be checking out. Chevy Nova of Jonathan du Toit, Henny Groenewald in the Ford Mercury Comet. Mark van Rooyen. Dirk Venter in the Capri. Under 2 litre class, also going to be just as good. Arman van Putten at the back, fighting with Dion Schwabski. Kirsten Venter there too in the second of the Ford Escorts at the back end of that pack. Not quite sure who's in that 12 car. There is, of course, race 1 protagonist. One of the incidents that happened out on track was with that Black Widow, and Michiel Campagna at the wheel of that as the safety car rolls off. Lee Thompson will dictate the pace across the line in the big Ford Galaxy. Thompson's had some victories in that car in the past. Can he get one here today at the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival? We'll wait and see. They make their way down into turn 1. Thompson leads out. It's Bielefeld under a bit of pressure as they come down onto the braking point, and it's pressure being applied on the 2 Camaros out front there by Jeff Kruger. Kruger dives on the inside, out of harm's way in the 110. Not quite sure what happened there with him, but he had to get out of the 2 Camaros' ways as he avoided action there between himself and Stian Kriel. Kriel probably getting a little bit tail happy there, as always, in the Studebaker Lark. Dives through on the inside of Bielefeld up to second place. There comes Henny Groenewald onto the first of the Camaros. 2 Camaros side by side with the Ford Mercury coming. Oh, and a touch! Henny Groenewald touching the side of that second Camaro as he went hauling into turn number 5. As I said, I'm not sure who's at the wheel of that second Camaro. We don't have number 12 on the starting grid here, but it probably was one of the drivers who had a broken car and has jumped into one of Peter's spare cars. Down into turn number 8 they come for the first time in anger. Here comes a big charge from Michiel Campagna in the Black Widow. Diving on the inside of Paige Lindenberg, leading ZB's out at this point in time in her Ford Fairlane. She's got Kruger on the inside and right on her tail. That'll be Alan Poulter. Alan Poulter in ZB's as well. Had a big fight with Paige Lindenberg in the first heat. Beg your pardon, as Kruger goes around her outside. Gets that Plymouth Barracuda. And hauling into that one, of course, in turn 2. Sideways. Which one was more sideways? The Mercury Comet or the Studebaker Lark? There they come. Around the top. Into turn 4. Up to the hill now to turn 5. Closing down on Lee Thompson in the block of flats. That massive Ford Galaxy out of the Trans-Africa Racing stable. Thompson always a good man behind the wheel in that car. Cyril van der Merwe has been behind that wheel as well. So number 12 Kamara making its way through the field now after a little bit of an issue. It was just after that touch between himself and Jeff Kruger. And now as they come down on the breaking point, it is Henny Groenewald trying to close that gap down on Thompson. And he's sideways. As always from Henny Groenewald, getting the back end of that Mercury Comet lit. A similar thing coming. Locks up that front left. He sent me a message after race 1 saying, no, it's actually me at the wheel, not Stefan, my alter ego, according to the timing monitor. And said that he thinks the car might be trying to kill him. It's that dangerous, and that's how hectic it is to drive. 5 is Schwabski. And he comes down into turn 2. Kruger now with Michiel Campagna on his tail. Behind that, Paige Lindenberg. Mark van Rooyen trying to close the gap onto Alan Poulter. Then the Cortina's there as well, leading things out in under 2 litres. Carl Pienaar ahead of Mark Miller, Roger Houston, and then Vic Camphor in the second of the Volvos. So heading up onto the top. That is underneath the hood of the... And he's looking dangerous as well, looking for a way through there on Poulter. ZB battle is what we see. That's Paige Lindenberg, Poulter, and then on their tail, Mark van Rooyen. First 3 in ZBs. Great little fight out here between them, I got to tell you. And it's not over just yet between those 3 cars for ZB. Bielefeld being caught by Kruger now. Kruger pulling away from Michiel Campagna. ZB's now into turn 4. Behind that comes the leader of the under 2 litre class, Carl Pienaar. Pienaar has got Dirk Venter on his tail. Here comes the leaders though, and it could be a change up for the lead. Groenewald on the brakes into turn 8. Lee Thompson sees him coming, gives him a little bit of room to play, but not a lot. You can't really give a lot of room to play with that big Galaxy. Ford Galaxy versus Ford Mercury Comet, and the Comet wins out into turn 1. Thompson right onto his tail though, tries to come straight back at him. Watch for the outbreak. Oh, and Thompson nearly gets out of shape. Very close there between Lee Thompson. Henny Groenewald just blocking the line from him. Studebaker-Lark now under threat from the Chevy Nova. Jonathan DeToy all over the back of Stian Kriel. Chances of a change up for 3rd place as well. Right now, Lee Thompson trying to return the favour as Jonathan DeToy goes on the hunt for that Studebaker-Lark up the road. Stian Kriel sideways out of 4. Jonathan DeToy almost on rails out of turn 4 there in that Chevy 2. Look at Thompson though, coming straight back here and into the clutches of that Ford Mercury Comet of Henny Groenewald. Oh, danger option here for Mark van Rooyen as well, as he had a big look at Poulter into turn 4. Still running very wide out of turn 4 there for Class ZB Honours. Here comes Thompson straight back. Oh, almost instantaneously. Only gave Henny Groenewald 1 lap in the lead, and they come across the line side by side. Lee Thompson hangs on to the inside line. Henny Groenewald on the outside. He'll back out of it slightly. Thompson puts that car right in the middle of the circuit. No place to play. Locking up the wheels. Oh, he's gone in too hot. Thompson runs wide after locking up those brakes, and Henny Groenewald says, I'll have that every day of the week, but you can do that all day. I'll take it, thank you. So Thompson hangs on for 2 corners, and then it's Henny Groenewald coming straight back at him. In the background, it's Stian Kriel absolutely sideways again out of turn 3. Pressure being applied to both Thompson, onto the back end of Henny Groenewald as well as onto the back end of Stian Kriel, and that's why. Lee Thompson now late on the brakes into turn 5. Sideways and side by side. Ford Galaxy versus the Ford Mercury Comet as they come out of turn 6. Again, it's side by side into 7. Oh, Groenewald gets the back end stepped out. Here they come back into turn 8. Thompson on the back end, cuts back, tries to get on the inside and slingshot through. Better drive out of Thompson. He's going to have what it takes. Oh, and there goes Van Rooyen. Top of the hill, Mark van Rooyen running very wide and right into the photographer's big lens. He would have got all of that, I'm sure. Change up for the lead as Lee Thompson this time locks up but holds on to the lead. Doesn't run in as hot as what he did the last time, but this little battle between the 2 Fords has allowed the Studebaker-Lark and the Chevy 2 to come along for the ride. They're coming up on Herman van Putten in the Mustang. I think the Dutchman will just move slightly left and allow this massive train to come flying through. He doesn't want to get involved in it. That is for sure. Here comes the Lark on the inside of Van Putten, and the Chevy Nova goes with him. So De Toy. Pity we don't have Jeff Kruger up. Can you imagine if Kruger was involved in that battle as well? Van Rooyen has recovered. He's back on track. Back to the front and back to the lead. And the battle for the lead continues to be as hot as what has always been. Oh, there you have it. Sideways from Groenewald. He manages to catch it, only just. Here comes Stian Kriel in for a little bit of that. He says, I'll have some of that, please. Studebaker-Lark hanging on for third, keeping out De Toy. But the first and second battle is starting to heat up big time in terms of heat on the track, heat in the rubber, lack of brakes. It's all good. That's what production cars of the Legends of the 9 Hour are all about. And there goes Groenewald sideways again. Brilliant stuff from Henny Groenewald to hang on, even though he got that car lit up out of turn number 8. Let's see what happens now. Will Lee Thompson go on the attack? He's going to have to go inside. He can't. Inside line is defended well there by the Mercury Comet of Henny Groenewald. Groenewald now. Thompson starting to slip and slide right into the clutches there of Stian Kriel. Best man and best seat in the house right now would probably be Jonathan De Toy, waiting for something to go wrong. How many times have we seen this in production cars, the Legends of the 9 Hour, particularly here at Zwartkops? Numerous occasions we had 4 or 5 cars fighting for leads of these races, and it turns out to be an epic finish to a great day's racing, there is no doubt. So we got Mark Miller fighting with Roger Houston for second place in the battle for under 2 litres, but the second and third place battle heating up here between Kriel and Thompson. Groenewald with a small margin, about half a car length there over the 3 cars for second, third and fourth. Back marker coming into play. It's the 5 Escort. And onto the brakes goes Lee Thompson. He dives on the inside of that Escort of Schwabski. Hangs onto that outside line, stays out of harm's. Whoa! To the flag and sideways for Henny Groenewald. Fantastic there from Groenewald to light it up across the line. Takes the win. Thompson in second, and the Lark of Stian Kriel comes through for third place. Glass ZA, as always, entertainment non-stop. Groenewald from Thompson and Stian Kriel. Great drive there from Michiel Campagna. He eventually beats out Martin Bielefeld for honours in that category. It says Greg Thornton was at the wheel of that one, but it was definitely the orange helmet there of Michiel Campagna, according to what I saw. And that brings us to the end of their heats of racing here for Marlboro Cranehauer's new sponsorship of the Legends of the 9 Hour and the under 2 litre class combined. Stian Kriel showboating, or is he? Or something broken on that car? Kriel nearly had a big moment there coming through turn number 4 on the slowdown lap. Always one thing you don't want to do is crash on the slowdown lap, but Stian Kriel nearly did. I think he will say it was all the car's fault. Lee Thompson, fantastic effort there from him. And he finishes up just behind Henny Groenewald after an epic battle again in the Legends of the 9 Hour. Up next, we've got BMW M Performance Race Series for their second heat. We'll be back shortly with action on track. So we are just sorting out some interviews down in pit lane. Going to catch up with some of the drivers that have just finished up today's racing for production cars. Legends of the 9 Hour. One of those legends is Henny Groenewald. Let's catch up with him.
Henny Groenewald, that car was sideways everywhere.
Yeah, as the day carries on, you know, obviously things get a little bit more difficult, you know, with tyres wearing off and so on. and Lee really set a good pace. So when I eventually got him, I think between both him and I, we're having a bit of axle tramp and having some issues, you know, just with overall grip. So we were sort of swapping both, you know, for the lead the whole time. So it was interesting, and I think on the last lap, you know, he had a corner that he just fell that little bit back, and it gave me the gap to get to the line first.
Well, awesome job. I know you got to catch a flight. Thanks so much for putting on an amazing display today.
Thanks so much. It was great.
Another man who put some spectacular effort in there today, especially on the slowdown lap, was Stian Kriel. We're going to catch up with him down in pit lane.
Stian Kriel, you know that was just a warm-up lap. You didn't have to pin it from the beginning, eh?
Well, yeah, it was kind of fun. Hard cars to drive, but we had a draw. From the start, I thought like, oh geez, you know, my tires are going to run out. But obviously, all of them had pretty much the same issue as I had. But yeah, it was fun mixing it up with some of the cool kids in town. But yeah, it was like the underdog car. I really had a jaw in it. It's missing with oil at the moment. I think the gearbox is going. It's just oil inside the car. Tried to put a show on the cool down lap, and I just spun out on my own wheel. So rookie mistake. But yeah, had a jaw. It was such an awesome event.
Awesome job. Thanks for putting on such a show.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Race 2 of BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. New sponsor on board with the BMW Car Club Racing Series this year, taking over from the long-standing relationship with Bridgestone. And now M Performance Parts is our new sponsor for this category. And they had an entertaining debut, there's no doubt about it. They have got 29 cars on the grid for the second heat of today's racing. They started with, I think, 32 in the first heat. The cars not making it onto track for the second one. But also just be aware that these cars will be in action next weekend at the Kyalami 9 Hour with a field of, I believe, 50 cars that'll be racing. I think they may be splitting the two categories. So classes A and B will be in one race, and C, D, and E will be in the second race next weekend at Kyalami. It's William Ironkamera who will be on pole position for the second heat, a lot better than he was in the first one. He started almost fourth last and had to make his way through the pack of slightly slower cars in the lower categories to get his Class A competitive BMW to the front end. Didn't quite get to the front end though. Alongside him will be Lyle Ramsey, Alan Hilligan, and it looks like they've inverted the grid down to 9th place for Class B. And that of course would be Andreas Mayer, the German, finished up in race number 1. He finished first overall. Started his retention of his 4th title in BMWs with a victory. And the German there just ahead of the man checking out the 235 car there of Mikael Patamba. So you see those white wheels and the touring car colors of the German. About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars down on the right hand side. You've got Salvi Gutteri just ahead of him in the red BMW. There is Ironkamera and Lyle Ramsey with Hilligan and Everstein the second row. It's Jagger Robertson, our youngest driver there, alongside Osbagioni. As I mentioned, Salvi Gutteri and Andreas Mayer, Carlo Gobini, Thomas Portkita. Then you've got Mikael Patamba leading out Class C, Hein van der Merwe in second. Trevor Long in the Roof Surgeon car with Michelle Singh in the Winfield BMW, ahead of Renier Smith and Matt Wadley. Class D was Nicholas Herbst, Eugene Gous, Sean Dodd, Manny Ribeiro, Davy Olivier, and Ari van Heerden, Shane Krobler, Craig Herbst, and Rian Lubba, and Nicholas van Zyl, Bernard de Gavea, Nicholas Fisher, and Vegan Naidu being the top contenders in Class E. If you're a BMW fan, this is where you need to be right now. So I know there were a couple that were sending us messages saying, when does this race start? We couldn't really give you a time because we have fallen back ever so slightly in terms of what the suggested time of this race should be, which was about 15:30 this afternoon. It's now 5:15, so we are running ever so slightly late. We have had huge amounts of incidents on track and lots of action all day long, so understandably the passion for speed has lived up to its name. There's some passionate drivers, some speedy ones, and some a bit too speedy and passionate for what Swartkops are capable of handling. It's going to be a tough ask there for the man at the back to try and come through, I can tell you that much, but keep an eye out on the action in the mid-pack and all the way through, because as always, the arena of motorsport provides top quality race action, no matter what. So they all come up behind the safety car now, getting ready to go for the rolling start. 99 Rian Libba. But it's Ein Kamera who will set the pace with Lyle Ramsey on his inside. Hilligen and Everstein behind them. Jagger Robertson alongside Osbagioni, Salvi Gutteri and Carlo Garbini. Fifth row is the man who won the first race, and that is the German, Andreas Meyer, ahead of Thomas Portgieter, the last of the Class B competitors. Heading up Class C is Mikael Patamba. There he is in the 235 car. He's just behind Thomas Portgieter in the turbo-powered car. Stand by for the lights to go out, and Ein Kamera drops the hammer, catches all these guys napping. Not quite sure why Lyle Ramsey wasn't right there with him, but Ramsey just got caught by the wayside, and he slots up into second place, but he keeps out Alan Hilligen for now. William Ein Kamera leads into turn 2 with it's Everstein. Hilligen dropping back by the wayside as well into the clutches of Jagger Robertson. Salvi Gutteri going side by side out of turn 2 with the outside car of Osbagioni. Outside line out of turn 3, not only being Bagioni but also Carlo Garbini, with the German already squeezing through and making a move up into possibly 8th place. As they come out of turn number 4 up the hill, Jagger Robertson goes on the attack to Jan Everstein, looking to try and close down on Everstein. Everstein late on the brakes, and can he make it stop? Only just avoids Lyle Ramsey by a few millimeters. 25 is Bagioni, already under attack there from Andreas Meyer. Hilligen is off. Oh, so is Dodd. Warren Dodd getting out of shape and onto the side. Sorry, Sean Dodd off the circuit completely. Hilligen now under attack. Garbini's got through on the German. He had to tap on the brakes there ever so slightly, which compromised his drive. Here comes Jagger Robertson on the inside of Everstein. Jan Everstein under attack from the Viking Big Boss auto car. Everstein just shuts the door, doesn't allow the youngster through. Here comes a move here from Jagger Robertson, trying to find a way past, can't find it just yet as he comes out of turn 2. He's got Salvi Gutteri on his tail. Remember, there's some naturally aspirated cars and some turbo cars in the mix as well. One of the big turbo cars is Salvi Gutteri, so he's definitely in with a shot here of taking on this field. Looking for the extra squirt from that BMW on the straightaway. Further back, the 24 car, fighting all on his own at this stage, trying to close things down there. Vegan Naidu, and trying to close down on Nicholas Fisher. There goes Michelle Singh, just ahead of the Stigworks machine. Nice drive there from the taxi this time out, 330. Being driven by Manny Ribeiro as the guest driver in that taxi car this time as they head to the top of the hill. Late move from Renier Smith, closing down on that Stigworks car. And Hein van der Merwe just shuts the door. Change up for second by the looks of things. Yeah, big time. It is now the Viking Mining, Big Boss Auto and Liqui Moly BMW of Jagger Robertson, who's moved up into second place, ahead now of Lyle Ramsey. Salvi Gutteri behind them, looking to try and come through as well, along with Carlo Garbini. Osbagioni and Everstein side by side as they head towards 2 with the German on their tail. Andreas Mayer trying to find a way past. Ian Kamara still at the helm and controlling things from the front end. Garbini goes on the inside of Ramsey and flies past him. Here comes Salvi Gutteri along for the ride as well. Salvi Gutteri late on the brakes, gets through. Further back. Fights through the pack for Class D honours. The 30 car there, fighting hard, trying to find a way through is Craig Herbst on Manny Ribeiro. 30 versus 330. And 31 just behind them, trying to squeeze through 2 will be Nicholas Hapst. Shane Krobler in the Mayfair Gearbox BMW. Warsteiner BMW colours on that car as well. Other German touring car days. Speaking of German touring cars, here's a South African touring car diving through, and the German makes up 1 place on Ramsey. Andreas Mayer now trying to keep out Ramsey and goes directly into the hunt there for Osbagioni's BMW just ahead of him. Bagioni with VR Fuel and Design Lab colours now. Used to be known as the Pool Man. He had a pool company on the side of that car for a long time. New change of sponsorship coming into the 2022 season. And Andreas Mayer goes hunting for him. Here comes the 9-1 car of Thomas Portgieter, also running turbo power to get through on Everstein, and now looks to get onto the back end of Lyle Ramsey up the hill. Late braking from Andreas Mayer. Gets on the inside of Bagioni and squeezes through. Bagioni now looking to stick with Andreas Mayer, hopefully use him to pull him up to the 3 cars up the road. Make it 4, because we haven't really spoken about William Einkamera. He's all on his own at the front end. Jagger still in second place and potentially going to be fighting for the lead of this one if he can. But I don't know if he's going to have enough time to close down on William Einkamera up the road. 335 of Einkamera, and of course Jagger Robertson out there in the M3. Lots of work still to be done here from these top 5 cars, and Thomas Portgieter arguably working harder than anybody else out there to get ahead of Lyle Ramsey. Dives into turn 4 inside line and eventually squeezes out Lyle Ramsey. Ramsey slots in behind that big wing up the hill. Look at Salvi Gutteri going on the defensive as Andreas Mayer comes alongside, cuts back into turn 6. Gutteri shuts the door in the Sav Speed car. It was close. Salvi Gutteri nearly getting overtaken there by the German, but now Andreas Mayer could hunt him into turn 8. Not close enough. Bagioni right behind him, looking to close things down there on the 2 of them as they go out of turn 8 into turn 1 to complete another lap. .55 Eugene Koos all on his own. Easily done as they come down towards turn 2 now. This is Andreas Mayer applying a bit more pressure onto Salvi, and Salvi feeling it. Oh, he's out of shape. Salvi Gutteri must have lost a bit of drive out of that corner with that little slide. That's going to give Mayer the opportunity to dive on the inside, and he goes alongside him down that back straightaway. It's going to be side-by-side action, and eventually Salvi gives up. He just slots in behind the German and into the clutches of Bagioni, who's got Portgieter coming from behind. There's Everstein into the back end of Ramsey now. Hilligan just behind them. Not too far off there for Thomas. And I can tell you it's going to be a bit of a fight out there as well. As Thomas has got through, let's see what he can do now in terms of making his way even higher up than what he is there. Portgieter flying high. Here's Garbini on the inside of Jagger Robertson into turn 8. Change up for second. Carlo Garbini hits second place. William Einkamera up the road now and in trouble as Carlo Garbini starts to hunt him down, looking for a chance now to close down on that 555 BMW. Jagger Robertson also going through there on the 335. Bernard de Gavert just moving out of harm's way as the quicker cars come through. Into the back straight. Where is 555? We haven't seen him for a long time. How far up the road is he from Carlo Garbini here in second? And Jagger Robertson in third. Here comes the German for 4. 5 is Salvi Gutteri, Osbagioni in 6. And completed 6 of the 10 by the looks of things. They're onto the 7th lap now. Jagger Robertson on Garbini's tail. Hasn't let him get away too badly. Jagger, of course, running normally aspirated, the turbo car there of Garbini. It's normally aspirated versus turbo here. Stig works. Fanamava around the outside. Michel Singh on the inside in the standing group in replica there of the 325i Shadowline. We've seen a couple of those out here today, that's for sure. Battle continuing between these two, starting to hot up a bit as well. Here's our leader, Iron Camera, around the outside of the second of those slightly smaller BMWs, of course, heading up the hill now. Iron Camera is just cutting through the field rapidly, using that pole position to good effect, and in fact the fantastic start he had to very good effect. He caught everybody napping, including Lyle Ramsey, who should have been alongside him for the start of that race, but he was found wanting there on the start. It should be 8 laps completed and 2 to go. Iron Camera now with a good advantage over the 920 car of Carlo Garbini. Bagioni still in a fight there with Salvi Gutteri just behind them. Thomas Portkita, as I said, reeling them in slowly but surely, using that turbo power. And the brakes down into turn 2. Makes up about half a car length there, and slowly but surely getting a lot closer to the back end of Osbagioni. Salvi Gutteri still hanging on, potentially for a top 5 overall. Remember, all of these top 9 cars are all out of Class B. Further back there's Shane Krobler. He's, of course, in the fight for Class D honours there. Fabe Herbst just ahead of him. And looks like they've caught the back end of the 55 car now as well. So Eugene Goos under threat. There is Trevor Long in the roof surgeon car. He's just behind there. Mikael Patamba, I beg your pardon. Coming through here in the 235i. Mikael Patamba also potentially at the front end of Class C. He is. Matt Wadley still second and Trevor Long third. Matty Wadley just behind him there. You can see he's trying to close that gap down on Mikael. One of the youngest drivers out there too. A very, very talented young man who spends time not only in sprint races but also in the Endurance Championship. Bagioni going to close down on Salvi Gutteri. He's done that, but he hasn't been able to get past. Here comes the leader onto that pack that we've just spoken about. Herbst coming through and crossing the line with the checkered flag. It's William Iron taking the win. Iron comes through for the win there in the 555 BMW. Cross the line and the flag is out. I don't think William Iron saw that checkered flag. He is still hauling around here. I don't think he's seen it. Portkita would have seen it. He might have been caught up because there were a few cars ahead of him, and Henry the flag was a little bit slow pulling that checkered flag out. So checkered flag is definitely out, but I don't think William Iron has seen it, and I don't think any of those cars that were with him saw it either. Let's see whether we're going to see a change up there for Iron Commerce point of view. Has he rolled off slightly, or does he realise that the race is done? Carlo Garbini definitely knows it's done. He's got second place. Jagger Robertson has come through for third in Class B. The German scores some good points. Not quite where he wanted to be, though, I'm sure, for fourth. But a win and fourth place is definitely a great start to the season. And, of course, they will head to Kyalami next week for the Kyalami 9 Hour. It's part of the Curtain Raiser events there. William Armkamera, lights ablaze there from Mikael Patamba. William Armkamera is the winner there in 555. Up next, we'll be heading into the pre-74 International Sports Prototypes and Trans-Ams. They'll be out on track shortly. We'll try and get some interviews to bring you up to that. And 2 more races to go with the ISPs and then Mobile 1 V8 Supercars. So race action there from BMW M Performance Parts Race Series. Second race winner is William Armkamera. We caught up with him down in pit lane. Let's find out how his day went.
It's nice to have the first race. I had to start from right behind, ended up 9th, and from pole now I'm glad that I could get the win. And thanks to the Big Boss team for preparing the car, and grace of God for giving us the strength to do this. Thank you, guys.
Awesome job. Thanks, bud. Well done.
Thanks. Keep well.
Pre-74 International Sports Prototypes on track at the moment for their second heat of the day, the penultimate race of the Passion for Speed's 21st anniversary. Let's see if we're going to see any changes in the way things finished up according to race number 1. Thanks, Andre. Up in the microphone, Miles there. Andre de Kock in our studio there from the Citizen Motoring after his timeout in the saddle today for Trans-Africa Racing in his GSM Dart. Johan de Bruin in the Odacure Porsche will be looking to hopefully get into the top 3 in his class. Maybe in the top 3 overall here as well. He's got some very fast Porsches around him and a couple of Chevrons and Chevys thrown into the mix as well. Once again, it's Franco Scribanti who's on pole position. Alongside him will be Jonathan de Toy. Henny Groenewald will be up there as well and looking to take on de Toy and Scribanti. He's in the Trans Am category. And back out in that Chevrolet Camaro from Camille Doring Motorsport. You've got Peter Bailey in the 917 Porsche this time, as opposed to the GT40 he piloted in the SATT earlier on in the day. Mark Dutoy in the Lola T70 Spider. Rudolf de Vos, I don't think, is back on track, unfortunately, with that broken car. So it'll be Andre van der Merwe just ahead of his lordship there, Greg Thornton. And then you've got, of course, that B8 of his, just ahead of George Archimedes in a Porsche. Roy Campos in shot at the moment. Didn't quite go according to plan in the first heat. He had to come in early. But I'm sure that Peter Jacquet and the team there have got that car sorted out. And he will be back into the thick of it for race number 2. Trying to get through to take on the likes of Peter Bailey, George Archimedes, and probably every other Porsche he wants to beat out there. He wants to be the first Porsche across the line. And he might bring De Bruyn along for the ride. Unfortunately, Andre Besaidno does not made it back out for the second heat in the Team Perfect Circle Porsche. He had to leave early. Got some work obligations he has to get to down in the mother city. And the Team Perfect Circle Porsche now not out on track for race 2. But definitely good to see Peter Jenkins back there with the Chevron B19. One of the fastest men ever to go around this track in any car is on pole position. That is Franco. But he's on the wrong side for pole position. Pole position's on the right-hand side of the circuit, but Jonathan du Toit has just taken up that instantaneously. Franco wants that inside line. That's why he went to the inside line. I suppose he can dictate where he wants to be as the pole man. As he goes down into turn 1, he gets the whole shot. Archimedes is under pressure there, ready from fear, and looks like it is Team Gunston colours from Franco Scrivanti Racing. Franco Scrivanti himself with Jonathan du Toit behind him. Then Peter Bailey. Peter Bailey with Mark du Toit alongside Greg Thornton. Greg Thornton trying to keep out Peter Jenkins, and around the outside comes Andre van der Merwe. So the second of the B19 Chevrons diving on the inside of the second of the B8 Chevrons. And then you've got Porsche with a Lola T70 Spider in the mix there. Campos already making up 5 positions from the start. Gets through on Herman Klucker, gets through on is that Johan de Bruyn and Kobus Brits. Here comes Jenkins onto the back end of du Toit. Lola T70 Spider, the Walls ice cream car there. And looking for a chance now to squeeze through with that wins and Lucky Strike colours on the side of his car. Oh man, Franco Scrivanti is holding nothing back. He has disappeared at the front end. Checking out and realising it's time to go. Jenkins coming along for the ride, diving through. Here comes the Martini Racing Porsche of Roy Campos, slotting up and ahead of George Archimedes. Does that put him into the lead of the Porsche battle? I think it might. Just looking up the road. No, there's still the 917 of Peter Bailey he's got to try and catch. So it's Chevron B19, Chevron B8 onto the back straight away with Jonathan du Toit at the wheel. Then it's the 917 Porsche, Lola T70 Spider, Chevron B19, Chevron B8, Porsche RSR. This is an awesome field of cars, yeah, there's no doubt about it. And as we've always seen in in the International Sports Prototypes, great battles. Rob Beaumont unfortunately didn't quite make it out in the second of those 917 Porsches. Pity that he didn't, because he's a hot competitor and a very hot contender for race wins in this category. Du Toit ahead of the Chevron. Here comes Campos, not too far behind. Campos now trying to close that gap down on the 917, who leads the second pack of cars. Du Toit ahead of him. Here comes Russell Fear in the T70 spot. Oh! Did he have something break there, or did he just go over a little bit of a dirty patch? I think it was just a dirty patch on track there for Russell Fear in the second of the T70s. Oh, hello. 917 Porsche of Peter Bailey with some problems. Dropping back into Roy Campos's clutches now. Slowing up dramatically there and losing ground. So he's got du Toit ahead of him now, and looks like Jenkins has gone ahead as well. So the battle for the lead Porsche could resume after this lap. with Campos closing down on that 917. Avakamides and Fanamava into turn 5. The Vapco Porsche now trying to close things down here. Here comes a move from Jenkins on Detoy. Chevron versus Lola. And the lead of the Porsche battle has now been taken by Campos as they cross the line. Campos makes his way up into the top 5 from the back of the field. That's an incredible drive from Roy Campos. Could possibly catch and pass Mark Detoy as well. He's got through on his lordship. And that 917 Porsche of Peter Bailey seems to be ailing slightly. Such a pity to see that 917 drop back so badly. He was right in contention there. Greg Thornton, Lord Greg Thornton that is, into turn 4. Here comes the Vapco Porsche and the Liqui Moly 1. Avakamides at the front end of Fanamarva. No change up between the two of them just yet. Andre Fanamarva and George Economides, Avakamides, I beg your pardon, going at it as they come through. Liqui Moly sponsored RSR and the Avapco RSR. Great battle between these two drivers. We heard from Avakamides there's a possibility he might be bumped up a category because of the lap times he pulled out in race number 1. Let's see what happens now with Andre Fanamarva trying to close him down. The Honda Brain. He's up to 4th place in the Porsche battle, ahead of Klucher. Klucher just ahead there of the 54 car of Brian Algar. Haven't really mentioned Brian all day, but it's great to have him here in that Jägermeister Porsche. One of the tallest men in motorsport. Just fits into that little Porsche. And he's now pushing hard to try and get around Hermann Klucher. The Honda Brain stays ahead of the two of them. As they go now into turn 4 and up the hill. Brian Algar trying to close on. Looks like a little bit of damage on the back end of that Porsche. Tail light just hanging on for dear life there. Maybe a bit of a touch between one of the cars behind him in the early stages of the race. Down into turn 8 come Avakamides and Fanamarva. This is Detoy. He is in 2nd at the moment. Up the road from him will be Franco Scribanti. 8 laps have gone relatively quickly. How much longer for Detoy? Is he going to be able to do anything about Franco Scribanti? Is Scribanti going to be able to hang on for the win? Well, you can't even see him in the same shot, so he must be right up the road. He pulled the pin early on to get away from Jonathan Detoy. Didn't want to fight with him in the second heat. Jenkins is certainly up for a fight if he can get there. Looking for a shot now to end up maybe slightly higher up in the overall standings after it didn't quite go according to plan in race number 1 for him. And then they come down the hill. Fanamarva and Avakamides still at it. There's the leader. Haven't seen much of him because he's so far ahead. Goes around Russell Fear, who seems to have a bit of a problem right in the closing stages, pulling in a pit lane there in the 2nd of those Lola T70 Spiders. Franco across the line, and I think possibly onto his last lap. I think that was 7 completed, so looks like we might be on the last lap there for Franco Scribanti. Inside of the Brain, Klucher goes with him. And the Brain, I don't think he's going to be able to keep out Hermann Klucher. No, he wasn't able to. Got caught out there by Hermann as he came through. Absolutely no problems whatsoever there from Franco Scribanti's point of view. particularly in the second heat. Possibly a lap and 2 corners to go, but I think it may be on the last lap here. 10-lap race. Not according to my program, it's an 8-lap race, but we'll wait and see. I was told it's a 10-lapper, but according to the program I have in front of me, it's an 8-lap. And let's wait and see now as they come to the line. No, 2 to go, so you're right there, Paulie, sorry. Okay, they've changed the program then again and didn't tell us. 10-lap second heat, but on the program it says 8. So we'll go with the 10-lap, 8-lapper. That is Lord Thornton heading up to the top of the hill again, with Scribante with 2 to go. Thornton still 2 to go as well. Coming up on the Porsche battle is the leader. So Franco Scribante going to be closing in on these two. I wonder if Andre van der Merwe is going to try and use that to his advantage. He'll watch that rearview mirror and see the very fast Team Gunston coloured Chevron B19 coming along. And if he plays his cards right and he follows Franco through, he might be able to catch a Vakimides Archer. Franco dives on his inside. Does he go with him? No, he doesn't. But Vakimides sees him coming as well, gives him some room to play. And goes through to start what should be the final lap now. So another lap completed and 1 to go now for the B19. Team Gunston colours there for Franco Scribante. Onto that back straight away for the final time today. We've got half a lap to go here for Franco. The car that he piloted to win the King of the Hill on Classic Car Friday this year, or last year at the hill climb, and he'll be doing the same thing I'm sure this year at the Samola hill climb with this car. I know they're working frantically to fix the B26 Chevron that broke in East London with a massive fire and Jason Campos at the wheel when the car burst into flames coming out of the sweep out of the complex. Hopefully that car will be ready to go by the time we hit the hill later on this year. So it's Franco to the line, and easily done in the end, taking the checkered flag. Actually almost pulled over to grab the checkered flag there from hitting the flag, and that's the gap he had over second place. That's not second place, that's Herman Klucher in the Porsche. But here comes, no, that's not second place. Yes, it is. That is the second place car. Jonathan du Toit in the first of the Chevron B8s. And second place on the day there for du Toit, beating out the Jedi, Peter Jenkins. Roy Campos did exactly what he wanted to do. Here he comes to the line. First Porsche over the line in the hands of Roy Campos. That's what he wanted all day long. He eventually got it in the second time of asking here at the Passion for Speed Festival's 21st anniversary. Up next, our final race of the day. Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Stand by for Rolling Thunder. Down in pit lane, let's catch up with second race winner there from the P74 ISPs, Franco Scribante.
You're absolutely right, Greg. With Franco Scribanti, another one in this beautiful Chevron. How was it out there?
That was great. It was very easy because there wasn't much competition for this car today. A nice shakedown for the hill climb. So, yeah, the car's ready for Friday, Samola.
Well, it seems like you've gotten rid of all those gremlins from East London.
Well, this is a different...
Some job. Well done, Franco, and all the best for the hill climb.
All right, lekker. Thanks, eh?
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Claudio. That's exactly the car he'll be running on Classic Calf. That'll be ready for the King of the Hill on the Samola Hill Climb later on this season. We've still got racing to go here, and Mobil 1 V8 supercars will be making their way onto the grid any second now for their rolling start. The Rolling Thunder will bring us to the close of the 21st edition of what has been an incredible day's racing here at the Passion for Speed's 21st anniversary. On the track right now, our final heat of racing for the Passion for Speed's 21st anniversary here today at Swartkops. If you've just joined us, a big welcome from all around the world. If you've joined us all day long, thanks for being part and parcel of this incredible historic race meeting. 21st birthday of this really incredible way to kick things off in the South African motorsport calendar here at Swartkops, the arena of motorsport, the international world of motoring that Swartkops brings with the Passion for Speed Festival. It's an inverted grid for race number 2, as always in supercars, and it's inverted. It's Antoni Marks who will be on the front row alongside Julian Familiaris. It's Richard Fuller and Franco Mateo, Thomas Reeb and Terry Wolford. Warren Lombard, after disappointment, had a little bit of ecstasy later on in the day when he took the victory in the South African TT Trophy. Fuller, I think, has only had about 4 or 5 races in this category, so he's still definitely under rookie status. But the way he's driving that Idemitsu car, there's no doubt he's got a future in this category, and Fuller looking very good out there and pushing it to the limit in the Mustang. And Tony Marks falling into the clutches now of Terry Wolford and of Reeb. Mustang versus the Jaguar down into turn 4. Corvette versus the Falcons. And the Chevy Lumina in the mix as well there. Lombard trying to squeeze through, hasn't quite been able to get up there just yet. But JP Nokia down into turn 1 has a massive one. In for Autocraft Corvette. The Hulk has smashed that wall properly and has unfortunately ended this one. Looks like we might have to go for the safety car. Mackie Adlam, I don't know if he saw that because it would have been behind him, but we'll have to wait and see if the safety car has been deployed yet and have the boards been put out. They surely should have. As you can see, JP Nokia not happy about that. Here comes a move from Fuller and from Adlam. Adlam and Fuller getting through there on Familiaris, who seems to be slowing slightly. And the hands come up. Was that safety car? Oh, red flag. Red flag called. Thought we might have to go to safety car there. But the red flag has been called, and that means they'll come back to do this all over again. Franco Mateo hit the front, got ahead of his teammate Julian Familiaris, and was just pulling away. I'm not sure if the safety car red flag came out before Fuller and Adlam got through on Familiaris, but it won't really matter because Familiaris was ailing and didn't quite seem to have the same kind of pace he had earlier on. We'll wait to see them reshuffle this grid quickly. But red flag, and how many did we complete there? 4 of 12. Third of the race distance done. 8-lap sprint race possibly going to be coming your way any second now. Medics are down there to make sure that JP's okay. He did walk away, so I don't think he's going to be any injury that they need to worry about, but they will just double check. There is certainly some big damage on the Hulk, as he smashed into that wall at turn 1 and brought the race to a preliminary stop. Big Max on his way to go and fetch that car. And we'll stand by to see what the grid adjustments are going to be to the second start of the final race of the day. Demi Familiaris watching us from the sidelines as well. He's here at the circuit, I think, and also watching on the live stream. Something certainly wasn't right on Julian's car. It started to slow up dramatically once Franco Mateo got through on him. Richard Fuller shaking his helmet and gloves, gesticulating that there could be an issue there. I have to retrieve JP Nokia's Corvette before we can go anywhere. Doesn't look like those barriers are too badly damaged. I'm just hearing that in the background as well. Should be okay to continue with the V8 supercars. But it is going to take a little while to get this car retrieved.
That is so horrible because they're coming from the M4 Cape Town. Yeah, like they're M4 sponsors from Cape Town. That is so. Oh man, that's a long way to go. That's just before you drive. Yeah. You know, you put a lot of shots at him as well. No, it stood out like a sore cup. Yeah. But this corner has been evil today. And today has been very, very vicious. This is just a track position. You know, you gotta listen so. It's an hour and a half to just get the keys and set up. It's like you saw me standing underneath like anchoring this thing. Gotta have fun. Of course, I'd be having fun there. Because like, I have nothing as bad as this. But like, I'm also running some can and stuff in that. So like, I'm on the Sony side. Sony side? No, this is MK. Oh, so you got like a interlink. Okay, so your front lens is from? No, that's a Canon lens. Okay, then you have your interlink. Okay, so you have your adapter and then... No, this is 2/3 lenses. This type of lenses go on any camera. But it's got a big biomet, you know. Yeah. It's a big machine, eh? Yeah, it's... But, you know, nobody wants it anymore. It's just working well on sports, basically. Sports, you know, it's like with the pandemic, this is the first big thing that's happened now.
Yeah. Yeah, we've done a few things, but then there's no spectators, so at least we were busy a bit.
Swartkops was packed today. It was packed.
It's so nice to see.
Oh, I love it.
The only bad thing is I want to go for the Christmas party.
No, no,
People around, but I don't work this money.
No, I meant, that's too cool. Is that... Go for there. No, but I wouldn't do it. Earlier. Yeah, no, you already got a kitchen off.
That's why I didn't go drink my cool drinks. Just have a coffee. That's it.
That's why I was like, when we got up here, I was like, this is not the right spot. And then it took us like almost 2 hours just to set up the casino. But we got it going now. We're like,
I'm impressed with this casino stuff.
Yes, I know. Like these things used to like tickle like a umbrella. Oh no, he's taking a look. Come here, baby girl. Come here.
Well, you can see the recovery's been pretty rapid, but the front end of that Corvette, certainly second hand. It looks like there's a bit of oil that was dropped by somebody, and it could possibly be the reason why JP's gone off. So not only do we have to try and get that car back into pit lane and out of harm's way, also some work to do for our marshals to address the oil that's on circuit and get it ready to go for the restart of our last race of the day. Cars are now getting prepped to be restarted, I'm sure, and hopefully in the very near future we can get going with the second heat and the restart of the second heat.
This is for the court.
Okay. What's cool? Get ready, eh? The big one's coming. This is the big one.
Race days is always so long.
This is like 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock this morning.
Yeah,
I know it's already
you gotta set up.
10, 12 hours on it.
Yeah. Let's go.
Awesome to see you. First time I've ever come to this side. Like we usually sit up there by the Porsche building.
Yeah.
So I think that's like corner number 5, 4.
Yeah. This is 1. This is 2.
Yeah. So 3, 4. So, but I want before where they do the drags.
Yeah. I think if you sit on that corner there, you can watch up there, then you can see all this.
Really great view because you can see the straights.
Yeah.
And that's where everybody else is up.
Yeah. But you got to sit right on the
No, like, I saw coming in, I saw people camping tents. Oh, yeah, yesterday, yeah. Oh, no, that stays there. It's like bungee cable, so even if it falls, it doesn't like fall on the camera. No, so it stays there. So you got to stop to work the side here. So that's the first time he's ever played with the camera. Yeah, I mean, he's like, he wants to go there. Like, he wants to, if he was up at Tolly, he would run around out there and then straight through the catch. That's why it's, you fucking pay for it. Yeah, no, like this is a very good, I mean it's a lens. No, like you buy your, like, for instance, you like the D9s and that, like the D9 is just a body, it's like 50, 60 grand. But then you buy the lens for like $500,000. It's like, what? So this is also, this HD lens, this 22 with the extender. Yeah. Fucking expensive. Anything from 60 to 100. Really depends on. And then, what picture quality are you at? HD, full HD. Full HD. So you, what's your H2 by 1080? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, and like, then you see like, I don't know if you know about the head cameras. Yeah. No, those things are insane. But like, we're just filming today. Fucking we can shoot it in. No, 1080p is perfect. 1080p is perfect. Because, we shoot it in 1080, full HD, but they drop it down. Yeah, best to put it down to like 720. Yeah. So, like, I'm looking at the commentary. So, like, you can see the switch original and all of that. So, like, because we're watching Steve from yeah. So, like, they have a live thing, that's why you call them, you put it up. Yeah. You can't see your figure. So I was like, oh, what's this? It's fucking so cool. So it's like very, very cool. It's like, and hearing it helps so much, like, watching the race and then having the commentary in the background, like, there's a little bit of that. Yeah. During music number one, and like, because like, when you keep on seeing, like, that Porsche earlier, that black and gold monster. And that's what you hook up like telescopes for like the long shot for like taking photos of stars and nebulous.
So this one is 20 years old, but it's only me working with it. So.
20 years old, hey, look. Yeah. I got that in the August 2000. That's bloody awesome.
No, when this came out, because it's really this. This is like 5,000, but this is like.
The balance, the balance is, because like, like just zero miles, like, you literally take the camera and plug it into your laptop and you say, I want to lock onto that, and this thing is just stay. You don't need to, like, a lot, like, if you're doing like red photography or do long.
We got green flags at last for the second start of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars' second heat of the day. 20 marks requiring a little bit of a push off the line. He was the original pole man in the first start of this one. Not quite sure how many laps to go, but we have got one of our producers running next door to find out how many laps of sprint race action we've got here for the second start of the second heat of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Should be interesting as they go through that dust in full flight in about a minute's time, and try and get as much heat into those Goodyears as they can now. 8-lap race, so 4 completed. Kind of thought it might be still 8 to go. Di Matteo racing 1 and 2 with Franco Di Matteo and Julian Familiaris on the front row now. Fuller and Adlam, Wolford, Reeb, and then it's Warren Lombard and 20 marks will be alongside each other there for the 5th row. Looks like one of the cars may have dropped oil right around the circuit. We're not quite sure who it was, but it may have been the reason that JP Nokia ended his second race in the wall, getting his Hulk-coloured Corvette to smash into the barrier at turn number 1. Let's see whether or not we get going again now, and hopefully to the end of these 8 laps with little to none, because remember, these cars all got to go to battle again next week at the Kyalami 9 Hour as one of the curtain raiser races for that, and they definitely can't afford to lose any more cars. Reed pulling into pit lane. Thomas Reed with a problem into pit lane as we get ready to go now. Lights off, and we are racing down towards turn 1. Change of surface flags right round the circuit, so they all know how slippery it's going to be. And it's a bit gingerly through turn 1. That's probably where it might be the most slippery, because that's where we saw JP going off. Familiaris trying to fend off the attack there from the Mustang of Fuller and the Cat of Mackie Adlam. The Jaguar looking to pounce on that Mustang early on. The Falcon's right on his tail. So it's a battle of the wild animals out there at this stage, and you don't get much wilder than the Rolling Thunder V8s of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. Up towards turn 5. Adams on the inside, could potentially squeeze through here, under braking for turn 5. He does so. Fuller giving him some room, and here comes Wolford along for the right. Oh! Wolford loops out! Wolford tried to dive on the inside, and Terry Wolford unfortunately has been caught out by his own mistake there. Catching a little bit of probably that leftover oil. He gets going again and gets the car back turned in the right direction, but now right at the back of this pack. Fuller coming up onto the back end of Mackie Adlam, trying to dive through there on Adlam as they went through turn 8. Familiaris still hanging on for second place. It's Franco Di Matteo out front. We did say the Italian Stallion is good from these restarts, in particular on the second heat on the inverted grid. Fuller running wide and tries to come straight back and cut back on the inside of Mackie Adlam. Adlam sees him coming and just places that car to perfection to not allow the Idemitsu Ford Mustang to dive through. Lombard, a Pep Boys Automotive boy, has already had a tough start to the day with a retirement in race number 1 of Mobil 1 V8 Supercars, then the win in his AC Cobra for the South African Tourist Trophy earlier on in the day. The 45-minute endurance race went his way, and he's now looking to try and make the second heat of V8 Supercars go his way as well. Franco, the Italian Stallion Di Matteo, out in front and leading his Padawan learner there, Julian Familiaris, taking him along for the ride into the closing stages here of what has been a spectacular day's racing at the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. They head down into turn 2. Adlam trying to close down on the Corvette. Fuller's going with him. Fastest man on track on that last pass, I think possibly was Warren Lombard. And we'll get that confirmation as soon as we refresh this. Up at turn 4, didn't quite go according to plan as he tried to dive on the inside of Fuller and follow Adlam through. And they're heading to exactly where that happened, and it's Warren Lombard now who's on the attack. Lombard bringing the Falcon along, trying to get on the inside of that Mustang. Hasn't quite got there just yet. Well, they come out of turn 6, Kenwood corner into 7. Familiaris has got that car now going well. Looked like it might have been ailing in the first part after the overtake by his teammate. He seemed to fall into the clutches of the two cars behind him, Fuller and Adlam. This time that's not happening. Warren Lombard now on the attack big time. Looking to get through here on Fuller into turn 2. Not quite close enough just yet, but he's definitely a lot closer than what he has been all race long. And that means he's even closer to Adlam. And 20 marks not too far off the back end of that little battle either in the second of the Corvettes. A little bit of smoke coming out of Familiaris' car. Is that body rub or is that a problem? It's a problem. Familiaris off the circuit. Julian Familiaris in the Di Matteo Racing and Gavin Wilkins Racing Corvette pulls to the sideline and off and out of race number 2. Adlam now up in a second place, promoted up, gifted up actually into that second spot. Fuller in third, and it's Warren Lombard in the 4th spot. There's your leader. That's the gap down to second. 2, 3 and 4 fighting hard for honours here, the final honours of the day for the Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. The fight's on. It's not done yet, I can tell you. Lock up of the wheels there from Warren Lombard into turn 2. He's pushing hard. Looking to get up there. Looks like there might be a bit of damage on the back end of Terry Wolford's car as well. Picking up on that on the last pass. After that little spin up at turn 5 where they're headed to right now. Let's have a quick look at that replay. Here comes Wolford. He goes flying into... Yes, he did. He got a little bit of help there from 20 marks. There's the damage on the back end. And the Fast Racing Fuels and Fuchs Falcon, alliteration aside, he's on the sideline at the back with a slightly damaged rear end there, courtesy of that Corvette in the background, and 20 marks. Marks caught out by late braking, trying to get through. And watch Wolford go. Maybe he went to try and go with him. You can't get 3 cars through on one car into one corner, but it clearly didn't work out there for Wolford. 20 marks continued to circulate and still does. So we got Adlam, Fuller and Lombard. Battle for second between those 3 cars. And a little bit of work still to be done by all of these competitors. And 20 marks in the background waiting to pick up the pieces. Hopefully they won't be broken pieces of V8s. Because we've got a couple of damaged vehicles that are going to have to be repaired relatively quickly to ensure that they're ready to go for next weekend at the Kyalami 9 Hour. Lombard onto the back end there, Fuller. A lot closer now. Steve Simon Graphics doing all the graphics on that car. Sean Simon Graphics, I should say. Right, Steve, it's his brother Sean that does all those graphics. Coming down on the braking point. Yet again, closing that gap down. High Tech Mag Repairs, also a sponsor of Warren Lombard's. Indemetsu is the sponsor of Fuller ahead of him. He also runs under, of course, Reventon Auto. And helped out by none other than a multiple champion and a multiple race winner in his own right, Rolf Duplessis. Putting that JB Holdings and Reventon Auto Ford Mustang onto the track. Coming into some back markers for Di Matteo. Franco Di Matteo catching the back markers. These two will catch up to the, or these three will catch up to the back markers not too far down the road. Halfway stage of the second restart. As they come out of turn 5 and 6. It's Warren Lombard just losing a little bit of gap there to the back end of Fuller. And Steve Herbst has been caught and passed now by Franco Di Matteo. Looked like 2 laps to go there, according to what I saw on the sideline. Could be the last lap though. Who knows? Because unfortunately we've really battled with the live timing today. Coming out of turn number 2. Franco Di Matteo is the man to catch. They're not going to get him, I don't think. When the Italian stallion is in full flight like this, there's not a lot of people who can catch and pass him. So, Franco Di Matteo starting his 22 campaign with a win in the second heat here at Passion for Speed. And heading down into the final corners. The Deltec batteries, Di Matteo Racing, Black Cat, about to take its first victory for 2022. This bodes well for next weekend as well. Mackie Adlam in second. Is the flag on standby? It is indeed. Italian Stallion takes the win. Di Matteo wins out over Adlam. Fuller comes through, losing out in the closing stages there to Adlam. And he wasn't able to get past, unfortunately. And then it was Warren Lombard for 4th and 20 marks for 5th. Terry Wolford recovered. Comes through into 6th place ahead of Sam Dahl. And Steve Herbst's last cars on track. There is Dahl coming to the line. And he will finish this up in the ARC Pro Tech Ford Falcon. Well, that wraps it all up for us. We're going to try and, of course, get an interview there with the Italian Stallion before we wrap up completely. It doesn't look like we got any signal down in pit lane, unfortunately. So we're going to wrap things up here from our live stream production. On behalf of all of our team, Dave Peterson, Paul Bedford, and Daryl Kukard behind the scenes in terms of the directors and producers of the show. Hope you've enjoyed all the action that we've brought you today. Our camera crew out on track doing a valiant job as always, and down in pit lane, Ruan and Claudio Enriquez doing a super job to bring us all the interviews. Massive thanks to all of the team at Swartkops, Tanya, Zelda, and the team at Swartkops for another incredible day's racing here for the Passion for Speed Festival. To our marshals and medics and all of our race control crew, and to the timing guys who battled today. A massive thanks from our side. Also a massive thanks to all of our fans on the sidelines, and also, of course, all the fans here on our live stream feed on YouTube and Facebook. Make sure you catch up with us in about 2 weeks' time on Ignition TV for a full highlights package of the day's racing here from the 21st Passion for Speed Festival. And from my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you at the next race next weekend at Kyalami. And, of course, the first race of the Extreme Festival kicks off here, of course, in the early stages of the year. We have got Extreme Festival of Racing here at Swartkops. And, of course, Regional Extreme kicks off on the 26th of March. That is the first round of the Regional Extremes here at Swartkops. And then the 23rd of April, Swartkops Raceway will see National Championship Extreme Festival making its way to the Swartkops Arena of Motorsport. Franco Di Matteo is down there, and it looks like Claudio might have been able to catch up with him. So before we say goodbye, let's catch up with the Italian Stallion.
Franco Di Matteo, Italian Stallion. Come for you, doing what you do best. You always come, do the reverse grid, and then you just smoke everybody.
Well, today it was a little bit of a different situation. I mean, pole and to about the sixth guy, there was only 0.4 of a second or something like that, and I was in 5th position, so I knew I had no chance of overtaking because the guys were so close. So the trick was I put old tyres on for the first heat and put the new ones on for the second heat, and just worked out perfectly. The rain didn't come, so it worked in my favour for once. Yeah, look, the car was also on rails. I mean, it's really, car's very good. So, yeah, thanks. And thanks to my guys. I mean, they did hard work last night until 8 o'clock. So we got it going properly. Thank you.
Thanks, Franco. All the best, man.
Thank you very much, buddy. Thank you.
Awesome job there, the Italian Stallion, wrapping things up for race 2 for Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. An incredible day's racing, as I said, here from the 21st edition of the Passion for Speed Festival. And we certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action here from our live stream all around the world on the sidelines here. Great to have fans back in the house. And we'll see you next weekend, of course, at the Kyle Army 9 Hour. We're going to see BMW M Parts Series at the Kyle Army 9 Hour, along with Mobil 1 V8 Supercars. I believe there's about 45 cars, according to Bernard Gavea, who's shouting at me over my shoulder here to say, make sure you tune in for that next week as well. From my side, Greg Malone, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.